Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Bruce, don't be bitter just because you don't feature in the opening VT. He's not a fan of the opening VT because he has to count a different time to the numbers on the screen. He says, oh, it's adding confusion to me in the morning, on a Monday morning. He doesn't want confusion this morning. Don't worry, you've got us, Bruce. You're in safe hands today. How is everybody? How was your weekend? Come in and say hello to us. We've got a lovely interactive show today. We've got loads of guests. Janet Clare, Baffa's here as well. And we've got lots of newness. New to me, new to you. Very, very exciting. And we've also got Baffa's quilts as well. We've got bags, we've got all sorts. So we actually have chosen today's early bird. Normally we're given an early bird by our team upstairs, or we're offered a few choices. No. We've literally chosen this morning because you're going to need it through the show. And let's face it, when we're loving all the different fabric collections that we have and the lovely kits that we have, sometimes the items that are so essential, like they sort of slip under the radar sometimes, don't they? You need to stock up on your interfacing. Doesn't always look the most exciting product, but it is so useful. It's going to add structure to your products, to your projects, to your bags, to your cushions, if you want to use it obviously for dressmaking as well. Now, for Baffa's bag, her backpack, she always suggests interfacing all of the fabrics first. So for the backpack that we've got brand new on the show today, you're going to need 2 packets. So to make it a no-brainer, not only have we chosen one of the most popular products on our web shop, we're also taking it even lower today. I mean, it's already crazy affordable, but this is where it's really going to make a difference when you're multi-buying. If you're shopping on, if you're getting 3 or 4 or 5 of these, that's when you see a huge saving as well. £2.99. We don't put a cap on how many you can buy. So if you do use it for multiple projects, if you are a bag maker, if you're a dressmaker, do you know what that means, Bruce? We're talking about lingo that the kids are now today use. I said something about the word ick, and he says, oh, I can't use the word ick, can I? Because I'm over 40. According to the morning telly that he was watching last week. He watches a lot of Lorraine, apparently. £2.99, and this is for a whole metre. Do you want me to open it and show you how much a metre is? Because we've got hundreds of these. Sorry, Dan, I know you're not going to be happy with me, but I'm opening it. So, I'm trying to be very careful with my packaging opening, though, so at least they can go back into the storage neatly. Here we go. So you're getting a whole metre piece. Collars, cuffs, facings, but for your bag, you're going to need 2 packets. So you'll get 2 meters for your backpack. It's super, super useful. It's obviously got the glue on the one side, so you just press it down with your iron. It's not stiff, but it is your medium weight, so it's slightly heavier than the lighter weight one that we also offer. It's hemline product. You're getting a whole metre. It's already cut, so if you are multi-buying on it, then it will come in 2 packets. But today, just £2.99. What an amazing way to start your Monday with a great discount. We've got loads coming up today as well. There's over 20 of you who have got it in your basket, and I'm presuming you are going to be buying more than 1 packet. If you want to get yourself 2 or 3 packets, go for it, make the saving. It does mean that our stock declines a lot quicker, obviously. If you do want it for the bag, we're going to be talking about it later with Becky Alexander-Frost. She's back. We haven't seen her since before Christmas. I love this bag as well. How perfect is that? And it's got such great detail. If ever you've worked with any of Becky's patterns before, they are so well written. They are so professional. The finishing is amazing. And it's items like this that, you know, you think for less than £3 a pack, it really makes such a difference in the overall structure of your bag. Just £2.99 for your pack of iron-on interfacing, a medium weight, 1 metre piece. I would absolutely be taking advantage of our multi-bid option. You're only going to be paying 1p. And I just must remind you, anybody who's shopping with us for the first time, if you are checking out on this morning and you're thinking, oh, but hang on, I'm going to have to pay my £5 delivery cost, £4.95. Don't worry, you won't have to pay that each item that you check out. It's covered now for the whole day, and that's covered for all of the guests that we've got on. It's covered for your web shop. It's covered for anything on the show, and it is also, even though we're only on air till 1 p.m, it's covered till midnight tonight. So yeah, absolutely, fill your boots. Rest assured that you can come back in and get the pattern later. You can come back in and get the kits later. They are already on pre-order. I'll show you how you can find them, but if you are checking out a multiple, go for it. Can I show you a price comparison? We never really do that on interfacing, do we? But look, the same brand. This is the hemline version, same one at Hobbycraft. It's £5. It's a £5. £5. Now, I know you can go elsewhere, but this is a place. I was actually with a couple of my mates yesterday at a little jumping trampoline park, and I said, oh, what are you doing for the rest of the day then? And she says, I'm just going to go and pop in to Hobbycraft and just get a couple of bits so that a little girl could do some crafting in the afternoon. I mean, she's a textile teacher. I was like, you've probably got loads of stash. But it's something that, you know, on an afternoon, if it's just on your high street, you might just pop in and think, oh, I'll just grab a pack of interfacing. It's going to set you about £5. Today, £2.99. You've opened your order for the day, and trust me, it's going to be a fabulous day to get involved in. We've got Janet Clare here with a brand new Good Tidings quilt, which is behind me. I will show you how you can access them on pre-order as well. Yeah, we'll remind you again, if there's any stock left, I'll tell you again about it at 9 o'clock for anybody who's who is coming in to watch Rebecca's show. I'm so excited. I've not seen her. I actually don't think I've seen her since before I went off on mat leave, which was obviously, 18 months ago, longer than that. So I've seen her in the building when I've been milling around on other channels, but I'm really excited to have a show with that, really excited, especially with a backpack as well. I don't feel like we've had a really good backpack pattern, and they're so useful, so useful. This in loads of different fabrics will look amazing, but I love it in the Tilda, love it. I do really like the idea, personal needs now. I'm thinking anybody who's already got their embroidery machine home. I know the other day it was a sellout show on the Disney embroidery machine. Imagine doing some fabulous. You could do backpacks for a trip that you're going to. It would be amazing. It would be amazing. I love it. So stay tuned. That's going to be coming up at 9 o'clock. In fact, I'll show you the roster for your Monday morning. We've got, I say fabulous fabrics. It's a bit of a generic name at 8 o'clock, isn't it? But you've got to watch, especially on Hannah's shows, because my gosh, she's found some of the best sellers that I presumed had sell out. The Mansfield Park quilt kit, I just thought that was long gone. So yes, stay tuned. That's coming up in this hour, along with some of the Debbie Shaw kits we've managed to rebundle. I want to say cheddar at midnight. It's not called cheddar at midnight, is it? At twilight. So close. Cheddar at Twilight collection. There's some really lovely new cottontails sewing range that we've got as well, all coming out in this first hour. We've then got the Weston Backpack. That is your brand new latest pattern from Rebecca or Becky Alexander-Frost. Baffa. She's back with a brand new pattern. Really excited about this. You've got kits, we've got patterns, we've got digital downloads, we've got all of the hardware, bits and bobs that you might need as well coming up in those kits at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, the quilt behind me. Oh, this is so Janet Clare. Do you know what? I loved her Blooming Lovely range, the pinks and the lilacs and the, you know, the chocolate colours, which we'll see actually later on with some of the kits. But this is what we know of Janet Clare, is those coastal, beautiful tones, those indigo blues with the sands and the ivories, and I love them. Now, we've kitted with Longshore, which is again another amazing coastal inspired collection, and I believe it's got a lovely story behind this as well, so we'll find out all together. She says, I'm not letting you know until we come on air. She says, I will tell you the story, Vic, when we come on air at 10 o'clock, but she's very, very excited to be with us at 10 a.m, so please do stay tuned for that. 11 o'clock, I love this quilt. This is so feminine and girly. I love it, but it's not overly pink because it's just those little nods to liberty. It is Emily Bell. It's the most beautiful design. And when you're looking at it from a distance like that, and I tell you, this is absolutely beginner friendly. It's 2 blocks. Baffa will teach you how to do it in the show today. And it is a Liberty quilt under £80. That amazes me. Stay tuned. That is coming up at your 11 o'clock show. Really, really looking forward to that. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got the Petal quilt and we've got some project bags with the Blooming Lovely range as well. New colourways for the project bags. Can we have a look, Bruce, at the Petal quilt? Do you have a picture of it? Because we did actually put it up. And we've got the 2 kits, the 2 different sizes. So we've got the 80-inch and the 60-inch square quilts, which is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, it's a whopper. It is a whopper. And it's curved piecing. Don't be nervous about it, though. Janet Clare's got loads of demos to show us. We've also got the lovely project bags, which I believe Bruce also photographed this morning. My gosh, he's been busy today. He's been ever so busy. Look, he's there. He's here. Yeah, he does. I'm telling everybody that you do. He said, despite what people think, I've been really busy. And then we're like, come on, show us them. There they are. There they are. Oh, I love them. They come with that gorgeous bag handle as well. And a nice bit of piecing for your project bags. So, excited about that. Don't forget to get your iron-on interfacing. If you're multi-buying on it, you'll only pay 1 P&P. There are now less than 100 units of that, which I know sounds a lot, but we started with hundreds and hundreds. Okay, shall we start with the Debbie Shaw bundles? Now, this one completely sold out when Debbie Shaw was here. I love this linen look fabric. It's beautiful. Now, some stock was released from another bundle so that we could put more into this because it completely sold out. Oh, you need to see this in real life. Look at that. So these were new in, especially for the show with Debbie Shaw. And look at it. It's going to look amazing with the bags. Now this, if you missed out, was back on the 22nd of January. Do not miss this because I'm thinking now home furnishing. How beautiful would this be for big oversized cushions? Let me show you the width of it as well because it is a great width. It's 150 wide and that print, it looks like a smaller scale print on the website and it's not. It's a really, really lovely scale print. In fact, anybody who makes blinds, that would be a really gorgeous blind, wouldn't it? Now, the composition of the new fabric is 80% cotton, 20% polyester, but it has that very organic sort of linen look to it. And it literally looks like a watercolour painting. It's gorgeous. Now, not only are you getting 1/2 metre of that gorgeous vintage floral with those beautiful corals and reds. I love the colours in here. You're also going to get 1/2 metre of crimson. 1/2 metre of crimson included. And this is your 100% cotton, quilting weight cotton, 1/2 metre. If you're multi-buying on it, it will look like that. You'll get the pieces cut already. That's 117 wide. For cushions, this would be perfect. Absolutely perfect. If you are coming in and putting it into your basket, we've now maxed out the stock on this, and I don't think we'll be able to get more. We will get more crimson, obviously, that's sort of part of our staple stock, but when we're looking at design lovely fabrics like this, we don't, we don't tend to reorder them. So once they're gone, they're gone. If you love it as much as we do, go for it now, because that could sell out today. Did you get Debbie Shaw's patterns? I'm wondering whether, I'm looking at the kits that we've got coming up. You absolutely could do the backpack with this colourway, couldn't you? That would look so beautiful, very arty if you're going off on a lovely holiday, maybe going somewhere European. It would be so nice to be able to have you. I like to be hands-free when I'm on holiday, when I'm shopping. Having a backpack, I think, looks lovely, but it doesn't need to look childish, or it can still have these really beautiful bold prints. Love that. From the show yesterday, you can still watch back that show, and this is the bag that sent the bundle into chaos. Bruce, these transitions, look at that. Very brave, very brave. He's edgy today, he's edgy. Right, so if you watch on the TV guide, then you can actually see this show back that Debbie Shaw did. It was back on the 22nd. I love it. Oh, that bag, I love the shape of it as well. Do you know what that pattern was called? It was called the Burley bag. There was the Burley purse and there was the makeup bag as well. That looks beautiful. And just adding in the lovely lock. Oh, and the purse and everything, it all works well together. Hang on, I can show you in a second. If you want one of these bundles, we've maxed out on the quantity. The Burley bag is available on the website as well. I will show you, if you would like, how to get to the TV guide in a moment. But it was with lovely Stuart and Debbie at £9.99. There it is, there's the purse. And so, oh, it looks lovely with the crimson lining, doesn't it? And I know that Debbie did a demonstration as well, and there was a makeup bag, there was a really lovely a large handbag as well. But a metre bundle, Hannah, is that going to be enough to be able to do either the purse and the makeup bag or the handbag? Brilliant. There's over 20 people got this in the basket. If you've just woken up with us early, this is what I was saying. You know, we have got a lot of people who wake up bright and early with us, maybe just while you're getting ready to start your Monday morning, and you're thinking, actually, do you know what? I'm going to treat myself to that bundle, and you can make yourself a really beautiful bag, whether it be one of the patterns that we're looking at today, or if you're having a look at things you've got already in your stash. I mean, a metre bundle is a great amount of fabric to be able to do, as I say, cushions. If you want to do some lovely, I'm thinking even like storage tubs or something, like a really nice big storage tub for in your bedroom. You can put hairbrushes and things in, or in your craft room, covering a footstool with it. It's, remember, did you say 70% cotton? 80% cotton, 20%, yeah. 80% cotton, 20% polyester, that linen look. And can you see the detail? You can almost see the brush strokes. The way it's been printed is beautiful. With the crimson as well. Once everybody's checked out, we've got less than 15 bundles remaining. Yes, please. Whilst you're still coming in, it's a good chance to just show you how you can watch the shows back on our website. I see often on our Facebook fan page people asking about pre-order and people asking about the website. If you go to sewingstreet.com, can you see at the top of that search bar, you can see TV Guide and Watch Live. Now, that's where you obviously watch us live, send in messages. That's where we are here now. If you want to send us any messages, or if you want to have a look at what is coming up on today's show, you may often hear me refer to it as pre-order. Now, that's got all of the fabrics for today. It's got all of the kits. It's got the good Tidings quilt, everything. You can start buying on it now. If we drop the price on anything, you'll pay the lowest price at the end of the day. Then, if you go back to that top search bar, next to Watch Live is TV Guide. If you click that, you can watch back for 7 days. Then it goes onto YouTube forever. It's there forever. The 22nd, you can click it and you can literally watch it by show. So if you want to watch Alistair, or if you want to watch the bag making show that we're referring to, the 9 o'clock one was the one we're referring to. And if you click on it as well, we're not going to do it now, but if you click on it, If you scroll down, Hannah, it's got everything that they used in that show. So if anything is available from that hour, you will be able to find it underneath us on the website. So there's the Burley bag pattern, and you can add to your basket. I think it's just a good resource to know about, isn't it? £9.99, and that's for your lovely linen look bundle with those crimsons. I think that this is such a gorgeous colour to go with your large roses. And those blues. Okay, we have loads more to show you. Let's show you some more bundles from that show, in fact, because it was a really, really, really busy show. This is what I say about today. Hannah's picked out some of the best sellers and got them back in stock for you. I've got the lovely blue. Your Japanese-inspired fabric. This is lovely. Oh, wow, look at this, the peacocks. Now, this is another one that was brand new for the show. Same composition, same width. Look at the bridge. You see this ombre of colour in the bridge? Love that. 150 wide, 80% cotton, 20% polyester, with the lovely bright blue as well. That's going to look great, whether you're doing the Burley bag, whether you're looking at the backpack in today's show. I'm not quite sure. I think you might need a little bit more fabric for the backpack today, as obviously you're making the straps and things. But this is going to be another great one to add to your bag making stash. If you've got the early bird and you're interfacing, you've opened your order already. For less than £10, that's a great homewares kit ready to go, isn't it? If you've got books in your, nice bolster cushion maybe for in the bedroom. Love that. If you have any of your books, if you're looking at books that say, only need fat quarters or half meters of each, then this is perfect to just be able to have in your stash. And once they're gone, we don't rebundle these. We source them in especially for shows like Debbie's Burley Bag Show, and then we don't get any more. We'll always get more of our solids, but if you love these different prints, that is gorgeous. If you're multi-buying the bundle, so if you've just bought 2 of these, they've already been pre-cut just for efficiency for you. So they've already been pre-cut. They'll be sent out to you as 2 individual bundles if you're buying 2. Good morning. I believe we're live on Facebook. I haven't opened it yet. Let me have a look and see if we're there. Come say hello to us. If you would like to come and say hello on Facebook, on the web, on the emails, then you absolutely can. I don't think so. I might need Dan. It's saying connected on yours. Live, if I click live. I'm so untechnical. I should be better at this by now. No, I'm going on to someone else's video reels. I'm going to start getting Steph. Is Steph doing his TikToking this morning? See, DJing. Hannah's house has now turned into a nightclub by the looks of it. Looks great fun. $9.99 for your linen look and your lovely blue. I don't know what I'm watching, some TikTok reel on there. It's not our Sewing Street live feed. $150 wide. Brilliant for home furnishing. Fabulous for the bags. We've got loads of other kits to bring. Oh, good morning. Oh, it's only Claire saying hello to me. Good morning. Not only Claire, but it's only Claire. No, we love Claire. Come say hello to me. Let me know how your weekend was. I've had 3 days off work, a long, nice weekend, and it's been lovely. Oh, this is so nice. Look at those lilies. Tropical. Wow, wow, wow. How is this less than £10? Let's think about it. When we do our under £10 hours, how busy are they? And to be able to get 150 wide fabrics in there as well, you're getting a lot of fabric for your money. I'm now thinking holiday backpack. I'm now thinking a bucket hat. Rebecca Reed's Amber makes bucket hat. That would be enough fabric to be able to do your bucket hat. You could do a beach bag. It's wide, so you could do a really good sized beach bag. How many of us are longing for some sunshine right now, especially this weekend? Oh my gosh, you peer out of your curtains thinking, are the fences going to be down? The it was blowing a gale again last night. It was so windy. But this is just taking us to the summer, to the tropical islands. I tell you what, those colours, to get all of those tones, the quality of printing onto this cotton canvas is amazing, isn't it? £9.99. I do think it will be so fun for in the summer. Maybe some outdoor makes. An outdoor big cushion, or you could do a kneeling stool for your gardening. Circular cushion with pom-pom trim. I like your style. This year, you're in your pom-pom era. Pom-poms. I love pom-poms. Yeah. 2025 is the year of the pom-poms. Absolutely. We've decided, we're setting the trend. At the end of the year, when you see pom-poms everywhere, we'll say it was us. We started that trend. If you don't see it by the end of 2025, we're still so ahead of the curve. And 2026, 2027 is going to be the... yeah, we're going to really go forward with this pom-pom trend, though. This would look lovely with the pom-pom trim. Maybe we need to just start injecting pom-pom trims into all of our shows, Hannah. Subliminal. Just subliminally. Let me show you what half a metre looks like. And what's the colour that we've put it with? Is it hot tomato? Yes. I do know my solids. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Well, can you believe we're nearly 5 years old? I was about to say 3 and I was like, no, we're not. 5 years. 5 years ago, Hannah and I were, what were we doing 5 years ago? Where are we now? We're in January. So we were still probably just in the initial talks, weren't we, of Sewing Street in the garden centre down the road from here. With Debbie Shaw, our lovely Hayley as well. There was only a very, very small team of us. Yeah, we went to the Studley Garden Centre on the corner and we were writing down everything that we needed to start up Sewing Street. Now, this one is so vibrant, isn't it? Those colours are beautiful. And lo and behold, we had no idea the challenges that we would face literally in the next 6 months of opening the channel. I'm so proud. Like, look at us. And I said, how many children Vix would have in 5 years. People always say to me, any more? I'm like, no! Baffa, no. She's like, yeah, well, I know someone who said no more after that, and then they had another 5. I'm like, no, no. Please stop telling me these stories. Oh, these are postcards. Right, this one would be great for the bag. Hannah, this is so you. There she is, Malibu. Spain. There's me, Spain. Spain. The reason that I say it like this is because I, years ago, when I was only 14, did the points for the Eurovision Song Contest, my absolute claim to fame. And one of the points was to Spain. And one of our producers is actually next door, Liam. He found it on YouTube and he was like, Vic, listen to this. Spain! 10 points goes to Spain. And that was me. This one is fab for fussy cutting as well, isn't it? All of these lovely long sort of postcard blocks. The Amalfi Coast, Portofino, Santorini, Morocco. Where we going? Barcelona, London, Frankfurt, Greece. Let's have a look. Where else? I want to go to Italy, please. South Africa, Mallorca. Where? You went to Naples in August. Too hot. Too hot. Good morning, Jackie. Good to see everybody on this lovely Monday morning. Hannah says it was a 2 a.m. shower in the night. That's really cool. I've never seen anything like this before. It's the first time I've seen it. It is still the same composition, 80% cotton, 20% polyester. Love that fabric. Jackie, what are you thinking? Because we're thinking bag makers. Straight away, this would be brilliant. Like a really big, if you've got the green machine with eyelets and a rope, you could do like a really lovely beach bag. And it wouldn't need much more than, you know, having like a rope handle, lovely silver eyelets. Storage for your holiday bits and bobs. Good morning, Jan. How are you? Come and say hello to us on Facebook. Let us know what you're thinking. Give me some inspiration. Anyone who's tuning in on a Monday morning and might need a little bit of a boost, we're here. Now, you've also got 1/2 metre of your plain chambray light blue colour. It's like a Parma violet. What's your thoughts on Parma violets? Do you like them? No. Giant ones? I've never seen giant Parma violets. No. I do think they would make fabulous big outside cushions again. Remember though, we have cut it already. So if you are thinking, yeah, definitely a beach bag, said Jackie. Oh, who's going to the beach? I'm off to the beach in a couple of weeks, but I'm off to Minehead. I'm still going away. Still going to the beach. Super excited. But yeah, different kind of holidays. That was in Skegness. I do still think about that a lot. £9.99. I nearly acquired a caravan in Skegness, and I'm still gutted that it never didn't happen. It wasn't meant to be. It was a massive one as well, Hannah. We all could have holidayed there every year. Oh dear. Right, let's have a look at the last to stock of the quilt kit. Are we going in the same place? Oh, there's one more bundle. Where am I going? No. Right, I can show you, I believe, from a picture and see if I can find it then. It is there. No, I haven't seen this on my desk. Sorry. But there it is. There is also this one. And that is with that lovely gold solid as well to just bring out the detailing. Have we got cheetahs on there? Cheetahs, leopards, tropical animals. I'll show you a picture on the website, don't worry. It's only £9.99 again. All of those bundles have been flying out. Keep going through for anything that you've seen. Don't forget to grab your early bird interfacing as well while stocks last. Yes, sorry that I haven't got that physically here. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. Right, now. No, I definitely haven't. Quilt kit. I am amazed there is any of these remaining. Now, don't get too excited. We don't have 10. We don't have 5 even. It is super, super limited. We're down to the last couple of these. Now, it went lower. Over 100 of these. Do we have 100 of them? It's the most beautiful. So I'm just going to turn it on its side. Look at this. It's the most beautiful display box. Now, it is to make the Riley Blake, Jane Austen's house, the Mansfield Parkgate quilt, which looks like, when you make it, like this. It is gorgeous. I believe it's already in baskets. We wanted to just give you the discounted deal. The fabrics are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? They have been designed, they're kind of reproductions in the style of an original coverlet quilt that was pieced by Jane Austen with a mom and a sister. It's got a really interesting story as well. And I just love the detailing. Love the detailing in the whole kit. It would have been the 1800s, wouldn't it? There are people who have got them in their basket. It went under £100, especially for... In fact, Hannah, am I right in saying that this was during this sale? Wasn't this on the 27th? Wasn't this during the sale? Was it before? Yeah. So wasn't it just after the Boxing Day sale? Did you do a Boxing Day clearance? Day after. This one, I can't believe how low that has gone to? Less than £100. It's gone. It has sold out. Well done, Claire. I love Parma Violets. I loved the Violetta. Is that a perfume at Penhaligon's? She says it by Penhaligon's, but they discontinued it. That shop is beautiful. I always have a look at it in the discount place. Have you ever heard of Penhaligon's? Oh, it's very fancy, Hannah. That's probably why you don't know it. Very fancy. No, I'm only joking. Hannah knows fancy. I say that. The only one I've ever been to is in the discount outlet place. They might have it there. If it's discontinued, it might be at the outlet. But does that smell like Parma Violets then? See, I like the smell of it, but it just tastes like... Maybe it's like how coriander. Some people actually taste coriander and some people taste soap, don't they, when they have coriander? Right, well done on that quilt kit. I knew that would be popular. Now, shall we do the 3 fabrics that are from this collection? Now, these were inspired from the Mansfield Park novel by Jane Austen. They've got all sort of maps on them. They're beautiful. Now, they are the same prints. That you don't actually get these prints in the quilt kit, but it's the same print that's on the inside of the packaging of the Riley Blake box. Inside the lid, it's all this beautiful print, and it is gorgeous. We only had a few of the fabrics individually by the ½ metre. I think it was literally these 3 that we've seen, unless we're waiting for more. But there are now less than 5 metres of this remaining. So if you do want multiple units for, again, cushions, for, I'm thinking like lovely makeup bags, this would be beautiful. For bag makers, that colour is gorgeous. If you can, get ½ metre of each because these colours look lovely together, don't they? Get a bit of each. It's Riley Blake fabric, so you know it's beautiful, quality quilting weight cotton. Now is your chance to get it bought, cut off the bolt for you as well. I know all in the rest of the hour, everything's already been pre-cut for you. This one, you can actually buy multiple units, but it is limited. It's been super popular. Jane Austen's house, the Mansfield Park landscape in berry colourway. So cool, isn't it? You've got this sort of aerial view of this amazing garden with a central, well, what do you call it? The central bit in a like a maze. I love it. Is it a pond? I think it might be a pond in the middle. Love the berry colourway, but also it goes very, very beautifully with the jade tone, this one. Green. It says green, but it's more of like a tealy. It's the colour that's on the front of the box. It's beautiful. £7.99, slightly better quantity on this one. We've got a little bit more than we did with the berry. It's only £7.99. I find that amazing. Virtually all of our designer print fabrics are now at £8.99 ½ metre, aren't they? We've kind of accepted now that, you know, that is the price. This one's really, really low, £7.99, and it does have a beautiful print inspired by the novel by Jane Austen. £7.99. The famous novelist, I think you're trying to... Hannah's calling them stories. Wrote a storybook called Mansfield Park. Yeah, a bit more than a storybook. This is lovely, isn't it? This colour. And it's almost got, you can see the texture of the print. It's not complete solid. It does look textured. It's lovely. We also have the light green. I'll show you them next to each other because they look really, really nice together, actually. Don't they? This one's in mint. Riley Blake, Mansfield Park, gorgeous collection that literally launched just after Christmas and has been on and gone. I've not seen anything from this range and we're literally down to the last 5 units. 5, not even 5 metres, 5 units. We sell by the ½ metre, remember, so if you are multiplying, it will come joined up. All you need to do if you want to order 1.5 metres, add 3 units to your order and it will come all joined up in one continuous piece. Bespokely cut for you. Oh, I don't have the postcard fabric by the half metre today. Remember, it's wide though. Let me show you so you can gauge whether you're going to be able to use it for the project in mind. Remember, if you multi-buy on it, then you could always obviously stitch them together. But look, this is, that's what one looks like. They will not come joined up if you multi-buy. That's what the 1/2 metre looks like in the bundle. We've had a look, see if we can do it. We can't do it today. Okay. Also, the bundle with the flowers that we started with is now very, very limited. Let me remind you, it's the one with the lovely crimson. This one has got 1/2 metre of your extra wide linen look cotton polymix. So it's 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's 150 wide. It's got beautiful colours. I mean, I found it amazing how well it comes out printed onto this linen look. Like the colours and the textures are just so beautiful and so different when you saw the tropical one that was really vibrant in colour, and this one literally looks like it's been painted on by hand. Really limited now if you are multi-buying on this one, maybe for cushions or for bag making projects. We all loved it last week on the 22nd with Debbie Shaw. She made the beautiful Burley bag. Burley bag, makeup bag and purse. 1 metre of fabric for under £10. Great value for money. Is this the cheddar at twilight? No. Just blues? Yes, 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 yes. Now we've got a lovely Henry Glass bundle. This was also on Debbie's show. It was super, super popular. Don't forget the bag's coming up in 20 minutes, by the way. It's already selling on pre-order. That's why I wanted to keep it here. Now this one has got all of your lovely blues, 100% quilting weight cotton. We've put a solid navy in there as well. Henry Glass sort of marble effect. That's cool, isn't it? It's just all your different paisley prints. You've got a white in there. If you love working with blues, that's another really good one to have in your stash. Henry Glass, 2 of your solids mixed in. Great bag making bundles. Nice for quilts as well. I think Debbie actually used this in her Foundation People Piecing show at 11 a.m. if you want to watch it back on the web. Anyone who loves blue fabrics, that's a great bundle for your stash, isn't it? 3.5 metres of fabric in total and some solids included in there as well. They're all 1/2 metres. They're all 112 wide, quilting weight cottons this time. Did Susie launch this recently? Is this the latest range? I saw Susie last week coming in to launch this. It's amazing. It was super, super popular. Now, this was launched just on the 18th, so literally last week. And it is the latest Liberty fabric launch. 1/2 metre has been taken off the price for you. So you're getting 1/2 metre for free. This is so lovely. I think this is the one that Susie said was her favourite ever. I know she's not allowed to have favourites, but I'm sure she said that this was one of her favourites. It's gorgeous. This is so springy, isn't it? Oh, if you want your 2025 Liberty collection, get it now because we cannot make any more of these when they are gone. Susie, are you watching? Oh, Susie, I love it. Right, this one's beautiful, that ditzy print. See, I'd be tempted. Do you know, we see amazing Liberty, full Liberty quilts, but I'd be so tempted to just have this as my 2025 treat myself, spoilt, range that you can then dip into when you are in the mood to do something really, really special. And you can just take one of these fabrics, one of your solids, and use it as a real hero. If you are looking at doing an amazing quilt, maybe you've already got a quilt pattern at home and you're thinking, yeah, that'll do me. I'll add some solids in there as well to make them really sing. But also remember, they are real heroes on their own, aren't they? Once everybody's checked out, we're in single figures. You're getting 7.5 metres of that beautiful botanist walk. 1/2 metre for free, and we've put it on 2-way split pay as well. The price has already been discounted for you. Can't make more of those when they're gone because a lot of these have sold out individually. It's been a really, really popular range, as you can imagine. Look at that one. See, there are certain prints that I wouldn't want to cut and have as smaller. I know that Liberty often work with the ditzy prints like this, but you've got some really great different scales of print in here as well. Love those. The rows of, it's like little posies all in a row. They're so pretty. And you've got no direction to those either. There's some that are upside down. That is one of my favourite collections as well. I'll have to agree with Susie. That is such a beautiful colour palette, isn't it, to work with? The blues with the greens and the golds, the pinks and lilacs. Not one outshines the other yet. They all work harmoniously together, don't they? It is in single figures once everyone has checked out. We have had a question come through. Good morning, please. Can you ask me the name of the quilt that is displayed behind you from Lorraine? Good morning, Lorraine. This is Good Tidings. It's brand new. Good Tidings is listed underneath us on the website. Good Tidings, not Christmas. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, we've got it with the most amazing kit as well. Very, very, very similar colour palette that we're going to be working with. Slightly different fabric range. It's the newest range called Longshore, which is, again, this exact colour palette, very similar motifs. It's going to look beautiful. You actually get a full design roll in that quilt kit as well. So very excited to be launching that with Janet Clare at 10 o'clock. But Lorraine, if you do want to get ahead underneath us on the website, it is there as well. Okay. Shall we do the lovely solids bundle that is complementing this colour palette? And as I said, this is the most beautiful colour palette as well. So even if maybe you miss out on the Liberty bundle, or if you're thinking, oh, do you know what? I am actually going to do my big 2025 quilt with that Liberty range. These are the colours that are going to complement it beautifully. It's quite difficult to start putting together your own colour palette, maybe from your stash or having a look on the thumbnails. This is lovely. Now, you're not getting it as part of the kit with Liberty, so I'm now calling out to everybody who wants this. You're saving half a metre. You're not saving £8.99. You're saving half a metre of your solids. Sorry, the graphics are wrong. You're getting those beautiful spring tone colours. These are going to be so lovely for your spring summer palette anyway, aren't they? Regardless of whether you're making anything with Liberty. Sorry, we'll try and change it. You are saving half a metre. It's just obviously not £8.99. But that is such a lovely colour palette, isn't it? To be able to have for spring. Okay. I'm trying to channel my inner Stuart whenever I'm on here with Stuart. He always kind of shudders whenever I start to try and display fabric out and takes over. He's like, I don't mean to be rude, but can I just reorganise that fabric? And he's done it quite often when he's literally been in another room and he's come and reorganised my fabric for me. So I'm trying to channel my Stuart Hillard, my inner Stuart, to be able to give you a nice colour palette. Right, Moda, oh yes. So straight away, this was only launched a couple of days ago. Straight away, when we were in here with Janet Clare, she said straight away, I know exactly who designed this. You could just tell that from the, it's a lady called Stacey who designs for, is it called here we go, let me see. Moda by Gingerber. Who's Stacey, she works for Moda, and they're all beautiful Moda fabrics. It's called Woodland Wonder, and it is gorgeous. Now you are saving £4.50 on your mega bundle. You don't get the panels in the mega bundle. We've got some panels that will complement this beautifully. So if you are after a lovely quilt option, then this is going to be perfect for that. Look at the lovely imagery. Beautiful designs with your butterflies, your florals, your woodland walk. Or Woodland Wonder. We do have the Moda panels as well. We're going to talk about Moda later on with Janet Clare, because obviously Janet Clare is designs with Moda and has done for years. She's the lady that knows. But it is gorgeous quality fabric, really gorgeous quality fabric. It will always stick in my mind. It might have even been you, Hannah, who was telling me when I very, very first started back in previous lives of sewing quarter days, and you said there are so many people that come in and only buy Moda. If you are a quilter, I know a lot of people that like the different ranges, but there are a big market for people who literally just love working with Moda fabrics because they are such gorgeous quality. Now we've got 2 panels. Now this one is the square with 4 designs on. Oh, it is really nice. Once again, if you want to do, 4 big blocks on a quilt, if you want to make a quick quilt, if you want to cut this up and make 4 wall hangings, if you want to make 4 cushions, I mean, they'd be big cushions as well, wouldn't they? I wouldn't mind getting a tape measure and just measuring them on a ruler. Dan, have you got a tape measure there, please? I can hear him squirreling away in the prep area. But that is a good size, isn't it? Controversial. Yeah, it will make it a finished size of it. Definitely, that's 18 inches by, I think this is actually even bigger. To my eye, yeah, 22 inches, 18 by 22. $15.99. You've got the owl. Is that a badger? No, not a badger. What's this? A bear. I had an argument with my nephew yesterday about the names of animals. He's like, no, that is a, what was it? I can't even remember what animal it was. But it was something that had a very obscure name. I was like, no, it's not. It's just a dragon. A fox. Bambi, a deer. Oh, but I love, look at all the detail as well on the outside. You could do some really lovely extra hand-sewn details with it, couldn't you? And the colours are so bright. All 4 of them in your panel. It's a Moda panel for $15.99. Always be on the lookout for the presence of wonder. It's the little quote on the selvage. We also then have another beautiful panel. Your background colour is this lovely warm cream as well. Make a great nursery quilt or, ideas for on your store. You could applique these onto clothes. You could literally applique that onto the back of a denim jacket. It'd look amazing. Or onto one of your bags. You could put these onto front pouches on a bag, a front flap on a bag. That one is a fab, really, really good, useful fabric panel to have. They could be the front of storage boxes that you could applique onto. They're going to be brilliant applique little characters. Or they could, again, be on the front, or they could be incorporated into a quilt block. No problem. £10.99, less than 40 of those remaining. It's been a very, very busy morning. Cottontails. Now, we've got a new collection that only been on air once before, so I'm calling it new. It's new to me, could be new to you too. This one has got sewing machines. There's only 3 fabrics. That's the whole range that we have. We haven't launched any more than this. So this one is 100% cotton. It's got your sewing machines and it's got cats on it. We love it. I love all the different types of sewing machines as well. The real old-fashioned ones, your computerised machines, colourful. They've all got this beautiful springy feel, though, and even in the background, you've got buttons and safety pins and scissors and spools, all your notions in the background, a quick unpick there, and a zip. I do think it's really nice to be able to have fabric in your stash that is a nod to, your hobby, your craft. It'd be nice to be able to do some bunting for your sewing room with this, wouldn't it? Sewing machine cover. We've launched a couple of patterns recently, haven't we? Or to be able to make a garment. This is your opportunity to buy by the half metre. And because it's only £6.99 a half metre, it's really great value for money if you're having to buy, 2.5 metres for a dress pattern that you've seen. This would be really lovely to be able to use dressmaking. Obviously, just check with your pattern that the fabric's suitable. But there's nothing stopping you using quilting weight cottons for lots of your dressmaking projects. Perfect stitches, I should say. Limited availability if you are thinking of larger projects. What are you tapping away? Are you writing a story? Limited availability on that colourway. We also have one with all your notions on. Oh, I could eat my breakfast all over again. Do you ever have a day like that where you have a real hungry day? There's donuts, Hannah. No, they've definitely not been here longer than 3 days. I was here 3 days ago. That's fine. You can have a bite and see how stale they are, but I doubt they've been here longer than they've been here over. So what brings them in over the weekend? My prediction is that Hobby Maker brought them in on 2 days ago, whenever the live final of the Traitors was on Friday, because they had a real sort of treat day here. Yeah, I think they did their own Traitors thing on the evening when they were obviously Hobby Maker on and the final of the Traitors. Did you watch the Traitors? No. Oh, you're still watching series 1, aren't you? I told you about the girl I went to school with, didn't I? Who was in series 2, yeah. I would love to go on it. The applications are open for it until the end of... Oh, yes! Yes, one of them was at Bruce's wedding, one of the Traitors as well. Yes, he was very good. Even at the wedding, you didn't know he was a traitor, did you? Carroll's his friend. And Bruce is his friend. Carroll does a podcast with him. Miles we're talking about on the Traitors. But the applications are open now, and I think it's so tempting, isn't it? I would be awful. I would be awful. I think it'd be such high pressure, wouldn't it? It'd be really difficult, but it's such a good programme to watch. Right, now this one, I'm imagining John Scott wearing a shirt out of this. This is cotton tails and cat stitches. So this one doesn't have any cats on. This is all about the spools and the buttons. And I like the fact that it's in rows. So if you've got a stripology and you want to do some making your own design rolls maybe, or borders, then this is going to be perfect for that. For fussy cutting it as well, you're going to be able to make nice little squares, nice little maybe 5-inch squares you'd be able to cut out of here quite easily. But even in the background, you've got your... It's like a sampler of all of the different stitches you've got on your machine. It's so lovely. Just shadowed in the background, but the colours really pop. And you can even see the needles poking through the spools. Very popular one for your perfect stitches. Available at £6.99. Great price for 100% cotton. Right, can we really whiz through the linen looks? I have to show you these because they are amazing. And we're talking bag making with Baffo at 9. This bag, we've got kits, we've got projects, we've got instructions on their own. They're already going. So if you've got instructions on their own, what about with this? I love this animal print. This is so cool. 8% cotton, 20% polyester. Buy the ½ metre now. We had so many messages about the bundles that we had earlier on saying, can you do any of these by the ½ metre? Now is your time to fill your boots. Go for it. There are only 13 units left in this print, and it's the first time I've seen it. Me and Bruce were talking about, it's new to me, therefore it's new. In my mind, it's new. It's like when I hear a song and I say to my friend who's very into music, oh, I've heard this new song. They're like, that's really old, like really old. I'm like, no, it's not. It's just come up on my shuffling. And they're like, no, that's like 5 years old now. But no, this is new to me. I love it. Love it. Right, as I say, we're going to fly through those. So whichever one you want, just go for it. Add as much as you'd like to your order. Do you know Francesca off the Traitors? No, you don't know this in my ear, do you? But so I'm talking to you at home. Francesca, she was in the final. Yeah, she was in the final. And she's an interior designer. And I went having a look on her Instagram. And my mum said, why do people have Instagram? Is it just so you can be nosy and look at the people's... And I'm like, well, yeah, it kind of is, I suppose. But I was looking at all of her interior design houses. This is very Francesca. She had lovely big, like fancy wallpaper, lovely big freestanding bath, cushions like this on her sofa, on a blue velvet sofa. This is so on trend, isn't it? But also, once again, going back to lovely Jackie's messages, how great would this be for a beach bag? How brilliant would this be for your adventuring backpack that we've got coming up? Really excited about that. Flamingos next. I really like that a lot of it still looks drawn. Can you see? Hasn't yet been hasn't been coloured in yet. So cool. Oh, don't get me started with technology. When your phone starts to tell you, Hannah says, oh, my phone just told me I've got work tomorrow. Thanks, phone, for the update. You know, when you get in, I got in the car this morning, I could feel my phone like buzz in my pocket, and I was thinking, oh, someone's messaged me very early, and then realised, no, your phone knows where you're going because you make that trip regularly at that time, and so it tells me how long it's going to take me to get to work. And I thought, how do you know where I'm going? How do you know, though? Maybe I'm not going to go that way. Maybe I'm not. Controversially, went another way to work today just to try and break my algorithm. Right, this one's got your flamingos on. No, what do you mean they track what you're buying in the supermarket? Oh gosh, who's they and why? Oh gosh. Linen look, that is gorgeous in the blues. Now, there are only 5 meters of this remaining. If you want to do, if you do want to do, if you want to do blinds or soft furnishing, that would be perfect, as well as obviously for bag making. Here's your, well, I've got, you can't do that one. That one's sold out. I've got one with flowers on. This one. Springtime flowers. Oh, lovely apron like the one that Janet Clare wears. This would be really nice. Wildflowers. Classic floral linen look. Half a metre, $5.99. We've got Becky eagerly awaiting in the wings. Should we do the poppies? I say poppies. They're not poppies, are they? They look like eucalyptus, but red. Love it. Watercolour leaves. Watercolour leaves. We'll stick with that. Stylised watercolour leaves. £5.99 on your linen look. Right, everything's now listed underneath us on the website. Anything you see, grab it whilst you can. There's a lot of Liberty stock. We are coming back with a brand new backpack pattern. It's the Weston bag. Really excited about this. The bundles are already going. We've got patterns available, digital download pattern option as well, all coming up with, go on, controversial, yes. Because there's already a lot of people who have got this in their basket, this colourway, what we're going to do is we're going to leave the graphics live during the break. If you want this colourway, I don't think we've ever done that before. Right, yeah, normally we're not allowed to do that, but we're going to do it because it's been very, very, very busy. There are literally, wow, a quarter of the stock gone on pre-order. If you want the Tilda bundle, I will show you what you get after the break, but you're getting your webbing, you get your PU, you get your Tilda, you get your pattern, 2.5 meters of fabric. We're going to risk getting in trouble and leave it open during the break. If you want it, it's there. We'll come back with lots of beautiful, beautiful patterns. I'm heading over onto commuting onto the other set, and I will see you after this.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops. Absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end. It just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Oh, Hannah hasn't got into trouble just yet for putting the graphics live during the break, but I'm pleased that she did, because it's going wild in the aisles for this colourway. I absolutely love it. It's been ages, since I've seen Becky, but since we've had a really good backpack pattern. And personally, I love a backpack. I always use a backpack. It's so lovely to see you, Becky. So nice to be back with you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Yeah,
Good. Is this your latest pattern then that you've designed?
Yeah, and it came out last month.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
And I know that you design a lot of bags for yourself as well.
Yeah, they're all for myself, really.
Yeah.
Generally, more pockets the better, but 9 times out of 10, I love a backpack. Backpacks are my gravitating bag to go to.
And so what are the features of this? This is the Weston Backpack. What are we going to be learning? What sort of skills do we...
So it's a closure with magnetic snaps plus a flap.
Right, so you've got the flap here and you've got a nice
it's a new
swivel
style
clip on
front pocket.
This is really
so there's 2 zips pockets.
And they're good roomy pockets, aren't they?
It's like I was saying to my online school, You can make it as one long pocket and just have one zip, or you can have two pockets, but you can make one zip smaller than one pocket smaller than the other. It doesn't have to be in the centre.
So these ones here, it meets in the centre. They're two separate pockets, aren't they? But they're in the centre. They're both big pockets. And then so I've undone my swivel clip, and then you've also got these lovely Tidings magnetic snaps that just cinch it all in.
Just hold it in, yeah.
So you've got the magnetic snaps on the side. The flaps are really good size. You've got an inside pocket, obviously, as well. And love the straps on this. I was just saying to you in the break, it's really comfortable to wear. And the positioning of the straps enables you to wear it comfortably.
Slightly wider apart, yeah.
Quite often, I think that we think of backpacks as almost like children's or school or little backpacks, whereas actually this is something that is it's so nice to wear, to be able to spread the weight across both shoulders. I find it so much more comfortable to wear a backpack than I do a shoulder bag.
Me too, yeah. And sometimes I'm either on one crutch or two crutches because I'm going up and down stairs. And I find that I can't wear a cross the body bag because of my crutches.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, for anybody who does need to have both hands free, then this is brilliant. I mean, only since I've really had children have I thought it's an absolute necessity for me to be able to have my hands free all the time. So backpacks for me are brilliant.
Great
it's
for
a really
wheelchairs as well. Great for wheelchairs because the distance of the handles.
Yeah.
Because if you've got the handles in the shoulder straps in the centre, it tends to pull when you put it onto the handles at the back of your wheelchair.
Ah, so this isn't going to do that because of the width of the strap. Morning, ladies. Loving having you on, Becky.
Yeah.
Fabulous backpack.
Thank you. Thanks.
And even they've got all the little tabs at the bottom here.
Yeah.
The little wings that so it's the little flaps on the end. So then again, it makes it super, super comfortable. Good morning, Vicki and Becky. Love the pattern from Joy in Peterborough.
Morning.
Thank you for your messages.
Morning.
Let's talk through what it is that you're getting in your kit then. So this is the bag that's on your screen at the moment. It's $49.99. Now within here, you have got your fabric, your webbing and your pattern. So you have your PU, you're getting 1/2 metre of that, it's wide, you're getting 1/2 metre. That's for the base of the bag, the flap of the bag. You're then also getting your lining fabric, which you're getting 1 metre. Sorry, let me just show me this. 1 metre of your navy and also 1 metre of your tilde, the only one with tilde. I love it. You're getting 1.5 metres of webbing and you're also getting, you'll have a bit left over, and you will also get your pattern, and this is your printed pattern. You may make and sell as well when you've got the pattern.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really, really good one to be able to have on your craft fair stores. You know, once you've made it once with your lovely tilde, think about all the different fabrics that you've got in your stash that you're going to be able to use. We've got corks coming up. We've also got Cafe coming up. I mean, it's just beautiful. Now, if anybody has worked with Becky's patterns before, I'm sure you'll be back. But anybody who has never worked with your patterns, you're very, very detailed.
I am, yeah.
You don't presume everybody's made 10 bags before.
No. And I'm dyslexic, so I like pictures, a lot of pictures. So basically,
And you have a lot of pattern testers, a lot of people who come in and make your bags,
yeah,
don't they?
Yeah.
And you can see how many pictures you're getting along with the text. It's literally step-by-step instructions, templates where you need it. So you've got your flap as well there, and everything that you need for if you're making it again, and all of your interfacings hardware is listed on the front. Lovely backpack. Are there pockets inside? Yes.
Yeah,
There's a zippy pocket inside, isn't there?
There is. You'll find that it's... Right, so if you know who Emily designs, you know, the templates.
Yeah.
I've used the template, and I mentioned the template in here. I don't know if you guys sell the overlays. I think you do. I think you've had them on in the past. So you don't need that. You just follow the instructions and you miss a couple of steps out. But I've actually added that in, which with help with Emily.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, so anyone who's got that already, will have a look on our website as well. Emily Roberts, that's the zip overlay, isn't it?
Yeah.
And is that to give you this lovely...
It's to give it a firm
shape.
finish.
Yeah.
So it doesn't collapse in the back, because sometimes when you've got a flimsy, because that's squashy, H640, tend to find if you overload your pocket, like that pocket's quite a deep pocket, you tend to overload it and it collapses.
Right.
So it gives that a bit of a stability.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
So you got the zip in the centre, zip on the front. Patricia's got a request. Good morning, Vicky and Becky. Could Vicky put the backpack on so we can see how wide the fit is? Absolutely. Let me model it. So it's so comfortable because you've got the extra width on your straps. You can obviously adjust the length of it as well, how high or low you want it. Can you see it there, or is the message in the way, Hannah? Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah.
I'm thinking anybody who bought the Disney embroidery machine last week.
The flap.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could have so much fun. I mean, last year I went to Disneyland and I spent all the lead up trying to find different things, outfits, coordination, and personalising.
Every day was a different day.
Yeah, absolutely. This is gorgeous, isn't it? And I think you're going to use the pattern so many times. Love it though. Love, love, love it. We're going to take the bundle out. We've got 2 other bundles, but just remember the Weston Backpack in the Tilda is very, very popular. That will sell out today. Now, the bundle we're going to demo in has got the lovely cork as well, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Now you're getting 1.5 meters of your webbing for your straps here, your adjustable straps. Look at this cute fabric. I've never seen this one before. New to me, new to me. This is Forest Wonder collection. Oh, so the ones that we saw earlier on, actually. This is from the same collection, I believe, of that we saw earlier, the Forest Wonder, isn't it? Very similar name. Not the same collection, similar name. 1/2 metre, super, super soft. Sorry, a whole metre of that one. 1 metre, the other one's Woodland Wonders. 1 metre of your natural seeded cotton. And then you're getting, oh, hang on. Oh, that sticker needs to go away. You're also getting your metallic silver cork.
It's nice to work with.
Love this, is it?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's really nice.
It's soft and malleable, isn't it? I think when you see cork on the telly as an image, you think it's going to be stiff and
you do.
almost like a pinboard, and it's not at all. It's super, super soft. And you're obviously getting your pattern as well. That one's going to look amazing in the spring. Weston Backpack. We'll see this one being demoed, and then we also have your last option, which is with your PU. Again, this one's with Tula Pink. Oh, I thought this was Cape for some reason. This is Tula. Oh, I love this floral. Right, you've got Tula, you've got your pattern, you've got your lovely blush PU, you've got 1 metre of your cotton, and you've got your webbing. That is your Untamed collection. That is going to be so popular.
Yes.
Yeah, I never associate Tula with florals.
No, I don't know. That's why I did thought it was Cave.
This was the hero of the Untamed collection. The florals, she really focused for the first time on the florals. It looks beautiful with these softer sort of pinks. It really makes that sing, doesn't it? This one is the most limited in quantity, just so you know. And it's $39.99. Okay, we're just going to... No wonder. I have no idea why this is $39.99. It should be $49.99. It's designer one as well. The Tilda one was $49.99. Forest Wonder was $39.99, but this is Tula. When we've got Tilda or Tula or Cave, oh my word, I would absolutely make the most of that. There are loads of you getting it. There's now 15 of those remaining. $39.99 for your 100% quilting weight cotton. You've got your lovely soft PU. Any tips? I know we're not going to be working with PU, but with the Tilda and with this version, any tips of
interface
how to work with it?
Definitely interface it.
Medium weight interfacing, okay?
The packs that you had on
the early bird.
Early bird, yeah. So interface it to stop it from stretching, because you sell a PU that's got a slight stretch to it, which is a fashion weight. So
when you say stretch,
it's got a stretch to it.
Literally slight stretch.
Slight
though.
stretch, yeah. But
Only
you don't
very
want to
slight.
stretch when you're making a bag, because it means that your pattern pieces will be out from your other pattern pieces. Right. So interface it stops the stretchiness. Use a Teflon foot or walking foot and a large needle, which is size 16.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah, Sue asked a question. We were on the same wavelength there, Sue. Just as I was asking Becky the question, we had the message come through asking, any tips on PU? It's the first time using PU. Whether you go for the Tilda or the lovely Tula, they are both absolutely flying out. Interfacing's on the early bird today. Now, for the bag, you're going to need 2 packets. Sorry, I'm not turning my back on you. I just want to show you the backpack. Normally $3.99 a packet. Today, it's just £2.99 a packet. And we were looking elsewhere. Hobbycraft, our high street, store, it was £5 for 1 packet, the same one.
It's not cheap.
Yeah. It's always useful, though. I mean, you interface...
Everything,
don't you?
Yeah.
Do you think that... because a lot of people might... when you're starting out a new hobby, you think, "Oh, get away with not using that."
No,
but
can't.
It makes such a difference.
It does.
In the professional
It
finish.
took me years to get into my head that I needed to use interface and not near enough everything, especially when I wanted structure to something. So yeah. This is your medium weight, so it's not stiff. It's still lovely and soft, but it is going to give you that structure and the professional finish that you want. £2.99. Get yourself 2 packs of that if you haven't got it already. Reason we didn't put it all in the bundle is because I know lots of you have a bit of a stash of interfacing, and it meant that we could take some money off as well as the early bird. So yeah, get that whilst you can. Great to see Becky Alexander-Frost back on Sewing Street. I love the new backpack. I have some of Becky's Forest Friends fabric, and the quality is second to none, said Lynn. Thank you.
Some of your fabric.
It's on the pattern.
Oh.
Yeah.
Have we had that here before?
No.
Oh, we need to get some of your fabric in. Love it. Shall we do the H640? How much of this do I need?
Half a metre? Yeah, half a metre. So you need 1 piece, yeah.
Brilliant. And this is that really lovely sort of soft fleecy wadding, which has got the glue on the back of it. It comes like this, but if you're multi-buying, it comes joined up. You only need half a metre. Stock up, though. We always get through H640, don't we? Pattern is also available today on its own. Now, if you want physical pattern, if you want it physically sent to you, which is the way Hannah worded it to me then.
Physically.
You want physical. Here we go. This is the Weston Backpack. There we go. There's your pattern. Everything you need is here. Brand new today. All of your instructions along with your photographs as well, step-by-step photographs as you go along. Literally at every point that you do something different, you've got a really great clear photograph as well. Everything that you will need is listed on the back to be able to create your gorgeous Weston backpack. As we said, for anybody who is in a wheelchair, anybody, even on the back of a chair. I don't like putting my bags all on the floor.
I don't either.
No, it's nice to be able to put it onto the back of a chair. Also, if you're going on a city break, I think backpacks are brilliant. This is a really good size that if you're going away for a night, or if you're going on a plane where you're not going to be taking luggage with you, there's a fit under your seat, and you've got still plenty of room in there to be able to get lots of it.
Because the overcarriages always fill up by someone else's little suitcases and stuff, don't they? So
yeah, it is. It is. This is lovely, and it's a great size then if you are going off exploring, or it's super comfortable, really comfortable. Is it just H640 that you've got in the top of the straps here? That's so nice and padded, isn't it?
Yeah,
really comfortable. Pattern on its own, physical pattern is £9.99. It's going to be sent to you. They're always very, very detailed. Becky's patterns are brilliant for anybody who is new to bag making as well, but you get a great professional finish, and we'll learn lots of fabulous techniques as well. Okay, we do also have digital option. Digital download option. You can get going with this afternoon if you want. Super exciting. It will just send up straight away. As soon as you hit purchase, you won't pay post and packaging if this is all that you're buying. It goes straight into your Sewing Street account, which is the little person icon on the top. And it will stay there forever. Hi, Becky. So excited to make this bag. Have downloaded already. I love your shows from Carroll.
Oh, thank you, Carol.
So if you've downloaded it already, is yours all... I'm intrigued to know how quick it appears in your account. Is it always like...
It's as soon as your payment's gone through. Well, the checkout, there'll be a download box at the bottom.
Brilliant. Yeah. Oh, I'm so excited for you. Everybody who gets it today, you can start making it. Carol, are you going for it? Are you going to have a go today? If you've got all of your fabrics ready to go, nothing's stopping you. I do like the idea of having... If you don't have storage space as well, we were talking about this earlier, if you don't have loads of space to be able to store books and patterns and things, digital, I think, is the way forward.
I love digital. So yeah, I have everything on my iPad and then just my templates I print out.
That's a good point. I don't have to print it out.
No.
I can literally have it on my tablet, on my phone, on my laptop.
Just print out your template.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. £9.99 for your digital pattern. I will remind you of everything. I'll keep you updated on stocks as we're demoing, but there are quite a few different parts to the bag that we want to get in today. So what are you able to show us?
I want to definitely go and show the pocket because you have to do some folding and we have to cut it. But also we'll just do whatever.
I'm going to pass it over to you so you can show it on the main one as well.
So basically it's, as you cut it out, it's just one long strip of fabric to start off with.
Love
and
it.
You have to cut it, especially if you've got a directional print. Now, this isn't exactly directional, but I don't want to cut through the deer and then have that deer over there and then that swapped over. So it's best if you cut it from the strip as you go. And that is in the instructions anyway. So in the pattern, just to let you know, the numbers correspond with the images in the actual each step. Some steps have like 4 or 5 images. So for instance, there's 3. So you just got to find the images. The back 2 pages are meant to be blank, but this part here, the template, personally trace it out. If you are a person that has got a printer, message me a photograph of your actual pattern and I will send you just that bit. So you're not cutting it out of your pattern because a lot of people have been cutting it out of their patterns.
Yeah.
So if you just send me a picture of your pattern, I will basically send you just that section there.
Oh, brilliant.
Okay. So first of all, you've got your 2 zippers for your outside zip pockets and we're just going to add the zipper tabs. So Vicks has got continuous zipper tape with some zip pulls. It's best to buy that because then it means you can get more out of your...
Yeah, because I suppose they're quite a size that you would probably trim down anyway, aren't they? So having the zipper tape, I mean, you're getting 5 metres there. So this is going to be brilliant for loads of projects. This is how it comes to you, like I've got here. It's 5 metres on a roll. How easy is it to put the zippers on? Because you've obviously got to put your zippers on.
Emily Design does a zipper jig.
Okay.
If you're like me, I can put them on. That's quite simple. I'll do this one here. Let me just show you. All right, so I always make sure that I've singed the ends. I haven't singed the ends of this one, but there's 1 tooth extra on this side here. So when you've got that little extra bit sticking out, you always put this on to that one first. Hold it with your finger and thumb. Pop that one on. Use your finger at the back and just click it on.
Oh.
So it's quite simple, but a lot of people haven't got that 3rd finger. They can't get around that 3rd finger. So that zipper jig that Emily sells and you guys sell for Emily. So that's an ideal thing as well. So we're just popping the zip tabs on right side, facing down.
We also have black, by the way, if you do want black zip on a roll. There was the cream zipper zips as well that we just listed as well. There's the 5 metres of black continuous zip. Size 5, is it? Are these so these are the right coordinating zips to go onto here anyway. They fit in. They're your size 5 zips. Pack of 10, £2.49. Worth having as a bag maker. These are so useful, aren't they?
Definitely. Also when you're a dressmaker, because that's like jacket style zipper. So,
Lovely. Thank you.
Right, so I've just done the zip tabs right sides together on both ends. I'm just going to sew 1/4 inch on each side. Just got a standard foot on at the moment. Oh, that moved. There you go. I forgot how high up this is.
I always feel like I must be shrinking. Here, the takes just keep getting higher.
They seem to get longer as well, don't they?
Have you been here since Christmas?
No.
No, we haven't seen you since Christmas, have we?
So last was November.
Yeah?
Yeah, ages. So I'm just going to open them out and then top stitch 1/8 of an inch away from the edge.
This is all in the pattern anyway, isn't
it?
It
is, yeah.
I don't think I've seen a backpack where it's got the zipper pockets on the front like this. That's great to be able to put, you know, your phone in or...
Bus pass.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or lip gloss, or or
something you
keys.
want to access. Sunglasses.
Okay, so I've just gone ahead and done that. I'm just going to trim off any excess that I've got.
Snacks, Hannah.
Yeah, mine will be mints, extra strong mints, yeah. Right, okay, so you're just going to pop those to one side, and then you're going to get your pocket pieces. So they're both interfaced, and you'll need your lining and your actual normal fabric. Pop them on top of each other, and you're going to cut 3.5 inches in on each side. So this is what I was trying to say, is you don't want to like cut through your fabric and have two dislodged.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
This kit is probably the one that's the most similar to the front of the pattern that we've got with the cork and the lovely blush pink as well. The bundle that Becky's working with is, again, really limited. How is this under £40 as well? Fab price, really good value, especially for a pattern that you're going to use again and again and again and again. Such cute fabrics. They're lovely for spring, aren't they? Ready to get outside now.
Yeah, me too. I was just saying that to Janet in there.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
Yeah, and like Janet said, she's been ill over Christmas. I've been ill. Most of my family have, and it's like you just want to do country walks and stuff, don't you? And stuff. Right. Okay. So the first off, you're going to get one of the pieces here, and it's just the top, and you're going to leave all the lining pieces. We're going to deal with those last. You're going to get your zipper that you've just done and your quilter's tape. There.
Quilter's tape is back in stock. We always get it in whenever you're here. But then it sells out whenever Becky's here. Do you know, quite often, if ever I have a tool show that Ben or someone is scheduled for this and we go, oh, it's out of stock, I say, oh, well, obviously Becky's been here. It's going to sell out. If you stock up every time that Becky's here, there's literally 10 of those left. And I know, again, this is another... It's really useful, isn't it? Especially when inserting zips, because you want to be able to make sure it stays...
Yeah, you do. You basically, I prefer not putting pins in my zips. Some people prefer putting pins in, but I prefer putting this because it just doesn't move at all. As long as you've got a good one. Now there is a trick. They do dry out.
Okay, we've got the So Easy one.
So if you get a Ziploc bag and put a baby wipe in it.
Oh, we've got Clover. Sorry to interrupt. That's the one that we're looking at today.
Yeah.
Have you used this one before?
Yeah, I've got that one. So basically they do dry out. So get a Ziploc sandwich bag, put a piece of baby wipe in it and then put that in it and then zip it up and then only use it when you need it and make sure you keep zipping it up. It doesn't dry out.
Oh, what is it with a baby wipe?
Yeah, because they stay moist, don't they? I hate that word.
Yeah.
Zipper foot. Right, so you're going to change over to your zipper foot. And then you're just going to sew 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimetre that into place. And if you have to, move the zipper pull. I personally like to move it anyway, so. And then you're basically just going to press that open. So.
I always think, when you look at a bag like this one that Becky's designed, you look at it and you think, oh my gosh, as we're doing our New Year, New Hobby, you think, how am I ever going to be able to make a bag like this? But when you break it down into small stages, it is literally so achievable, isn't it?
It is, it really is. Now, because I always over-exaggerate on my tabs, just trim those back. Okay. Right, okay, so I'm just going to pop that to one side, and then we're going to move over to this one. And you'll notice that you need to implement it on the opposite side. So before I put it on this side, I need to put it on this side. Always just make sure you get these bits right first, and then you can carry on doing the rest of the bag. So I'm just going to quickly do this one. Been watching Love Island?
Oh no, I haven't. I'm so embarrassed that I have been watching Love Island. Did you watch The Traitors though? More
I did
importantly?
watch Traitors.
Oh, you need to watch Traitors. Better than Love Island, in my opinion, not the opinion of Sewing Street. But I am watching Love Island for my sins. I feel like, yeah, it's my guilty pleasure.
Mine too. I thought I was the only person, but I heard in the hotel I could hear it on in quite a few rooms.
Oh, we're not the only people who give us the guilty pleasure. I think John Scott is also, he watches it. So
Yeah.
I do text John about it. I don't know if he's watching this series though.
No.
He's not admitted to it yet anyway. He'll get into it.
It's weird seeing some of the old cast back from previous ones.
Oh, I love it. It's so funny. Just easy telly to watch, isn't it? It's like having, you know, Sewing Street on in the morning. Just having company there all day.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially with this weather. It's just horrible, isn't it? That
Yeah.
you just need something to keep your mind occupied.
Yeah, and that's not just sewing. That's people's love lives.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm just going to trim my face. Keep on that way. Right. Okay. So the next thing you're going to do is we're going to attach the middle section. Now you can do that as continuous. So we do that, stick that on to both pieces, and then.
Right.
So we put those on last.
Yeah.
We have to do some folding and pressing. So. Oh, there it is.
Do you always have this wash away quilters tape with you? You should design your own. You should bring out your own.
I know.
I don't know what else you can put on it, but we could maybe.
I would like a thinner one, like a 1/8.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Because you can get a half inch one, and you can get a 1/4 inch one, but I like a 1/8.
And you can sew through this fine, can't you?
Yeah, and it washes away. So when it says wash away, you'll basically just run some water on it.
Okay, yeah, because I wouldn't put my bag in the wash, I don't think. Would you?
No, just tap it down with a bit of water, and it does wash away. But it doesn't affect your sewing machine. That's the main thing about it. It doesn't affect your sewing machine. It doesn't gunk it up. And if you find that it does gunk it up, all you need is like a baby wipe or something next to your sewing machine, and you can just wipe down your needle.
You just reminded me, they're singing in the gallery. Reminded me when my nephews came around yesterday and we've got like a microphone with a singing thing and he was singing. I said, what song do you want on? And he was doing hoo, 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 hoo. And I was like, what song's that? And I went, are you singing Who Let the Dogs Out? And he was like, yes. And he's only like 6. I'm like, how do you know these old cool old songs?
It's our generation, though.
Hoo, 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 hoo. It sounded like you guys in the gallery then. I don't know what you were singing.
All over TikTok is that Japanese or Chinese girls song that the kids are singing at the moment.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm really not in my TikTok era, which I should be. Do you do TikTok still?
I do book talk.
Pardon?
It's TikTok, but rather than sewing, I do books. So I review books basically.
Oh. So it's on TikTok.
Yeah.
But it's okay. And do you do your sewing tips still on TikTok?
Yeah. I also pack orders on there sometimes.
Amazing. I'm going to find you. Hannah is very much in her TikTok era.
I'm not. I've got hardly any followers compared to Hannah. I have seen how much Hannah's got.
But it's not Hannah, it's Hannah's boyfriend.
Right, okay. Yeah, the DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
the DJ. I love that, Hannah.
Right, so you notice I haven't actually top stitched any of these because
Okay.
we'll be ending up top stitching it when it comes to the lining. So you want your seams to point out. You don't want them going underneath the actual zipper itself. Has that been sewn on? Yep. Right, so with these, you need to fold this one on the shorter ends 3/8 of an inch in on the wrong side, and then on these two you need to fold it in 3/8 of an inch. So let me just do that. Oops. They're singing now, aren't they?
Can you hear them through
Yeah,
the
I
door?
can hear.
They're very singy. For a Monday morning, it's a very singy vibe today. Normally, a Monday morning is a little quieter.
Yeah.
But no, Bruce is very happy this morning. I think he's got his voice back. You've heard us saying Bruce has been quite poorly as well and had quite a bit of time off because he was poorly, and then to come back. But then also, I don't know why that was funny to me. Bruce. I just have a lot of time off. I was laughing because I don't know why I was laughing.
Just laughing because you were ill. Sadist.
Sorry about that. No, I was laughing at his voice. His voice has been like Barry White for weeks.
Oh, I love Barry White's.
We've had him singing every morning. Not been happy with us.
Right, okay, so I've pressed them all. You obviously do a better job, but... Okay, so the first thing you're going to do is pop this right side facing down, and because you've pressed it, you'll see your zipper each side, and you're just going to clip along that top. Okay, and then you're going to get your next one, and you're going to pop that right side facing down and match up the edges. And this time you're going to clip down the side as well. Okay. Same with this one. Okay, so we're going to sew up the side, across the top and down the side. I'm not going to sew anywhere down the bottom or down these bits here. And you're going to reverse your stitch a few times where you can see those bits there. So back to normal foot.
Also, if anybody asking about the quilt behind Becky, it's coming up in the 11, I've lost all track of time, 11 o'clock hour, is that right? 11 o'clock hour. It's the Cosy Night Quilt. This is the Emily Bell. We've also got Bumbleberry available. We've got some solids. We all want a Liberty quilt under £80. I can't believe I'm saying that. A Liberty quilt under £80. Normally, I'm amazed that we can get them under £200 sometimes if we're lucky. So really excited about Becky's quilt pattern. I think it might be the first time I've done a quilt pattern with you as well. You've always been a quilter, haven't you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
since I was little. Yeah, I think it is actually. Oh, I can't remember. Wow. Yeah, I can't remember.
No.
But to be fair, we're about 18 months ago since we were last on, weren't we?
It's actually crazy if that is the case, because it doesn't feel that long ago.
No, but we have been seeing each other in the green room.
True, yes.
Yeah. Oh, I was meant to be on with you, but you got called in. You had a rash or something?
Oh, I had a rash. We're talking about my rash. I haven't told anybody about that.
Oh, sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I'm only joking. It was a very normal rash, but a concerning one at the time. Sorry. It's making me itch when I say it. I'm getting itchy now. Oh.
Yeah, because we were meant to be on, and then Hayley turned up and she goes, "Oh, you got me today," and I went, "What?"
Yeah.
Hayley went,
What's happening? Vic's got a rash.
She goes, "Vic's not coming in." Then I found out
it was stress. I think it was. Did I send you a picture of it?
No, but yeah, you did. Yeah, and it looked like hives, you know, when you're stressed and stuff.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Thanks for that, everyone. I think that was karma because I laughed at Bruce getting ill. The rainbow hardware bundle is selling on the web. I know we haven't shown it to you. Let me just quickly show you as it's already going. Now, you get your swivel clips, obviously, for the front of the bag. You also have these, which are your adjustable sliders, aren't they?
Yeah.
And then I've got 2 D-rings and 2 rectangular rings. Now, am I right in saying I will have one of these and one of these left over?
Well, one of those. No, so you'll have a D-ring and a swivel clasp.
One of these and one of these.
Mm-hmm.
They're left over for another project. You'll use all of these within your project. The silver hardware bundle's already sold out. Well done if you've got it. If you want one of these bundles, there are literally 20 of them remaining. They will look really good with your Tula.
Yeah.
They would look lovely. They're real quality hardware pieces. I do think hardware is another thing that elevates the professional finish to your bag.
It does, and like making sure that it's a good designer style, which those are not the cheap ones that you can get. Yeah.
Now we also have the silver magnetic snaps. You need 2 of them. You need 2 from the sides of the bag. It just cinches in, gives it lovely shape. It keeps it all nice and neat and tidy. Just £2.99 for your magnetic snap. Have you got a green machine?
Yep.
Yeah. Have you got a green machine?
No, I've got a blue one.
Oh, is that the button one?
No. Right, so the green machine came out after my blue one.
Oh.
But I do want a green machine.
Oh.
Yeah. But because I can't get the dies for mine no more.
Oh, I see.
So I'm stuck with what I've got, basically.
Do you use it, though, for your snaps and things? Yeah.
Yeah, everything, yeah. Right, so I'm just going to turn this right side facing out. So you just poke out the corner.
Bruce says he knows how you feel in multiple aspects of his life. He's kind of stuck with what I've got now.
And then we're just going to finger press that out for a minute.
Sorry, Bruce.
It's okay.
Time on air today, isn't it? We're being controversial today.
I think last time Bruce was in there, John was taking the mick out of it.
Oh, no. He's easy target, though, isn't he, our Bruce? He takes it well.
Right, so I'm just going to give this a really good press. And what I've done is rolled that top bit there, so... Oh, I've done it again. Sorry, Vic. You keep putting that up.
It's all right.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry, Bruce.
No, she's not.
I must say, we're all very good friends here, aren't we? Before I get lots of messages, people saying I'm horrible to Bruce. Yeah.
Oh, they're arguing.
Oh, yeah.
No, they're not arguing. They're just talking loud.
They're fine.
Right, okay, so you got the back pieces there. We're just going to put some quilter's tape on the back where we would normally do it on a normal zipper pocket anyway, and this will just help stick it into place.
Oh, gosh, yes, you do. I mean, when you've got your quilter's tape, wasn't it designed originally to do, you know, like the quilt behind you, if you were to to mark out the lines on where you're going to quilt?
Single-sided was, yeah.
Right.
Double-sided was done for the binding.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But actually, there's so many ways of just holding something in place temporarily.
I've got a confession. I can't put a zip in without this.
Really?
No. I've got
Even after all the years that you've been doing it?
Yeah, my mum used to teach me pinned,
Yeah.
and I can't do it. And when she found this, that's when it was a game changer for me. So, right, so I'm just going to peel those off and stick that down into place. And we can do all the top stitching.
And you know it's going to catch, it's going to stay exactly where it needs to be.
Yes.
You're not having to worry about sewing over pins.
Also means you can get the right distance between, so your zip pull doesn't get caught, because sometimes you can get your zipper pull caught. Okay, and then we're just going to quickly top stitch down all of those sides.
Do you use contrasting thread or the same?
I normally use the same, but I got given contrasting on the bobbin, so they could see on the overhead camera. So, but yeah, no, personally I use the same.
What machine do you have nowadays, Becky? Because this was your old machine, wasn't it?
Still got this.
You still got it?
Still use it.
It's
So
a
I've got
lovely machine.
3 machines.
And do you use them all?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got the Grace Little Rebel, but it's huge because it's a long arm as well as a sewing machine. I've got this machine. I've got the 870 and the HD9 Jonomi.
Oh, nice.
So. Just make sure that gets. So you're just top stitching to make sure you catch everything. And I'm doing it 1/8 of an inch away. Same on this side.
Pattern is your main graphic. This is the physical pattern on the graphics, which has got everything that you need, all of your photographs, all of your measurements, your cutting guide, your template for your flap. £9.99. It's personal preference. I know that you say that actually you're starting to see a lot more people taking advantage of the digital download option, but I know lots of us still like a physical pattern. So it's an option today. There you go, whether you want the physical or this is your digital. £9.99, same price, but this one is an instant purchase. So you don't need to go through and check out a basket on your web. You'll see a difference on the web shop. It will just say purchase. So you just click purchase and it will automatically add to your account.
Right, nearly done this. And then we get this put onto the main body.
Lynn, yes, absolutely. She says, I just had a rare flash of inspiration. She says, I'm going to make one to go on the back of my husband's mobility scooter. It should fit perfectly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were saying because of the width of the straps on the back. Would you mind just showing the back of the bag there, Becky, please? So you can see where the straps are positioned. It will sit at the back of a chair, mobility scooter, wheelchair, perfectly.
Yeah, so you've got at least 4 inches, 5 inches there, haven't you? So normally, me and Vix were saying they come from the centre normally.
Yeah.
But I personally I'm quite large person, and I've got wider shoulders.
It's just so much more comfortable, isn't it? Distributing the weight across your back instead of having things, on one shoulder. What's that, sorry? Back of a seat in the car?
Yeah.
Yeah, bits in as well.
Yeah, or if you're going on the bus or something, like on a long haul.
Yeah.
You can put it on the bus.
Long haul?
Yeah.
On a long haul bus?
Yeah.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah, you can go to Europe and stuff.
On a long haul bus? I get so travel sick on a coach. I think I went to as far as Alton Towers and was so sick.
Alton Towers isn't that far either.
I know. I was so sick. Ugh. My mum always tells me about going on coach trips with her, and I can't do it.
No. Does she go on many?
Yeah, she does. She does go on quite a few, but
bless her.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so first of all, I've got the main outer top piece, because you've got a top and a bottom piece, which is your cork or PU. And you're going to fold that in half and find the centre top and the centre bottom. And just either mark within the seam lines or snip. Okay. And then on the back of the pocket, all I've done is put quilter's tape around the outer 3 edges, not the raw one. And we're just going to find the centre of the pocket, so I'm just going to do it that way. And snip that.
Hannah, where did you spend 20-odd hours on a coach? In Myanmar, oh my word.
Wow, that's a lot.
It was an experience.
Do you watch Race Around the World?
I've seen it and I love it.
They live on coaches, don't they?
Yeah. Well, some of them blow a lot of their budget getting taxis or something, don't they, to try and skip ahead?
Yeah, exactly. Right, so I've stuck that into the centre, so I matched up the bottom centre. You generally should have equal amount of sides. Now, you're probably wondering why we've done pockets like this. It's because I did this quite a few times, and when I did the pocket inside the seam, it got too bulky in this part here where the connector was. So I made it a bit more beginner friendly. So we're just going to top stitch all the way around the top there.
I can't believe this bag is a beginner, it is like
good.
you said, even though there's a lot of details to it, the stages are broken down so well that it is actually definitely suitable for a new bag maker.
Yeah.
Morning, Christine. Good morning, gorgeous girls. Vicky and Becky. Great to see you both again. I'm loving the fabric and the demo.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for your message, Christine. Remember the Tilda one that is already made up is very, very limited. That's been the most popular. It's got the metre of your lining fabric, a metre of that lovely Tilda fabric, which is new to me. You're also getting half a metre of your PU, your pattern, and your webbing. for $49.99. Don't question the prices on the other two. I don't know how the Tula's gone under £40, but yeah, take advantage of it. Are there any availability on the Tula left, or are they gone? The Tula pink one, is it gone? Let's have a look, because that went to $39.99. I should keep that on the down low, really. 13 left. 13. If you want one, be quick. There's 11 in baskets. You've got time to do it. You've got time to do it.
Right, so you've got a D-ring and your tab, which I tell you to cut now. This isn't the webbing, that's in the kit, but...
This would be good if you got the green machine as well, wouldn't it?
Yep, yeah. Right, so I'm just popping that on. What I was talking about the pocket before, you can sew it down the centre before you put this on if you want to, or you can do like a smaller pocket here and a larger pocket there, which I'm going to do because I haven't done that yet, because it just means my mobile phone can fit in one. So I'm just going to sew down that part there with a marking tool. I'm just going to measure from the side to make sure I've got the equal distance. But like I said, you can go in the centre. It says in the centre in the pattern, but honestly, it's totally up to you. So I'm going to sew down there, reverse my stitch at start and at the end. Then I'm going to sew 1/8 of an inch away from the edge here. Then I'm going to go up into a T and then across, and it just means mainly it's not going to fall. I don't like when this goes down here. It's annoying. I find that very annoying. So.
Oh, Dad, I need you again. I'm so sorry. I've done something to my my live feed. Sue was messaging me, and I saw your message, and now I've lost it, Sue.
Oh.
I don't know what I've done. It's not just me, is it? I'm really bad with... oh, here we go. Sue, is there a video for this pattern from Sue?
There will be in 2 months' time in my Facebook group.
Fabulous.
So my online school gets it first.
Okay.
For a couple of months, basically. Okay. So, right, so I've just done that T shape. And then we are going to add this part at the bottom. So in the pattern, yours wouldn't be cut out. You do that at a later stage, but I've just done it so I didn't get... Because it's so high up, I can't measure properly. Okay. And I have put interfacing on the back of the cork, and there's a reason for that is I just like to interface everything. It just means that the cork will last a lot longer.
Yeah, even with heavier weight fabrics, you know, your Pigus, your corks.
Yep, I interface them all. So I'm going to sew 3/8 of an inch, open it out, and then top stitch it on the cork side.
Sue just said, cool, it ain't half stormy here in Cornwall this morning. Hadn't paid attention to the forecast. I'm tucked up in bed with a sore throat. I love Baffa. It's been so long. Too long.
Oh, wrap up warm.
Yeah, stay with us. We've got a great
They've had some proper storm down south, haven't they?
Well, I thought it weren't too bad down south. Has it been... is it later? Because my friend was in Salcombe at the weekend and she borrowed my big dressing gown coat thing, my dry robe.
Yeah.
And she said it wasn't too bad. It was worse up here, but maybe it's just travelling down south now. Yeah, stay in the warm today, Sue. We've got a great show.
Yeah, you got Janet after.
Yes. Do you and Janet know each other?
No, it's the first time we've actually met. And we were putting the world to right out there, weren't we?
We were.
Right, so I'm just making sure the seam is pointing down. And we're just going to top stitch. When I say top stitch, I'm lengthening up my stitch length to a stitch length number 4 because it's quite bulky now.
Just while you're top stitching, can I just recap a bundle, please, of this, the one that Becky's working with. You're getting your instructions, you're getting your lovely cork, and this has got that stunning silver metallic. You're just starting to see it in the demo there. That is gorgeous. You're getting loads of that. You've got a whole metre of your natural cedar cotton for your lining, and look at how adorable this Forest Wonder fabric is. You get your webbing included, it's that natural sort of colourway, so it all ties in beautifully together. But of course, most importantly, you're also getting a pattern which you're going to be able to use time and time and time again to make multiple Weston backpacks. It's the first... have you done a backpack pattern with us?
Yeah. Oh, quite a lot, yeah.
Have you? I haven't seen one for ages.
I generate one a year.
Right, I haven't seen one for so long,
Yeah.
and they're so useful, aren't they?
Yeah, I love backpacks. So I think, like Vix has already said, I design them for me. So, right, okay, so that's the front done. What you will need to do is then get your fusible fleece, which I tell you how to cut it out, cut out the bits at the bottom, and then fuse that on. Use heat with some water in your iron, which I haven't got really. So, but yeah, you will attach that, and then you attach your magnetic snaps. What time is it?
Yeah, we are done. I'm so sorry,
Yeah,
but
no.
everything is all listed in your instructions, and look, you've got so many photographs for each step as well. Thank you so much.
You're
We've
welcome.
loved that.
Thank you.
The bag is flying out still. We've got the sample bag, which is this one with the Tilda fabric. You're getting your 1/2 metre of PU, you're getting 1 metre of Tilda, 1 metre of your navy, your instructions and your 1.5 metres of webbing. You'll have a bit left over. Get yourself your hardware. Your interfacing is on Early Bird Special. We're in single figures, as everyone checked out on that one at $49.99. Love it with the Tilda blues. Can't go wrong. If you're making it as a gift for somebody or making it for yourself, it's going to go with everything, isn't it? Just going to go with everything. Now, we've also got the Tula version, which was this beautiful floral Tula range, completely sold out once everybody's checked out. There's more than enough of you there to see that sell out. This was $39.99, which is very, very, very good value for money, considering you're looking at your designer fabrics here. You're getting a whole metre of your linen fabric. You've got your PU included and 1 metre of Tilda, instructions and webbing, $39.99. Why'd you say that? Oh, the last 2 pages are blank. They're supposed to be blank.
Yeah, because you have to print in multiples of 4.
Right.
Yeah.
Even with your downloads,
Yeah.
you'll get the last 2 and
Yeah.
they will be blank.
Yeah.
Yes, just to clarify for anyone. Someone just messaged, Linda. Linda got a download. She was like concerned. You have got all of the information that you need. Don't panic. You're not missing out on everything.
No. It's just because it's multiple of 4s. Yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you ever so much. Thank
That's
you.
all
We'll
right.
see you in an hour. We've got the quilt coming up in an hour. Don't forget, you can also still get your pattern on its own, either physically or like, who was it, Sue? Linda. Linda just messaged and got her digital download. This is your Weston Backpack physical pattern. It's printed out for you. It's ready to go. It's £9.99. Would you trace out your template then?
9 times out of 10, yeah.
Yeah.
Or they can actually message me and I can get...
Send.
Yeah.
There will be a video coming as well, so watch this space. Keep an eye on Becky's social media. A digital option is also available. You can hit purchase right now and you can start making this afternoon if you want. £9.99 for your digital download pattern for the brand new Weston Backpack. Brand new to Sewing Street today and everyone's loved it. Okay, we've got Janet Clare eagerly awaiting in the wings with a brand new quilt kit called Good Tidings. Very excited for the kit, the launch, and we've got lots of other bits and bobs to show you as well. So stay where you are. Baffa's coming back in an hour. We'll see you with Janet after this.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Subcutting is a really useful technique that we use in patchwork for cutting one piece of fabric into strips and then subcutting them into smaller strips. It makes the whole patchwork process quicker and easier, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So if you want to cut a piece of fabric into strips and you want to use the whole width of fabric, fold it in half to start with, and then have the top fold level with one of the lines on your cutting mat. You can then trim it to start with because this is nice and level. So I'm just going to line up one of the lines on the ruler so I know that this is at right angles. Then using your rotary cutter, just cut all the way along the line. You can discard that piece, you don't need that. Now I'm going to cut it, say I want to cut it into 2-inch strips. If it says in your pattern cut 2-inch times width of fabric, line the 2-inch mark up on your ruler and then cut it, and there's a nice 2-inch strip. Now with subcutting, you want to cut this strip into smaller pieces. So 2 ways of doing this: line up the strip on one of the straight lines, and say I want to cut it into 2-inch squares. Again, I'm going to trim the end off just so I've got a nice right angle, and then lining up the 2-inch mark, I'm going to subcut into 2-inch squares. So you can work 2 inches. If you then put the 4-inch mark, make sure you keep the lines on the top of your ruler parallel. So I've now subcut one strip into smaller pieces. If you want to subcut more than one strip, you can do this all together. 2 ways: you can either lay them on your cutting mat like this, one on top of the other, making sure they're nice and level, or if you've got more than 2, because I wouldn't cut through more than this number of layers together, put one below the other. Just make sure that they're all nice and straight and even. You can put them in a row like this. So I can now cut 1, 2, 3, 4 strips at the same time. Again, trim off the end, making sure it's nice and level. Discard those pieces. And if I wanted to cut them in maybe into 4-inch pieces, so I've got 2 by 4 inches, I can cut through all those 3 layers in one go and then carry on. And I've got now accurately subcut pieces from one larger piece of fabric.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Good morning, welcome back. Hello, Janet.
Hello.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
Lovely to see you.
And you.
We haven't seen you here since New Year, have we? Or is it just me?
No, because I just do once a month. So I was here in December.
Yes.
And then I was due a couple of weeks ago and I was still coughing.
Oh.
Not coughing now, fingers crossed. And it's lovely to be back. We're back.
And with a brand new
quilt.
Oh, I love it. And I must say, I said this right at the start of the show, we're going to see later on the Bloomin' Lovely collection, which is absolutely gorgeous and so different to what you normally do.
Yes.
But this is home. This is you, isn't it?
I'm in my comfy place, low-drawing boats and gulls. And
Yes.
things. So this was originally designed as a block of the month for my email club.
Okay.
And the idea was that you are collecting all your good news and all your memories and things as you go through the year.
Oh, I love that.
So it's called Good Tidings, and
Yeah.
the Tidings is a piece of news.
Right.
Which I hadn't
okay.
really
I didn't know
twigged.
that.
You don't really know.
No.
And because it's a seaside collection, I quite like that play on word about the tides.
Yeah.
Tidings. So what you've done is every month we got the little embroidered centre, like a little word to live by, a little touchstone. So we've got love and hope and rest and learn and all of those sorts of
lovely.
words.
And are they all hand embroidered on?
They are hand embroidered and some applique on. So you've got like I was sort of thinking like a sailor's tattoo or something, you know, so something quite graphic to start with. Courthouse steps block using a jelly roll, so really easy variation on a log cabin. And then hidden amongst everything, everyone was collecting all their pieces of good news and stitching them in.
Oh wow! So all of these notes, they're not printed onto the fabric.
No.
They are your notes.
Yeah.
So what have you got on here?
So I went to see ABBA Voyage. Loved it.
Was it good? Because I spoke to John about it. I'm a
Amazing.
huge ABBA fan, and John really struggled with it. He says he didn't enjoy it that much.
he?
Which I was really shocked. Controversial of John
I
Scott.
thought he'd
'cause
be all
everyone
over the
else,
disco.
everyone else has said it's amazing. So you've got literally ABBA
Voyage
there. Yes.
I have things like Joe's graduation. We've got where we were
How have you
out
stitched
on holiday.
them?
It's with free motion. Which
Wow.
I'm going to demo. It's my favourite technique. But a lot of sewing machines have alphabets. So you could just program what you want to write in and get your sewing machine to do it, or you could embroider it in.
Oh, brilliant. I mean, that is so lovely.
So there's lots of little... Have you heard of glimmers?
No.
Glimmers. So it's like a mindfulness practice. But you go through your day and you try and actively find little glimmers of things that you like and give you a little boost. So you might think, I really enjoyed that coffee, or, oh, I love my perfume, and you really pay attention to all these little moments. So it's about collecting all your little glimmers. And you don't always go to ABBA Voyage, believe me. I'm not always out and about having big days out.
Yeah.
But there's so many, the daffodils are going to come out soon. There's snowdrops
Yeah, you've
coming.
got here, I can see Boys Home for the summer.
Yeah, Boys Home for the summer.
I love that.
So we had all of these little glimmers, and this was, I was sharing it with an audience. So if it was mine for a bed at home, I'd have probably put a lot more personal stuff in.
Yeah.
So you can really, really put a lot in there.
Yeah, and how lovely would that be then at the end, you know, at the end of the year to then... And do you do that as you're doing each block?
As you're doing each block, I'm using stitch and tear so you can get it done. And actually, I do it when you've still got the strip. So if it all goes wrong, you'll have to, I mean, it uses the jelly roll, but you'll have to substitute some new fabric. But there's lots and lots and lots in there.
You could get so creative and have so much fun with this, actually, couldn't you?
I had a lady in the group who was a mad keen Doctor Who fan, and it's been a big anniversary or something.
Okay.
So all of her glimmers and her pieces of good news were about Doctor Who. And had somebody who was doing song lyrics.
Yeah.
So actually listening to songs and thinking,
Yeah,
I love that
lyric.
lyric, and putting it in.
What a great idea. And it's, I mean, it's in terms of construction of the quilt itself, it's so simple. So you can actually really enjoy that process of thinking about your news. What about making it as a wedding gift
that
for someone?
would be fantastic. Graduation, something like an 18th birthday.
Yeah,
you could
right.
all have little anecdotes and things in.
Yeah, well, you could ask, you know, the couple their favourite moments, you know what I mean, together, where they met or different things, different dates. This would be so lovely for that.
You could have it out as the wedding guests were leaving notes and then stitch it in. Because it's so simple to make. So really nice size, uses up the whole jelly roll. There's no waste. You know what I'm like? If I asked you to buy a jelly roll, you're going to use the jelly roll. And it's just been, it was such a pleasure to make, and you are making something that's completely unique in the world.
Absolutely.
Completely unique.
And I do think that's what quilts a lot of the time are all about, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're having something that's so sentimental and
Yeah.
personal, and then imagine, you know, generations down the line that then look at this
Gives you
quilt.
goosebumps, doesn't it?
Right, now.
There you go.
Your quilt kit, I love it. I absolutely
good,
love
good,
it.
good, good.
Good Tidings pattern. It all comes in a lovely bag as well, as always, with Janet Clare's projects. But also, your fabrics are fabulous. you can get a whole jelly roll in here.
You get a whole jelly roll.
Now, it's slightly different fabrics than the ones that are on the wall.
It is, because you know me, I like to make a quilt once and then I want to make something that's new and exciting.
But it's still the same colour palette.
It's the same colour palette.
Open it up.
Open it up. It's the same colour palette. It's the same sort of motif. So there are maps, there's boats, there's gulls, there's netting. There's lots of variations. There is, it's the same colour palette, the same sort of
these are beautiful.
thing to do. So
First
this
time
one,
I've seen this range, actually.
Because we come in, we have a meeting at the crack of dawn, and I said to you this morning, didn't I? I'm not going to tell you the story behind the quilt. You can hear it on air. So she, that sounds very intriguing. So this one is like a bucket list for travel. So you could put, when this is in your courthouse steps, you could go, I went to the New Forest, or, oh, look, I've been to Italy, or wherever.
Yeah.
So you can really, really personalise it.
It's like a different way of thinking about a memory quilt as well, isn't it?
Yes, and I do make memory quilts, and we've got my memory quilt coming up in this hour as well. So the whole hour as we were building the show is really about how you personalise things and make something unique to you, and how you add in all that layer, because the quilts will be around long after we're gone, and it's really lovely to think that you've got those little stories, and some of them are really simple. It's just like a book that I enjoyed, because the more you look for the glimmers, the more they are there, and you think, right, I'm tired today and I've been coughing and I haven't slept well, but look, the daffodils are in the shops, you know, and there's always something, which sounds very sort of trite, but there really is, and it just holds your hand through your difficult, having a difficult spell. There's always something. Always
I absolutely
something.
love the meaning behind this. Now, your whole design roll, am I going to use the whole design roll?
You're going to use the whole design roll. And what will happen is, if you need, I'm going to struggle to find a bit now, but some of these, like the longer cream stretches or the sands and the blues, I've actually pieced them to use it all up. So some of them have got, I can't find
I can't see one that's got
you can't see, but some of them have got seams in. There you go. They've got seams in because I've used them all up. And actually, it's quite, you may think, oh, that's really going to notice when you're piecing it, but when it's a quilt, you don't see it. You can't find it.
So you get a whole design roll with all of these beautiful
whole
prints.
jelly roll.
And then we also have your longshore as well. I mean, all of the fabrics that you're going to need to be able to create that whole quilt. How big is it? Do we know the
That's
finished
a very
size?
good question. We should know the finished size.
66 inches square. 66 inches.
So it's a useful size, and it's big enough so that you can write down all your little memories and all your glimmers, but it's not so big that it's overwhelming.
This is lovely. I mean,
Thank
you could
you.
make the quilt for someone who's maybe just had a child or a baby, and then you could, I know that you said to do the free motion.
Yes.
But could you hand embroider?
You could hand embroider it. It would be beautiful. I did it when I still had that was a strip of fabric, and that's when I put my glimmers on it. And I just kept a little note on my notice board of things, because you think, well, nothing's happened. You know, I haven't been to London, I haven't had a swanky dinner, I haven't bought whatever. But then you think, oh no, there's lots actually. There's lots that I did. So I was doing that at the time, and it was a lovely project to make through the year. And in the group as well.
This can be your 2025 project, you know, to start the year. I know a lot of people who are starting out quilting. This is absolutely achievable for a new quilter as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. And there's lots of techniques that you can learn, and it's really, really easy to make.
Now, you've also included some stitch and tear.
You've got the stitch and tear, and you need that if you are doing the free motion, because it will stabilise that free motion on the single layer of fabric.
Right, and is this Bonder web?
And then there's Bonder web. So some of the areas are applique, and with the stitch and tear as well, I was using it to transfer the these embroidered letters.
Oh, okay.
So you've got a whole alphabet in the pattern.
Oh, so you can make up your own
You
words
can make
as
your
well.
own words. You've got
Yeah.
the whole alphabet. I've got lots of little leaf motifs, some love hearts, some like tulipy things. So really personalise it. Have confidence and personalise it.
Yeah, absolutely. You could put somebody's name. You could put your
it could be
initials.
names.
Yeah.
It could be names.
So you've got within here as well your applique templates, and so there's all of your alphabet, your embroidery templates, and your placement guides. Full instructions of how to do the piecing in the quilt itself. We're going to have a little bit of a look and see, because personally I've been thinking, oh my gosh, free motion.
Free motion
Scares
is a
me.
bit daunting.
Scares me.
But
yeah.
the beauty of doing the free motion is that you will then have your handwriting in the quilt.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I like as well.
Yeah.
I do like that as well. But you could do recipes, you could just do January, February, March. You could do whatever you like. Do a block for a person. Each block for a person.
Yeah.
You could make it around your garden.
Yeah.
Trips
Love
that you've
it.
taken.
Absolutely love it. And the colour palette looks beautiful as well. If you are making it for a gift for somebody, I must say this is...
It's classic, isn't it?
So classic, yes.
No one's offended by it. It's quite gender neutral. No one's worrying about it.
Yeah.
Whether it clashes with anything. Really, really classic. You've got lots of fabric, so that's for your applique and your binding.
Right.
And then you've got some supplementary fabrics so that you can make sure that you can do...
Are these all your fabrics, all Moda fabrics in here?
Yeah, they're all from Longshore, yeah.
They are gorgeous. This is the one that you're going to get. So within here as well, you're getting that lovely deep blue. And your solid blues are never a
They're
solid
never completely
blue.
solid. They've always got a bit of a texture. Yeah, fluff everywhere. They've always got a bit of a texture to them.
Yeah, that one's for your applique.
You've got plenty. You've got applique and binding. They will, so you can make the steps to get the colour placement right. Some of those in addition. And then that will be the background of your embroidered squares.
And then will these all be for our log cabin,
They're
our courthouse
all for
steps?
your log cabin, the courthouse steps.
And you've got the maps one in here as well, don't we?
Yes,
somewhere?
the maps in there. So there's lots you can do. Lots and lots and lots you can do, and it's really simple to make. Really, really simple and straightforward to make.
Oh, imagine, someone who's going off to university and you can make for someone who, and put all of those lovely little personal things that you say to one
little
another.
advice. Like,
Yeah.
floss your teeth, eat your vegetables. Lots of other motherly advice that we won't say on television. You send them off to uni with.
£124.99. We've also got it on two-way split pay. Everything that you need in the kit, including all your 2.5-inch strips, all of these beautiful prints from Longshore as well. Your stitch and tear, your bonder web, your skeins, even down to your cotton.
That is for the free motion if you do it.
Fantastic.
So you've got the thread that I would use for doing that. So hopefully you can get this home and get cracking.
I mean, like you say, if you want to do it, it is a point to make. You don't have to.
You don't have to.
Put the free motion
No,
girls
you
together.
don't.
You might just love, like you said, these sailor sort of moments in the centre. Come alive, or thank you, learn. And you can put whatever you want because you've got the alphabet to do any...
You've got the whole alphabet. And don't forget that you can applique the letters as well. And if you just want to keep them bigger, you can just you've got room here to put longer words. But as you say, it's just a courthouse steps quilt if you don't want to do that. But I would say if you thinking, oh, I won't put the glimmers there because I'm a bit daunted about playing, I would tell yourself that you've got to at least try.
Yeah.
You've got practice scraps. At least try and see how you get on. So, because if that appeals, it's a shame not to do it.
Oh, absolutely. It will also unlock that. Maybe it is your year to actually have a go at it, like you say, because it will unlock so many possibilities. Free motion quilting is one of my favourite techniques. And you don't need to have, a big, crazy specialist machine either.
No.
Quite often, you just need to be able to drop your feed dogs.
Yes, and that little darning foot. And if your machine doesn't come with it, they're usually under 20 quid.
Yeah. Brilliant.
And then you've got it.
Just whilst you're checking out, there's loads of you checking out, by the way. Once everybody is checked out, we're nearing up on selling out of this brand new quilt kit. We're all loving it.
Fantastic.
And just like you said, sometimes life isn't about those big,
It often isn't, is it?
It's absolutely not at all.
I had sausages for tea. I love sausages for tea. Bangers and mash.
Yes.
Just put that in.
Yes, amazing. Can you show everybody any top tips on how to get going with these lovely glimmers?
With your glimmers. Okay, so first of all, you will be cutting your fabric strips. It's all in the pattern. It tells you what to do. And then I have been writing my free motion messages, my glimmers, actually at this stage. So before they're in the piece block, because if you've got a big piece block, you're sort of worrying about angling it and everything. And I always practice first. So your stitch and tear is going to be really, really critical to the success of this. And there's two ways you can use it. So because I'm quite confident with the free motion, I will put the stitch and tear just behind the fabric.
Now, does that fuse down or anything, or does that just stay there?
It stays there. You can tack it on if you want to, but then you've got to unpick it, and it's just... So you can just put it behind.
I mean, you get ample, you get plenty.
Yes,
in the kit,
and just, you know, put whatever. So we'll just say...
So you don't write it first? You're not going over your handwriting?
I'm not. I'm going to do it free motion. I hope this machine plays nicely, because it did in the green room. But you can also write on top of it and put that on top and then stitch through that. Now, the only trouble with that is that you've got to remove the stitch and tear and it's visible on the front, whereas if it's on the back, you can largely ignore it.
Right, okay. Now, do I need to do anything else with setting up my machine other than lowering my feed dogs?
Feed dogs down, and then this darning foot on. I like to use a polyester thread because it's a bit more forgiving. It's got a bit of stretch to it.
You've included it in the kit, in fact, haven't you?
in the kit, the exact one that I'm using here. And you can have just a little practice. Let's just be confident. Let's just double check, because we're on TV. Now, your signature, let me not do the signature. I've traced one of the letters from the pattern. So you could put that on the top, and then you're going to want to just lower the needle, so you're going to know where you're going to start. Put your presser foot down, and then don't zoom off. Just go and try and follow the line.
Now, are you using your foot pedal to control the speed as well? Yeah?
Yes, a little bit. If you have it so that the needle stays in when you stop, you can turn it around. Now, I actually don't like using the stitch and tear on the top and having a line to trace, because I feel like I have to be much more careful and hit the line. I'm happier with it being my handwriting and it being a bit wonkier and a bit more doodled.
Oh, get some calico, have a practice.
Have a practice.
Spend an afternoon practicing.
It won't take you long, I promise. A lot of things that I see beginners doing, I don't want to say wrong, but you know why they're not getting the results they want, is they often assume that you don't need to stabilise the fabric. And it's actually a quilting stitch. So your machine will not want to do free motion, make that stitch with one layer of fabric. It will just pucker up.
Right.
So you need to stabilise it in some way. The stitch and tear is brilliant for doing that. But as I say, I would generally put it on the reverse. Now I'll just quickly zoom through the rest here. And I wouldn't do, if you wanted to fill that in, I wouldn't fill that in on the stitch and tear. I'd remove the stitch and tear and then fill it in, because it's not very easy to get out.
But I do, I think, if you've got an embroidery machine, or if you've got an alphabet on your machine as well, there are lots of other ways that you can, you know, write your glimmers on there. But I think have a go at free motion, honestly. I think it will become very addictive. You'll love it.
Yes. So look, I wasn't careful enough when I ripped that away, and I've got a couple of loose stitches. So what you need to do is have a really good practice. I've got a bit of tension issues going on. It doesn't matter. it's live TV.
Yeah.
Just the way it goes. But what I would do is I would put it on the back. And if you think, well, that's a bit dark for seeing my writing, you could always use the reverse of that if you want to. But actually, I quite liked it so that you don't want to walk in or that be on the quilt and on the sofa and then everyone be able to see everything. I liked it to be quite subtle.
Yeah, I if I'm honest, there were certain parts that I thought it was just part of the fabric.
Yeah.
But then when you look, it just makes you smile, doesn't it?
I just realised I've got Mansfield Park there.
And we had the quilt kit
this morning because me and my friend Julie went to Jane Austen's house and saw the play in the outdoor theatre.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, through the course of the year, you do have a few treats.
It's such a good talking point, isn't it?
And do you know what? I'd have forgotten about that probably.
Yeah, yeah. Exactly. There are certain things that you think, oh gosh, that was such a lovely day.
It was a lovely day, but it sort of just goes in. Jacuzzi and scallops. When did I do that?
Jacuzzi and scallops. And she says, does it all have to be fancy?
That was from my friend Louise's birthday. She wanted us to go to... she does all this wild swimming. She wanted us to go. We went to this Lido and had to swim at night. And it was lovely, but I wouldn't have done it otherwise. But anyway, it's on the quilt.
So, such a great talking point,
It's a lovely thing to do. Right, so free motion, just do it straight here. I'm just going to write hello or something just to get you the idea. And then it's very, very simple to do, very quick, very personal, and just get some confidence up. But I love the free motion because it is my handwriting, which just adds another layer of meaning. And then what I'm going to do is instead of letting the machine cut the thread, I'm actually going to pull it out and then I will bring all of those to the back and make sure they're properly secured.
Yeah.
And then that's literally all you need to do. And if it really, really goes wrong, you can put a patch over it. You can just cut yourself some new fabric.
Yeah.
You can do whatever. It's all very, very simple.
Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Everybody needs to have a practice of this. We're loving the Good Tidings quilt kit. Their instructions are also available on their own, if you'd prefer that option. Now, you've got all of your pattern, everything that you need to know with your step-by-step instructions in here. You also obviously have your applique techniques.
Yes.
You've got how to piece the block, you've got how to do your quilt sandwich and preparing your wadding.
You've got everything. You've got everything that you need. And as I say, really personalise it, just be confident. And then when it comes to laying out, getting things positioned correctly, you can just find yourself the centre and just work from there.
Right.
And it's all fusible applique. It's really quick and easy. So I've got some here that's fused down. And you can just start playing with little motifs and see what you like, what you want to say.
Yeah, look, you've got all of the letters here.
As I say, you don't have to say anything. If you love quilting, you could leave the centre open and just do a really special quilting design on it.
There's a lady who said about almost doing it like a family tree version, that you have the names of your children, then grandchildren.
That would be amazing.
Yes, what a lovely design. Our children's names in the middle, then grandchildren on the next level. I love that idea.
Oh, that's a beautiful idea. And it can be added to as well. That's the thing, it can always be added to. And then you've got something that's really, really unique.
Pattern on its own, just £9.99. You do get all of those fabulous templates as well. And I love the fact that the piecing itself is straightforward, but then there's lots of other bits to keep your brain going. Yeah.
And literally, a courthouse steps is so easy. So I will just talk. So you start with the centre square, which you're going to have embroidered and appliqued. And then log cabin, you normally go round and round and round. Courthouse steps, you put a block at the top and a block at the bottom. And then you do left and right.
Right.
Then you do top, bottom, left, right, top, bottom, left, right. So you're not even twisting round and round and round. Very, very, very simple to make.
So do you organise your fabrics into pairs?
I did, and I cut my strips so that I knew that I could get this sort of, you know, the sand colour to build up, because you're building up a secondary pattern.
Yeah.
And it's really quite graphic then, but you can have it higgledy-piggledy, do whatever you like.
When you're designing your fabrics, Janet, do you have projects in mind that you want to create?
Yeah, sometimes I have a quilt that I really, really want to make.
Yeah.
So I'm just starting to think about Dresden plates at the moment because they're really striking.
Yeah.
And sometimes I do like a curved piecing. So sometimes I do have a really clear idea of what I'm designing for, but usually I'm just playing in my sketchbook.
Yeah.
And then the ideas sort of keep developing.
But as a quilter, I suppose it's different because you're thinking about different scales of prints, or you're thinking about what's going to work for pre-cuts as well.
Yeah, the pre-cuts, particularly the jelly rolls, because you've only got 2.5 inches, so you want the designs to sort of have something of interest all the way along, but they can't all be big storytelling prints. You do need a little stripe and a little dot and a little texture, because that lets the other storytelling prints sort of shine out.
Yeah, I've bought this. I love Janet Clare. Terrified of free motion, though.
Oh,
I've tried, and she says, I've given up. She says, I have a few of Janet's projects, as I love them. Some seafaring family.
Oh, fantastic.
So this is perfect.
If you've tried and you don't like it, just say, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it. What I was saying is, it's a shame to not try.
Yeah.
Because I was just talking to Becky in the green room, and I've got an iPad, and I'm trying to learn how to draw digitally, and it's so frustrating. And I just said, you just forget as an adult, like, I can do this now. I've been doing it for long enough that it's not hugely challenging. And to have something that you haven't got a first clue what you're doing, it just really humbling. You forget that you can't just...
It's good, though, to retrain your brain.
It's good. It's really good, and it makes you think, and it's... you learn quite quickly, but I'm used to sitting down, having an idea and getting it done.
Yeah.
So spoiled.
Yeah. I mean, I have this conversation with my mum all the time at the minute, who's starting, you know, a new venture, and she's... Oh, she is. She's just done a degree. She's just always trying to learn new things in her 60s, but she's struggling with the technology side of it. And she said, I just want to be able to get on. But it's also so good. She says that you have to keep, you know, retraining your mind when you've done something for so long in your life. To do something new is not a bad thing, is it?
So not a bad thing at all.
Come back to it and try again, because I do love the free motion element. And yes, you can use an embroidery machine or use the alphabets or hand stitch if you want.
Hand stitching's beautiful.
But there's something very doodly and whimsical about the free motion technique.
And also it's so quick. That you can think, I'll write a whole sentence. Whereas if you're hand embroidering it, you might think, oh, you know, I'll just write one word.
Yeah, exactly. So you've got all of these beautiful fabrics. You're going to use the whole design roll in your kit. Just so you know, once everybody checks out, there are 6 kits remaining. I know we're all loving hearing and talking about it. Any questions that you have for Janet, of course, about the kits or the techniques involved to make the quilt behind us, please message in.
No, definitely.
We're going to move on to the book, if that's okay, Janet. Just because it all ties in really nicely together, doesn't it?
It does tie in. Now, the book was about me trying to be a paper crafter. I had this idea. It's got 2 boys. They're not boys anymore, 23 and 20. But I had this idea of making a beautiful sort of family journal, you know, where you print out all the photographs and you've got all the calligraphy writing and the stickers and the bookmarks. And anyway, so I bought quite a few bits, and then I realised I don't actually like working with the paper and the glue. And then I thought, well, how am I gonna keep these? Because I didn't want to let go of the idea. And I thought, well, I stitch every day, so I should just stitch them. So that was the idea. And then I started keeping a sketchbook with thinking about what I wanted to say as this memory quilt of our family and the boys growing up. It's completely overwhelming. Completely overwhelming. So what I thought was, well, I need some structure. And the easiest structure was the alphabet. So I thought I will make a block with each letter of the alphabet, and it will bring it down to a sensible amount. And what the alphabet does, it makes you think, just like the glimmers, it makes you think, well, I love daffodils, so D could be for daffodils. It doesn't all have to be a big, deep you know, emotional things. So B's for budgie.
Budgie.
Our goddaughter had a budgie.
Oh, I love that.
And she called it Gary Barlow. So we used to go to Gary Barlow's house. We forget to mention that we were just going to Lucy and
budgie.
Rob's. You know, we were going to Gary Barlow's. And lots of my favourite things started with C. I was really like, we don't have a person. Well, we did. I didn't at the time. Got a nephew. You know, there's lots and lots you can just do, and having that structure made you think about big things and little things. So the book talks you through what I did for the alphabet, where I got my ideas from, the story behind each block, and it's the idea is it just sort of holds your hand through making your own.
Right, so it isn't, you know, it is a project book, but it's more an inspirational.
It's more of an inspirational thing. So D is for dog. You could do dog. The blocks in here. Oh, you know that. So nice, isn't it?
Lovely.
The tracing paper. So that's all about my Irish aunties and my granny who taught me how to do embroidery when we were over there in the Easter holidays. So there's lots and lots of layers of things in there. There is how you make the memory quilt, which is Quilt As You Go. That's in there. And there's also a alphabet quilt. Brilliant. So you can do that. And there's also a poetry quilt, which I didn't bring because it's so vast. I knew we wouldn't be able to see it. But there's lots and lots of ideas. And I love teaching this. I've got a workshop coming up in March. Absolutely love teaching it because people are working on something that's completely unique to them.
Yeah, exactly. This isn't, you know, you telling them how to do your personal memory quilt.
It's an idea. Now, if you want to copy, then the photographs in here, the blocks are actually a bit bigger than the ones that are in my memory quilt.
Oh, this is gorgeous.
And I kept it a really tight colour palette. This is a low volume colour palette. It just means it's pale.
Good way of using up your scraps as well,
isn't it? Very good way of using up your scraps. And some things are, you know, that's Joe. He's our eldest, Joseph. So I got him to write his name. He's 23 now. And this is a traditional block, and I can never remember the name of it. And it just starts with a J. This is about our dog Betty, who's no longer with us.
Oh, Betty.
And she was the daftest, soppiest, not very clever. So there is a thing called the Dickin Medal. Have you heard of that?
No.
And it's awarded to animals for bravery and acts of service, and they've given them to pigeons and horses and a few dogs. And we got chatting about what Betty might be awarded, and we said sit, stay and come were about her level, and come was a bit like, yeah, she might. She might. So we've just got an oak tree in the back garden, spend a lot of time, you know, with the acorns and climbing trees.
Is this Quilt As You Go? Or
it's Quilt As You Go,
okay.
Which means that you can make each block and it's finished like a mini quilt. So you've got all the quiltings done on it, the embroidery is done on it. There's lots and lots. Yeah, I made it 10 years ago. 10 years ago. So lots and lots of ideas. And then this is obviously very, very personal. And then if you have it out on your sofa or you really live with it, it's up to you how much you tell people.
Yeah.
So I could go into lots of detail about my goddaughter, or you could just say B's for budgie.
It's a budgie, exactly.
And then, you know, there's blocks about my Irish aunties, and of course, depending on who's in the room, that takes on a different story. So there's lots and lots you can do with that.
Just a bit of EPP in here as well.
Yeah, hexagons, and then that's Henry's hand, and he's 20 now.
Oh, so see, these are such really, again, lovely ways of using textiles as well. And I love, you know, the different cross-stitch.
And so simple, embroidery anglaise, and my grandpa went blind, so that's a budgie in Braille. He was too old. He didn't have the sensitivity to learn Braille. He was older. We live in Farnborough, birthplace of British aviation, but A is for aeroplane.
Yeah.
You know, there's lots and lots of layers and things you can do, and very, very scrappy on the back.
Oh yeah, but
very scrappy.
Again, what I love is using up what you've got in your stash. You could have lovely lace or, you know, tablecloths and things that have been handed down to you. You could collect lovely vintage fabrics that have been on holiday. That could be, you know, front of a jacket. Or,
anything at all. So Tony and Tent, we've had so many disastrous camping stories.
It's such a talking point, isn't it?
We still do it to ourselves. We're going camping in May with some friends, and we could get snowed out, who knows? We've had everything happen on camping. And this is uniform. U for uniform. So there's me in my school uniform and then the brownie uniform. And my
Oh,
sister and I were joking, that brownie uniform, the hems had been up and down that many times. I don't know how many girls it had been through. Yeah, we're talking about the stripy hem. And then, of course, my apron.
Of course, still 10 years going
Still
strong.
got my apron on. So yeah, so the idea for this hour was really about collecting those glimmers and thinking about how you can personalise things. Now, you can personalise any of your quilts, any of your quilt blocks. You could personalise Becky's bag.
Yeah.
You could think, right, I'm going to free motion where I've been, where I want to go.
Oh, on an adventure bag.
Yeah, lots and lots of things you can do.
And this book's just giving you, again, that inspiration. Like you said, it doesn't have to be on a quilt. It could be on a cushion. It could be on...
a block, and it could just be a book. And it doesn't even have to be finished. It's just a way of getting it out into the real world. And then these I do when I'm on my travel holidays. And these we stitch when we're together. And if you're with us, you get the templates, and if you're not, you don't. So there's lots and lots of little memories. And here's a week we had in Madeira, and a really small, portable little memory that are things that you might have forgotten, but they're all there in your stitching.
I'd love to go to Madeira.
Beautiful.
Is it? Yeah.
Really beautiful.
Nice.
Really, really beautiful. You don't want to be the driver.
No. Oh, okay.
Because it's
like, hairy.
Oh, it's terrifying. But yeah, beautiful, beautiful place. Really warm, gorgeous. Agapanthus grow wild. So you're just walking around and there's all this, it is stunning. Prague's amazing as well. I mean, everywhere's amazing, isn't it, when you're
And like
away?
you say, there's little things that you will have potentially
just
forgotten.
bought little badges and little things that you've forgotten. So there's lots and lots of options for personalising.
How to use that book.
Don't
just think, right, I'm not a quilter, it's not for me. But actually, there's so many different ways of being able to incorporate this personalisation and the free motion elements into your work. $19.99, lovely gift for somebody, actually,
Very
isn't
nice
it?
gift for somebody, and it's right at the start of the year. If you're looking for a project, really a lovely project just to get your teeth into. And none of these things are to be rushed.
Oh, no, exactly. And I think that's a good reminder, you know, with our hobby, we can go out and we can buy a bag. You can go out and you can buy a cushion, but it's about the process, isn't it?
It's about the process and making something that's unique to you. And you just think, well, I want one big pocket, or I want two pockets, or I want bright pink zips, or, you know, whatever. And how the straps are spaced on the back. You know, you can do it exactly how you want. And a lot of it is just having the confidence to try. And everyone here, you've got so much time to demo. There's such a resource.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Such a resource.
There's so many people who may have joined us, especially as starting a new hobby in January. Also, it's ever so mindful. We've talked about this a lot since we've started here at Sewing Street, but I've realised how much, if you're thinking you don't have time, you're probably the person that needs to do this the most.
And also, with the sewing, like 5 minutes.
Exactly.
5 minutes and you've done something. There's a phrase, it's on my apron, and it's move the needle, which is like a businessy tech thing, and they mean about, you know, stocks and shares and the profit. But actually, I like if you move the needle every day. Just move the needle every day. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour.
Absolutely.
Very good for you.
Very therapeutic. Okay, that's your book, £20, $19.99. If you're thinking of a gift for somebody, if you want to make the most of, you know, having a look at some of these beautiful memory quilts and ideas, then it's all in Janet Clare's book, The Wordsmith. Now, back in stock, we also have the Charming Gulls.
Charming Gulls.
This is already selling out. It's a kit where you get all of your lovely longshore. What are these called? These mini ones?
Candies.
Little mini candies.
Little 2.5-inch laser cut squares. And again, you use all of them. You use it all to make this. Now, if you're a beginner, this is a really, really doable start.
I love that. Would you frame that?
Yes, it's been framed and it's also been drawing pinned up. I need to remount it because it's looking a bit tired. And it's backed, and I've got it all nice and neat. So it could be a placemat, it could be a cushion, but lots and lots of the basic patchwork and quilting techniques are in here, and there's no waste.
Brilliant.
So
You'll
you've got,
use it
you know,
all.
you've used it all up.
That will be a really, again, I'm talking about getting somebody else. We all have these friends who say, I want to have a go at doing what you do. Would you, this would be a brilliant one. At £16.50, you've got a project that is achievable. There are certain projects, like you said, that are ongoing.
It'll
Whereas
take a
this
long
one,
time.
you
It's
might just
done.
want to do a quick
Yeah.
project.
Yeah,
You might just want to
absolutely.
scratch that itch and, you know,
Just
complete
get
a
it
project.
done. Sometimes you just think, right, I've got Sunday and I want something to be in the real world by the end of the day.
Yes.
That's what you want. So really, really simple to make.
Is this the backing
That's
as well
the
included?
backing. Yeah, you've got that. And then some of the girls are pieced, so you need to split those out. So open up your candy and lay all the pieces out. And we did do a layout for that fabric collection, and I think it will be on our website, or there's a little label in your kit. I forget which we've done. But we laid it all out and took a photograph of it. Really, really simple to make. You've got no cutting to do. All you've got to do is little applique gulls.
Fantastic. I've never seen these little candies before. Do you always do candies of your fabrics?
Yes, I do 2.5, 5-inch, and the 10-inch, and the jelly rolls.
And does this mean that you get all of the prints of the collection in there?
Exactly, and it's the same as a jelly roll and everything. It's just obviously smaller. So
Yeah.
you get the whole collection. It's all done.
Yeah, the 2.5-inch squares. They're
so cute.
You get your backing fabric, you get your wadding, you get your bonder web for your applique for the gulls, and you get all of your instructions.
They're really cute.
Could the picture become a block in a quilt?
Yes, why not?
If you're doing,
Why
you know,
not?
building
Yeah.
up some of your memory quilts
Yeah,
as well.
and you put a board around it. You could use that as a centre and do courthouse steps around. You just have to do some quilt maths.
Yeah.
If you don't know how to do quilt maths, just get yourself some imperial graph paper, because of course we're working in inches in quilting. So the centimetre graph paper will just confuse you. Get some imperial graph paper and just start colouring in. And then when you've done your colouring in, colour in your finished block, and then you add your seam allowances afterwards.
Gorgeous. They are super cute, aren't they? And like you say, for anybody who is daunted about the whole cutting process, you can just literally get on and sew. Nice project to take on the move with you.
Yes.
If you go to a
get
caravan.
Yes, get a girly weekend. Also, they are small enough if you haven't got a machine. You know, that 2-inch seam take you no time, and you just do a running stitch, or a little back stitch. You don't have to have them like really, really tightly stitched. It doesn't have to be a split stitch or anything, because there's no pressure on those seams, particularly when you quilt it up. So it can be just a little running stitch all the way through. So really, really nice little project.
I'd have that hanging on the wall. It's so lovely, isn't it?
Thank you.
And so affordable again, £16.50. You don't need to, you know, necessarily go out and buy a huge quilting kit to have a go at this quilting process. To hand quilt it, or free motion,
or free motion. Do whatever you like. Have a real good play with it, and you could put glimmers on there. You can do whatever you like.
Your wadding's included as well.
You've got your wadding, you've got your bonder web, you've got all of your candies, you've got your backing fabric, and you've got the full size. Everything's full size. You've got all your templates and everything.
I mentioned in the first hour about Moda, Janet, and when I first started in the sort of sewing world, I can't remember who it was that said to me, but somebody said, there are a lot of people that solely only work with Moda fabrics. You've worked with Moda for how long
12
now?
years. It'll be nearly 13 soon. They are such a lovely company to work with. They're family owned.
Yeah. They're based in America.
They are in Texas in America.
Yeah.
And the next generation, so the granddaughter of the founder is now working in the design department.
Right.
And they're just really delightful. They don't send, I was telling Becky, they don't send you any colour predictions or like fashion trends or anything. They want you to design your own style, so that there's something for everyone. And they really like you to have your own style, your own colour palette, and your own sensitivities. And then they pay so much attention to getting the fabric looking like your drawings. They're really good.
Oh, the amount of
attention to
times
detail.
Janet's brought in her sketchbook.
Yeah.
And it is literally your
the same.
sketchbook
I did bring some bits in. So this is...
oh, this is again from Good Tidings.
Good
the by the sea.
Tidings.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can see where these ideas are coming from. they are really, really good. And they let me do hand in original paintings and drawings. So that's the bucket list, all the little cities and things that we had.
Here we go,
There. They're in there somewhere. There they are. So I have the idea, and I don't put it into repeat. I will give them notes about how I envisage it being used. So I thought that I would like this to have lots of space around it so you can fussy cut it. But there's such attention to detail, the beautiful quality. Yeah, and they're just lovely. They're just lovely to work with. And I sent them designs.
They're beautiful.
Cold.
Yes.
Sent them designs cold.
What does that mean?
I just did some drawings that I thought would make lovely fabric, and they were on my daydream list.
Yeah.
And I put a little parcel together and sent it to Texas.
Yeah.
I thought they'd ignore me.
Oh, that's how. You just did literally like cold calling.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
They did ignore me for a few weeks, quite a few weeks, and then I just thought, they just thought they were rubbish. You know, when you immediately go negative.
Yeah.
Like, you don't think they're busy, they probably haven't looked, they haven't got around to it, you just think, right, it's rubbish. Yeah. Anyway, Tony, my husband, said, you've got to phone them. So I phoned them. I had to lie down in the dark room, basically, when I phoned them. And the design director, she said, I did get your parcel, I'll have another look. She had another look and said yes.
Oh gosh, that's amazing, isn't it?
It is amazing. So I'm doing this challenge at the moment because it's New Year, new challenge, isn't it? Well, I don't like resolutions, but you've got to keep yourself going through January. I'm trying to get 100 rejections. So instead of thinking, I'm turned it on its head. So instead of thinking I'd like to do whatever, I'd like to write a children's book, and then not doing anything about it, or being defeated and downhearted because they said no. I'm actively trying to get 100 people to say no. Because that means that you've put ideas out. Yeah. And it's just one on the... I'm nearer to 100.
What is on the list then?
Well, I would like to work with the V&A Museum. I would like to learn how to do some proper oil painting. I'd like to write a children's book. There's loads and loads of stuff. But the thing is, if you don't say what you'd like, nothing ever happens.
Yeah, that's so true.
It's not all huge things.
Manifest
There's lots of things that I'd like to do. But making yourself try to get 100 rejections normalises being rejected. Yeah. And it just means, right, I'm up to 35 now. Who's going to reject me for the 36th time? And it just turns it
round. It sounded like my old dating life.
But you've got to get that resilience, haven't you? You do have to be resilient.
Oh, absolutely.
So anyway, if you're scared of free motion,
how you
think, right,
recover.
I'm going to try 10 times.
Yeah.
All right, I'm up to number 9, maybe the 10th. I didn't get to 10 because I can do it now. So just whatever it needs for you to give yourself that little boost and keep yourself going.
All the greats got rejected. I was reading about, what's the name who does Mamma Mia? Meryl Streep.
Yes.
Lots of people didn't make it until, later on in life. Actors and singers and the Beatles got rejected quite a few times before.
It's not giving up. Not giving up
Absolutely.
is the trick. And I had some really, I was cleaning and I've done
this could
all
be your
sorts
rejection
of jobs.
quilt.
It could be my 100 rejections. It could be my 100 rejections. But the thing is that we spend a lot of time on our own. This is why this is amazing, isn't it? Because people are at home, but they're not on their own. They're part of a community. And you spend a lot of time on your own. You've got to keep yourself going and interested and inspired. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, you've inspired us all.
Good.
You have inspired us all. We're loving this. I love it when Janet is on. She always inspires me. There you go, to try new things and make things.
Sent by a collector. I love that.
A collector of fabric. A collector in Merseyside.
A curator. Carefully curated collection.
I love it. Now, your main graphic at the moment is for the quilt that's behind us, and hopefully this could be more, like you say, inspiration. You could put your bucket list.
You could put your bucket list on there and then start working towards them.
Yeah, you could do a tick when you've done them all.
Do a little tick when you've done them, or put a little bead or something.
Yes, places you've been, or just like you said, those really simple things. The sausage and mash days.
Bangers and mash day. The donuts left.
The
donuts.
3-day-old donuts still
Having a laugh,
taste good.
not defrosting the car. I mean,
Yes.
how happy are you when
Yes.
you get up to come to TV and you don't have to defrost the car?
Yes.
That's a win.
Finding something really good in the whoopsie aisle, you know, in the supermarket when they've
Yes.
reduced something down to like 20p.
Yeah,
Oh, brilliant.
yeah, perfect.
Thank
We're
you so
easy,
much.
please.
We are. I'm excited to see all of your good tidings quilts as well. And now, I didn't know it meant good news, good tidings we bring.
Good news.
Thank you ever so much. You're back in
You're
an hour.
welcome. Back in an hour.
We've
Go
got the
and put
Petals
on.
quilt.
Petals quilt, and what else have we got? I've got a bag.
Oh, the bag, project bag as well, coming up in a new colourway as well, in the Blue Me Lovely. There's more people who have got this quilt in their baskets than we have availability. If you're on the fence with it, please, please, please check out during the break. I know a lot of people like to watch, listen to Janet, so if you have been watching over the last hour and now you're ready to check out, go for it. It's limited quantity. Don't go anywhere because Becky's back. We've got the quilt behind her. We've got lots going on, lots to talk about. And then Janet's going to be with me at 12 o'clock. Stay where you are. We're back with Becky right after this.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
We're now manifesting what TV shows we want to be on, and Bath has just said to me, you should go on, you know, The Singer in the Mask, The Singer in the Mask. I'm like, do you mean The Masked Singer? I want to do Deal or No Deal. Deal or No Deal is my favourite. Tipping Point, Hannah's going to be manifesting. We're turning Janet's quilt into, all the things that we want to do now. Going to be writing our... Oh, you... No, you don't. Right, they're now just shouting silly TV shows at me. This is our Cosy Night in Quilt. I love this. Can we start? We've got to do it. It's the Liberty. It is a Liberty quilt at $74.99. It's a big quilt, Becky.
Yeah, I like big quilts.
I love it. I can't believe it is a Liberty quilt under £100. And it's not just $99.99. I mean, it's $74.99. You are getting in here Emily Bell, 2 whole metres of amazing Emily Bell pink, and then 4.5 metres of your gorgeous cream as well. Plus your pattern, $74.99. The finished size of the quilt is...
72 inches square.
Thank you, 72
And the back page.
And now, once again, it looks, because of the sort of secondary images, the placement guide of the fabric and the colour combination, it looks very difficult. You were saying to me it's two blocks.
That's
Where are the 2 blocks, Becky?
That's a block.
Right.
That's a block.
Oh, it's so clever, isn't it? This is what I love about quilt patterns. And within those blocks, are we looking at anything particularly difficult?
That's why I'm going to do this one.
Right.
Cross and crown. Because the way I piece is the old-fashioned traditional piecing.
Oh.
So you've got triangles rather than sewing 2 pieces of squares together.
Okay.
So I'm just going to show you how to cut the fabric out like...
Amazing.
And
but it's absolutely achievable.
Yep.
Absolutely achievable for someone who is after their first big quilt, maybe. This would be another one that would be fantastic if you've got the... oh, sorry about my cable, my wires. They are very upsetting. Do you know why? Because I haven't got a belt on. And Bex Reed actually made me, or gave me... I say she made me. She gave me a bit of string to put around my middle. She loves it. Oh, no, if anyone asks, I am using that bit of string around my waist and I'm not just letting my earpiece flap everywhere. But what I love is that if you've got one of those Gracie cutie frames,
yep.
If you want to have a go at doing some free motion quilting, I love the fact there's lots of that negative space, free space.
Yep.
I love it. Now, look, I mean, you are getting so much Liberty fabric. Emily Bell's one of my favourite prints as well. I think it's probably one of the most iconic prints. You know, when you see, like, your Strawberry Thief of William Morris and you go, oh, that's William Morris. That's how I feel with Emily Bell. As soon as you see it, you think, oh, yes, it's gorgeous. Emily Bell. You've got that in my head now. He's singing blankety blank. Look, I mean, there's so much fabric. And you're getting your cream for just $74.99. There are now less than 10 of these quilt kits remaining. If you've got it in your basket, you are not safe. You've got to be quick to check out $74.99. Well, you are safe, it's fine. But yeah, I can't guarantee you'll get one. Sorry, that was controversial. There's your quilt top assembly. Ah, I can see here now, when you can see it in sort of a digital form, you can see these blocks, but creating this fabulous sort of chain all the way through. It's amazing. Plenty of instructions, obviously lots of photographs as well, and changing up your colourways. Once you've got it as well, darker backgrounds, lighter fabrics as well. It's going to look completely different.
You can even do the bit where we've just put like the solid pink in. You can do like all your scrap fabric, leftover scrap fabric, and make it really colourful.
So here where we've got the Emily Bell, you could do rainbow. Ombre it.
Or just keep the Emily Bell in the main blocks and then just change all.
Use your own. Yeah. Oh, and you'll always have a place for. You'll always have places that you can use this fabric. Let's face it. So yeah, have a look at the other colourways as well. But this one is the only Liberty option. We have got a Lewis and Irene one. Just so you know, there's now only 8 of those remaining. That one's been very, very popular on pre-order. Thank you, Hannah. She asked me to open this to show you how much that is. It's a lot of fabric to, and my folding is fantastic. Now this one is your Lewis and Irene. In fact, we're going to be demoing with this one, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Bumbleberry, iconic. Once again, a big quilt with a budget of $74.99. We're talking New Year, new hobby. Normally, our quilt kits, you would have to have a budget of at least £100. Normally, between 150 and 200 for our box quilt kits. When we have, you know, designer fabric included like this, it's brilliant to be able to get them at $74.99. One of the most affordable quilts, especially this size. This isn't a small lap quilt. This is a big, big quilt. It is 60-something, 64?
No, 72.
72 inches square. It is a big, big quilt. If I wanted to make it smaller, could I?
Just take one row out that way. You can make it into a slim one, or you can take one row and one row down the bottom.
Yeah.
So, yeah, or the top, wherever.
But I've got plenty of fabric to do the largest size with the binding as well.
Yeah, the binding as well.
Oh, I love it. This is with that lovely blue bumbleberry and your mottled effect vanilla. It's hard to see that on screen, Bruce. It's not your fault. I'm just calling Bruce out. There we go. It's coming closer to see if we can see it. $74.99. Oh, Sharon said Becky's Cosy Night Quilt is a fantastic pattern. She says, I've made it and I'm on my second version of it as well. She says it's really easy. It's well-written pattern and a very beginner-friendly pattern as well.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Thanks. Thank you.
You know, for somebody who's starting out quilting, it's quite daunting, isn't it? Because a lot of patterns, they use a lot of jargon and presume you know how to do a lot of the elements.
To stay away from the jargon.
Yeah. Here you can see it's literally step by step. And even if there are certain things where you think, hang on, but what does that look like? What does that mean? You have got literally photographs. With the lovely Lewis and Irene fabric on this one as well, you can see the same bumbleberry. This is a similar effect of what you're going to get, but with the creams in your background. Love that. Now, the next 2 bundles are with your solids. I must say, I have seen some fabulous quilts recently of just using solids, especially anybody who wants to really have a bit of a play with your quilting. You've done straight lines through the quilt. Looks fantastic, easy to be able to do, crosshatch, very contemporary with your grey. But if you do want to have a play around with quilting rulers, templates, free motion, different colour quilting as well, maybe, different colour threads coming through. This is going to be brilliant. Now, you have got here, your background colour is the light grey, and then your chains coming through is going to be in the darker charcoal. See, I look at the quilt behind Becky, and it is so feminine and so pretty, and instantly it's taken me to the picnics, the tea parties, very, very girly in the Emily Bell. Whereas this, there is nothing that is going to, you know, say that this couldn't be for any of the guys in your life, or if you want to make it really contemporary to match your home furnishings, this is going to be perfect. Right, Hannah, there's no price on screen. Okay, for anybody, new year, new hobby, we've had that lovely message from Sharon saying that she's on her second version of it. That's how much she loved it. We've got this to $58.90. That's cheap. $58.99. It's 100% cotton, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that is such a good prize. But this is now your chance, if you've been waiting for that moment in January that somebody says, here you go, have a go at making a big quilt. It's 2 blocks. So it's not the same block repeated.
No.
You've got 2 blocks, which are going to give you a really cool look. You are also going to be learning some really nice techniques as well. Yeah, old traditional quilting techniques. Have a play around with your quilting. Everything that you need is in your kit, including your binding. You just need to add, obviously, your wooding and your backing for it, but you have your pattern. And this isn't a 2-3 page pattern.
No.
Normally, you know, a quilt pattern, you might get a list of cutting instructions and then your 2 blocks, whereas, as you can see, there are diagrams galore, there are notes, so any abbreviations that are used throughout the pattern are listed here. You have then got it all really well spaced out, visually nice to be able to work from as well. Step-by-step instructions, clear photographs, and pages of help to guide you through. So anybody who also then, it says here normally, and now quilt as desired, whereas you've got a whole section on how to quilt and finish your project. There are loads of you who've got this in your basket. I mean, of course, there is a quilt kit on screen for $58.99. I can't even remember the last time I saw a quilt kit under £60. So thank you for that, Hannah, inspiring everybody to be able to get a brand new quilt kit in a project. A quarter of the stocks allocated in baskets. Please do keep checking out. We've got one other colourway to show you with the solids. We're going to match the price. And I love this colour.
I've done that one before.
Have you?
Yeah, that one on air last time when we were in the old studio.
Oh, well, have a look, see if we can find a picture of it. This is with that lovely sage green and natural seeded cotton. What date was it on? Do you think it was the 19th of December?
Yeah, no, yeah. No, not this year. Not last year.
2022?
Yeah, that's the last time it was on.
In November or December?
I don't know.
Sorry, we'll search on the internet. And have a look. $58.99. This colour palette is so lovely. Hannah's cursing me with. She's not even saying anything, but I can feel that she's like, "Why have you told everyone?" I'll have a look. We'll see if we can find it through the show and we can show it to you. $58.99. I'm adding money on here, aren't I? Sorry. And you're getting your pattern included in that price. This natural seeded cotton is going to look beautiful with sage. Did you like this colour when you made it up?
I didn't actually do the sample, but I did the demo in it.
Lovely.
Yeah.
$58.99. It looks beautiful. And this is so, again, fashionable, isn't it? The sage colourway. I see a lot in home furnishings. It will go with anyone. If you've got like a cream interior, a grey interior, or a brown interior in your home, this will go really nicely with, I'm thinking draped on the back of a...
Country cottage.
Yeah. Sofa, Chesterfield, or on a bed. Obviously, it's big enough to go on a bed. Oh, she's only gone and found it. Well done, Han. Thank you. It was on the 30th of November, 2022. It's on YouTube. Really easy to find. There's one of the blocks in that colourway, and it looks gorgeous. $58.99 for your block. Oh, you missed Stuart. There you are. See, it looks great in the red as well, red and cream.
Yeah.
Was that the old studio?
Yeah, that was the one where, where we were down the long bit.
Right. Can you believe it's been 5 years? I know. I remember when you used to send in all your videos from home. I remember. Gosh, it does feel like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? We are celebrating our 5th birthday next month. It's crazy, crazy. Sage and natural seeded cotton quilt. It's flying out at $58.99. Anybody who's after a beginner-friendly pattern that is going to offer you a massive quilt very affordably, it's $58.99. Pattern is available on its own as well. Sorry, I didn't mean to say unavailable. It is available. I love the idea of doing this again in your, like you said, in your scraps, in rainbows, in graduation of colours. Choose if you want a light or a dark background, because that's all that you need to sort of think about is
the background.
Making sure that you get those patterns, I suppose, contrasting with your chosen pattern fabrics. Only £9.99, and you're getting your step-by-step instructions, full instructions. The finished quilt is 72 inches square. And your blocks, I mean, the blocks themselves, do you ever make up like I don't want to say a mock block, but a tester, try it out first.
Yeah.
So get some scrap fabrics that you like. You don't need to just do it with, your calico. And then you can make a lovely cushion for it, couldn't
it's
you?
a good size. It's 15 inches. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, 14 and a half. Yeah.
Fantastic. Loads of these going available today. In fact, it's the first time that we've had it as a digital download as well. I know this has been seen a couple of times before, but if you've never had the opportunity of click and purchase, right now you can get it as a digital download and start making those blocks. Have a look. Choose what colourways you want to go for. Whether it be solids, it's going to look great in solids. Also, some of your designer fabrics we've seen here are gorgeous. We will start onto the demo because we want to see some of these nice traditional quilting techniques. How long have you been quilting, Becky? I think it's the first time I've done one of your quilting patterns.
I started quilting when I was about 10.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And this is how I started. So back in the day, you remember Prima magazine? I don't think you're old enough to know what Prima magazine is, because I'm older than you. Prima magazine used to have a sewing pull-out sediment, and basically you used to get shapes like triangles, squares. My mum used to cut them out of cardboard, trace them onto fabric, and then we used to hand sew them together. And that's how I learned traditional. And then basically this is how I do traditional quilting, but obviously with a rotary cutter now.
Right, and so is this hand piece part of it, or
no. It would have been back in the day when I used to trace off.
Oh, no.
Not anymore. I haven't got the time. Right, okay, so with the cutting out, you've got a box here, which is to identify how you need to cut your squares or your subcuts. So in the cutting out section, you'll see like a plus or an equal sign, which is the plus and the equals, and that's how you cut your fabric. So if you see the plus sign, you will end up cutting your fabric point to point. And then if you see the equal sign, you'll end up cutting point to point, twist round your cutting mat, and then do the other point, and you'll be with 4 triangles. And then like on this one, you have 2 triangles. You'll need to do that for quite a lot of the subcuts because they are all like triangles and stuff. Right, so as you can see, we've got triangles here.
Have you got bias edges exposed here?
Yeah, so you'll need to starch your fabric first. Okay. So like best press.
Yeah.
Got some best press there?
Yeah, I've got lavender vanilla.
Yeah, best press, starch your fabric before you actually start cutting it. I spritz it and then spritz it again, and then let it dry overnight and then iron it.
Oh, okay.
And then that means the shrinkage is gone as well, so you won't get any shrinkage and that. So we've got...
Stuart Hillard said to me though, he says, Vic, as long as you're not, going around like a Morris dancer, waving your fabric in the air, don't worry yourself over
That's if you're doing like the new modern way, where if you're not cutting on the bias.
Okay.
But because we've got bias edges here.
Starch it.
Okay. Yeah. So basically we're just going to sew all these, chain piece these together. So when I say chain piece, we're just going to keep sewing and not cut our fabric. Now, if you are doing this one, there's a right side and a wrong side.
Is there? Sure. Oh, that's the mottle effect one.
Yeah, just make sure you got the right sides. So just piece those, and we're going to sew 1/4 inch, and we're just going to sew this pile together first.
No, because you can't quite see that on the telly. No offence, Bruce, but
this isn't a 1/4 inch foot.
Oh,
that's fine. I'll use this one. There you go. So just make sure you're definitely doing 1/4 inch. So I'm just going to chain piece, and that's just...
Oh no, you come unthreaded.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all going on. We're on the telly. Can I just talk about the quilt kit on the wall behind? Because this is definitely going to be a sellout. Yeah, it's definitely going to be a sellout. If you want your Emily Bale a Liberty quilt. I mean, a Liberty quilt. For $74.99. That beautiful, beautiful fabric with your pattern, with the background in cream. There are now only 4 remaining. In fact, it's oversubscribed. There are way more of you that have got it in your basket than we have availability. Don't wait to the end of the demo. There's a lot of people who have come in who have said, proof's in the pudding. I've made this quilt. I've made it multiple times now as well, and it's a fab pattern to work from. Just $74.99 has got to be one of, if not the most affordable Liberty quilt I've ever seen. Sorry if I missed it, but are the colours in the Liberty quilt behind you the same as the kit? Yeah. The background looks slightly pinker. No, it's probably just because it's next to the pink. Sometimes, yeah, the photo doesn't quite, you know, look the same, do it justice, but it is the same fabric as the one on the wall. It's the kit. $74.99. You've got here that lovely cream, and you've got your Emily Bell with your instructions, $74.99. Leslie, it's gorgeous. If you want it, it is there. It is under £75. The Bumbleberry, also very, very popular. That's the one that we will see Rebecca working with.
Rebecca?
Sorry, Rebecca, Becky. I got very formal. It's because, you know what? I was thinking, I just call you Baffa all the time. And I said, is it still, do we still...
A lot of people say Baffa on the internet. So.
You don't mind?
No, I don't.
Baffa.
No,
I went very formal then, said Rebecca, and you're not... But it says Rebecca on your graphics.
Yeah, it does, yeah. And when I signed in this morning, it was like, my company name wasn't on there, or Becky wasn't on there, so I typed in Rebecca and I went, oh, I'm being told off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's better. It's like the machine was playing up.
Maisie called me Victoria the other day. I was like,
oh, was she telling you off?
Me? Yes. No, she wasn't telling me off. She was just talking about family, and she said Victoria. I was like, I can't even remember. I don't even know that you would know my name was Victoria. Telling me off. Definitely telling me off. There's only 3 left of the Liberty version.
Right, so I'm just sewing these together down the straight edge, making sure I've got the one side. So in the pattern, I tell you to lay them out as seen here, just so you don't get confused.
Do you think chain piecing helps with nesting under you? You know, sometimes it can pull fabric down.
Yeah, it can. That's what happened at the start there, just. So if you find that your machine does that at the start, just get a piece of scrap fabric and do it as a leader and then ender. So when I say leader and ender, I just mean fold up a piece of fabric, start off with it and finish on it.
Yes, so sewing machine sometimes doesn't like sewing on nothing, does it? It's
no.
Nice to pull something down. So yeah, that's a good idea. I like your hedgehog.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's a bit flat because it's travelled. Right, and I'm just going to do these ones here now. So right sides together. You should ideally pin if possible, but I've been sewing for a long time. So in the pattern, I'll tell you which way to actually press the seams. So make sure you definitely follow the pattern of where, because you don't want it to be too bulky when you're quilting it.
Have you got points to match on this as well?
Yeah. Yeah, you have.
That will help as well if you're folding them in the different directions, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. And especially when you come to the next block, which is the easier block. So personally, I would start off with the easier block if you've never done a quilt before, which is the squares, the Irish chain, the single Irish chain. But with this one, I'm showing this because it's all the triangles and stuff, so. You can press the seams open. So I know some people like to press open because their machine doesn't like quilting at the end, the bulky parts. You can press it open if you want to, so it's no biggie.
Do you remember which way to press all of these?
Yeah, that's why I put them in batches. So we're going to the dark side.
Very nice.
You will get dog ears. Let's turn that up. Still keep hinting for one of these off my husband.
That's funny. For anybody, you know what we say about, we don't really talk about jargon, but for anybody who's never watched before and you say, right, go to the dark side, but sorry, you'll get dog ears. That's the punishment for going to the dark side. You will get dog ears. It's a punishment, going to the dark side.
I remember when I said it the first time and the youngest went, what, Star Wars?
Dark side.
What, are you doing Star Wars? Yeah, I'm doing the Star Wars side.
With you.
Can you believe we're nearly at the end of January?
No. Well, actually, yes, I can. I feel like January's been about 25 years.
Yeah.
It's,
It has been a long one.
It's been a long one, but I know what you mean. Before we know it, yeah, another month gone. Sorry, I didn't mean that in a real, upbeat way. We were talking with Janet Clare about, thinking about the little moments if you think, oh gosh, it's been a long month. What have I done? It's not normally a month that you do very exciting things. But actually, if you just write those, I like the glimmers, the idea of having a little pot of glimmers.
Yeah. And my friend, whenever they go out places, they've got a jar and they collect like mementos, like tickets and stuff, even car park tickets. And at the end of the year, they look through the jar.
Yeah, that's lovely.
That is quite nice.
Do you do free motion quilting at all?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I do a lot more roller work though.
Right.
So I prefer roller work. I'll just move that out of the way now. Right, so we've got those. And we've got these dog ears at the top, so I'm just going to trim those away. Scissors. You can use a rotary cutter or scissors, as long as you're trimming it back to... I prefer scissors because I can just do it in front of the TV. In the pattern, I'll tell you just how to make one block, and then at the end of the instructions of that particular one block, I'll tell you how to make that. You need to repeat that so many times.
Yeah.
I
like that. So you're not having to cut for the whole quilt to start with. You say,
you are having to cut
for the whole quilt,
yeah.
But you make that one block at the start. So like you say, then if you want to do a little bit of a...
Yeah, if you only want to do one block a night.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just easy then. Right, so we're going to get the B squares and we're going to pop those on top here so they look like that. So first of all, we're going to just attach this side first. Make sure they're the right side facing up, and we're just going to pop those right sides down. And what you're actually asking for is, on the darker piece, is an overlap by 1/4 of an inch at the bottom. And you just chain stitch those together.
What's your top tip on getting an accurate 1/4 of an inch?
1/4 of an inch foot, and making sure your machine's set up, because the 780 Pro or the other ones, you have a 1/4 of an inch setting, and it means that you get a perfect 1/4 of an inch as long as you've got your 1/4 of an inch foot on.
I suppose if you have a smaller machine, you can move your needle across, can't you? If you're on a straight stitch, if you use the buttons that say, that you would normally use on a satin stitch, a zigzag, if you move your stitch width on a straight stitch, it will move your needle across.
Yeah, it will. I find that back in the day when I didn't have all these guides, because I had a sewing machine that had no guides on it.
Right.
Piece of tape.
Yeah.
Quilter's tape, the single-sided, or the masking tape that you use for painting. I used to put that on my sewing machine bed. I sometimes still do it, even with these guides. I sometimes still do it if I'm quilting at night or something.
Yeah.
Can't
quite see them. Viv says, I have no idea what ruler work is.
Right.
When I do it, I'm painting the walls. No, we're not talking about painting the walls. What's ruler work, Becky?
Right, so you have a special foot on your sewing machine, and you have this special, these special rules that are the same thickness as what the foot is, and you basically draw like flowers and stuff like that. So it just means that you get nice. It's basically what you would do on a long arm with a long arm program. Yeah. But you can do it yourself on the sewing machine.
Yeah, nice.
A lot longer, winded, but
this would be a nice one to do some ruler work with, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So the people that do all these free motion and they do all these elegant swirls, you can do it with an actual rule and make sure it's precise. Because I know when I free motion, my free motion goes from that big, and then by the time it comes to the bottom of the quilt, it's probably about that big.
Yeah.
So, right, so we're now pressing this over to the dark side again. Like so. And give that a good press. You should get a dog ear down.
Oh, Yvonne, Macatami's up in the in the corridor. We do a lot of waving today. There's a lot of people walking past.
I haven't seen Yvonne for years.
Oh, I wonder what she's doing. Is she on tomorrow?
I don't
No,
know.
what's she doing?
Unless she's
We're being nosy
designing
now.
something.
She was with Ian.
Dun, dun, dun.
I once saw Yvonne's daughter. I was singing at someone's work party in Birmingham, and they came up to me and said, "I'm Yvonne McAtamney's daughter."
Oh, bet you were going, where's your mum?
Yeah. She wasn't Irish. She didn't have an Irish accent.
No.
No.
Yeah, because Yvonne lives in Ireland, doesn't she?
No, she lives here now. She lives near us.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. She lives in Droitwich.
Oh, does she?
Yeah. But she does run the quilt fair in Belfast.
I thought that. That's probably getting mixed up from. Right, okay, so we're going to add the next one in. So we're just going to add that. And you can see this part is the little...
Oh, sorry, we bring that forward. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see the little points on top of the actual little part of the block. So match up the edge and then sew that. You should have 1/4 inch overhang there as well.
What's everyone checked out on the Lewis and Irene version on your screen? There's 6 left. This is your final call. That is the point of the, when I'm going on holiday, that is the point that I'm like, right, come on, we've actually got to go.
When are you going? What?
I'm not going on holiday.
You're not?
No.
You're not booked?
I am. I say that I am. We're going to Butlins in Feb.
Oh, right, cool.
I'm really looking forward to it. I managed to download the app and I've got all of the activities lined up.
Yeah.
It's actually, do you know what?
Dirt cheap in the February.
It's really good value because it's in the middle of the week. And we're going for my father-in-law's 70th birthday.
Yeah.
Taking him with the kids. He's so excited, yeah. We've got him booked in for all of the children's activities. No, it'll be good fun.
Which one are you going to?
Minehead.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. It's quite a one that's been just done up, hasn't it?
Oh, I have no idea. I must say,
yeah.
I've been to one of the adult weekends there, which was really fun, but I feel like this is going to be very different. So no, I think we'll probably be staying in the UK for the next few years, which
it gets quite expensive with quite a few little toddlers, doesn't it?
Yeah, and I'm making peace with that. I'm trying to find any recommendations of holidaying in the UK, family friendly.
I can tell you a nice one is Hatham Way Moor, which is a haven site.
Nice.
It's really modern, really nice. It's got 2 beaches.
Oh, you need to tell me what this is.
Yeah.
Write it down for me because I'll forget.
Yeah, so it's North Wales. Right, so we're just going to press that one again, and we're going to press it to the dark side.
Oh, send it to me, Hannah. She's now sending me a recommendation as well of one in Wales.
Yeah.
That's a good thing, isn't it? We were talking about TikTok in the last hour. You do, as soon as we start talking about it now, I'll get so many recommendations on my TikTok. Places to go in the UK. Places to go in the UK. Thank you, algorithm.
Yeah, because if you brought your mobile phone in here, it's probably listening.
Yeah, it'll be listening, yeah.
Yeah. Right, I'm just pressing these open. I'll cut off the dog ear and add the next section on.
Now, because you've best pressed these, again, you're all right with any of these. Have you still got bias edges exposed at this point? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a bias edge, basically, so.
Best presses on screen, stock up. This is the nice lavender scent as well. I was going to say flavour. It's not flavour, it's the smell of it. It smells lovely.
They do a mint one, but they don't do it in the UK.
A mint? Oh.
Yeah, I've only ever had it once. I do like mint.
Oh, it would smell like a mojito.
Right, okay, so you're going to get your fabric E-pieces and you're just going to pop those right sides together.
Right.
And you're going to make a square. Comes together pretty quick.
Ah, is this making almost like the petals? It's not a flower, is it?
No, it's part of the crown.
Crown, yeah, it's giving you that shape. I was thinking, where on earth is this going? But I can see now.
So if you notice when I'm chain piecing on this section, my pieces that have got the seams is pointing up towards me.
Okay.
Just means that when you are sewing, you can make sure that you, the seams are lying flat, so they're not curling up. And B, the fact that you're sewing in the right area as well. So if I show you, because I did 1/4 inch where the point is on the stitching there, it means that I've still kept my point of that square.
You didn't even pin that.
No, no.
Is it because you can literally see exactly where your seam needs to hit?
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying make sure
that way up.
Yeah.
Ah, I'm with you. Sue, where are you? She says, come and stay up our end.
Our end.
Where are you?
That could be next door.
Yeah.
Another good one, Tenby, Wales. They've got a big caravan site there.
Tenby?
Yeah.
Never been to Tenby. Oh, Bruce went there in the summer.
Nice haven site there with massive sandy beach.
Oh, lovely.
So I'm not a sandy beach person.
Bruce said it was brilliant. Near Lou. Oh, Sue's in Lou. I love North Devon.
Lou's lovely.
Isn't it? That's not far. In fact, actually, come and step. Am I not too far from you? If I'm Minehead, Taunton, you're a bit further down-ish. Lou. I'll come see you. With everyone. Oh gosh, you'll be like, no, no, no. Anybody who sees our poor neighbours. I mean, we moved in, obviously, just me and Kieran. Actually, no, we did have Maisie's little.
You had Maisie as a baby.
There's no other children in our street, and it's they're lovely. We're really lucky. I love our neighbours, but I do often think, oh my gosh, you must
hate the noise.
They're obsessed with just going out in the garden at the minute, so it can be, you know, in the morning, and they're wanting their wellies like shoes, 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 coat, hat, hat, hat. They say a word and say it 20,000 times until you put their hat on, and then they're like door, 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 let us out.
Like the dogs in the morning. It's like the kids.
Yeah.
But these days, make the most of it, because when they become teenagers, they'll be on their consoles and will never want to go out.
Oh, I hope I can. I'll be playing Crash Bandicoot with them. That's my plan. I'm excited. They won't want to play Crash Bandicoot with me, will they?
I don't know. Arcade ones are coming back in, like Sonic and stuff.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Right, so I've done that, and we're going to press to the dark side. So I'm making sure the dark fabric is pointing up. And then press it. Is he dancing?
Dan, are you tap dancing again? Can you hear him?
Yeah. He stopped.
Oh no, I've been caught.
It's only because we were talking about Strictly, wasn't it, before?
Dun, dun, dun. Oh, that he's thought, right, I'm getting my tap shoes on. It's perfect time to practice.
Do you know, I've never really watched Strictly.
You've never?
No.
Oh, I love it. This is a nice one, actually, to sit, put a podcast on, have a listen. It's repetitive, but then you've still got 2 blocks. It's one that you can get in a bit of a rhythm with.
Yeah, you can put the Crafters Cafe on, can't you?
Oh, are you listening to that podcast?
Yeah.
It's a good one, isn't it? John's episode was hilarious.
Yeah, I was laughing.
I always hear new stories, John. I've known him a long time now. And just when you think I've heard all of the stories about the celebrities and his encounters.
There's another one in the closet.
There's another one, yeah. Literally, I'm amazed at how many stories he has. I say he could write a book, but he's written one. But, you know, he could write another series of his life. It's brilliant.
I do keep saying to him, we need another book.
Yeah.
I know the fans are after another book.
Yeah.
So, right, OK, so we've got the first set of 4 done. So we're now going to attach the next part. So we're going to get your D pieces. Make sure they're right side facing up.
Oh, Sue says, I was banned from playing Call of Duty with my daughter and her friends. I wasn't cool enough, apparently.
I get told I walk like a crab. I do, because I do this. Right, OK, so I've just laid those, and that's the last B piece. So we're just going to make each row first, and then we'll press it. So, yeah, I get told I walk like a crab.
What game's this on?
On all of them. I'm a Tom Clancy girl though, so I prefer to play like Tom Clancy.
Oh, see, I've got so much to learn. Hannah, do you do gaming as well, Hannah? She says I get stuck crouching down all the time. There's too much going on. I've lost you as well. My talkback's just gone, sorry, but she enjoys it. Dad, I need a new earpiece, please.
Right, so I've just done the first row. I'm not going to press it because then we need them all to nest together. So I'm just going to do the next row.
Oh, so it's swinging. What's swinging? Looks like your sewing machine swinging.
That camera.
It's on like the strongest metal pole, but was that me or was that like you were on a...
No, it's that camera, wasn't it? It's the camera that's on.
I think it's the air conditioning.
Oh, right,
that's
okay.
wafting our camera. That's so strange because it's so fixed.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm having a moment. I thought it was my eyes. I thought, oh my gosh, I'm going dizzy. Don't think you're having a moment at home as well. I thought, oh gosh, I'm motion sickness. What's happening?
Right, just quickly do this right and then move on to the pressing part. Taking your time pressing is the main key for any patchwork that you do.
I couldn't believe how important pressing is. It makes such a difference to the end result, doesn't it?
Do you know, I've got a pet hate when you see patterns that I've got photographs in and they haven't pressed their fabric. That's my pet hate.
Yeah. They've photographed it before they've given it a good press.
And they're going,
press the fabric. And do you press at each stage?
Yeah, even with bag making, if I can, with bag making. Right, okay, so with this, I'm going to press the seams towards the middle, then out, and then towards the middle on this one. So.
You're doing it from that way. Can you see which way? Is it telling you, does the fabric kind of go which way you want it to go anyway?
So I'll tell you why, the reason why I've done it this way is if I was to press it that way, there'd be so much bulk in those top corners there.
Okay.
So when we come to put it together, it would be a nightmare to quilt. So this one's going outwards.
Quite often the seams, I think, torture you though, don't they, and tell you which way.
Yeah, they do in bag making. You can't.
Yeah, I do, Sue. She says, do you remember when Sewing Street started and you were filming in the cupboard? It literally was,
It
like
was
the
a
under the
cupboard.
stairs cupboard.
Yeah,
it was tiny. It was like, I can't even, it's, you know when you envision what a telly studio is like, and then quite often if you watch behind the scenes thing, you realise it's actually a lot smaller than it looks on screen.
Yep.
But this room here that we're in is a massive studio, like compared to where we started out, Sewing Street.
Yeah, this is massive. This is bigger than, I think, the Sewing Street.
The
very, very first channel.
Oh,
yeah.
Sewing Quarter.
Sewing Quarter, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a good size. It's a lovely studio here.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to nest those together. So when I say nest, if I put those together, you'll find that one seam will want to go that way and one seam will want to go that way. And you can't move them. So.
Katie said that I need to get my girls signed up for scouts or guides.
Yes.
Keep them outside.
Yes. I was a girl guider.
I was a brownie.
Were you?
Yeah, but I mean, this is. I've still got a few years until I can do all that sort of stuff yet. They're only little.
They can join
twins
clubs.
are only 18 months. What's that?
How old's Maisie?
3.
She can join cubs.
And she?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll have to have a look where Cubs is.
Generally, wherever there's a guide, there'll be a cubs.
Also, my boys invite their friends to come play Mario Kart with their mum. She says, as I'm so bad and yet very competitive. So, oh yeah, maybe there's still hope that they'll want to play Crash Bandicoot with me. I was so good at that.
And it's still one of the leading games, as in arcade style.
What about a dance mat? Is that still a thing? No. Oh, I loved a dance mat.
No, mine was Guitar Hero.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was one called Cool Borders. And I bet you
Yes,
liked
there
that one,
was.
Becky.
Yeah, there was.
That's what I used to say. It wasn't just me who said it. Cool Borders.
No, it's all these virtual headsets, isn't it now?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What that you put on in the room? Oh no, they make you as well seasick, don't they?
They do. I don't like them.
Where did you go, Hannah? You go into a pod.
Yeah.
You're in a game together with someone, but she says I was in a zombie game with a boyfriend. But it was warm in there because it's in the desert and you have, oh gosh, I don't know how I feel about that. Do you walk? Do you have to keep walking then, or you're not meant to walk?
No.
Yeah, she says I walked into the wall. I wasn't supposed to keep walking, but I did. Yeah, virtual reality.
Right, so that's the centre part done. But because right, so this block here is on top to bottom.
Yeah.
But this one here, if you notice, it's actually...
on point.
So we've got to do the on point bits here, so that's the A pieces. So with the A pieces, you need to find the centre of each one of the long edge. So personally, I just give them a quick press.
What's going on with your graphics, Hannah? Oh. We've got graphics on screen at least still. The Hannah's show controllers crashed. We can't change graphics, but it's fine. There's still availability at the minute on the Bumbleberries. Squirrels is from 4, all rainbows. Maisie needs to get a name down now. It gets filled up quickly. Katie, I'll be on it this afternoon. There must be one locally to me still.
There must be.
She loves the outdoors though, so that.
And they don't have to join Girl Guides no more. They can join the boys.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, which I think is really good because I always wanted to be in the Scouts rather than the Girl Guides. So. My question is, do they still have to iron on the actual badges?
Badges, yeah.
Oh my God. Right, okay, so I'm just going to fold these in half and just press the centres so we can find where the points, blocks, pieces go. And just same this way.
Yeah, I remember what I was thinking we used to go, I'm trying to think of what some of the badges were for brownies. Do you remember the culottes you have to wear though? It might have been different to the
Yeah,
Girl
culottes,
Guides.
yeah.
Culottes.
Yeah. I would easily wear culottes now. Right, okay, so with this, you definitely need to pin. So you're going to match up the centres and you should have just over 3/8 of an inch overhang on each side. It just means that you've got a bit of leeway in play.
Right, so don't try and match up those sides. You haven't cut this wrong, just match up your centre point, okay?
Yeah. And then I like to do 2 at a time. Okay, and then you still sew in 1/4 inch. It's just basically, we can trim off the doggies. It just means that you're getting the true point.
The single Irish chain that you would say to start with.
Yeah.
Do that one first and then come on to this one that we're doing today.
Yeah. But the technique, like you said, if you've got some spare fabric, go ahead.
Yeah.
Do the spare fabric and have a play. I'm one of these people if you always think you're a beginner, you're never going to do those advanced patterns that you keep seeing, you think, oh, I want to make them. Go ahead, have a go. What's the worst that can happen is that you haven't got fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'll always be and ahhing and saying, oh, I'm just a novice. When I basically jumped with bag making, I jumped straight into a big full-blown pattern.
hang on. Sylvia is on your same wavelength. I am a novice and I have made this quilt. It's so easy and so enjoyable to make. I love it. There you go.
There you go. That answers my question. Thanks, Sylvia. You just read my mind.
Yeah.
From miles away.
In Tyne wear.
Right, okay, so I'm just going to press those. Now you do press to the lighter side on these.
You've got all of the pressing instructions on the pattern as well,
Yeah.
haven't you?
Yeah.
There's a lady who's messaged in a few times about the machine that you're working on. Now, this is the machine that one of the machines you own. I say one of the machines you own. This is the 720 Pro.
Yep.
Who is it that's messaged, sorry? I know that you're pressing. I can hear you pressing. Tap, tap. She's trying to bring it in. Oh, it's because you pressed it so many times, it's going to do a dance. Myra said, can you tell me what machine Becky is using? It's the 720 Pro. Right, what we'll do, in fact, we do have it. We can drop the price on it today as well. So there's the RRP, but we are the home of Elna, so we can discount it. So we'll bring it on for you. It's a great machine, especially, you know, bag makers, quilters. It's a big machine. It looks quite industrial when you first look at it, doesn't it?
Yeah, the only thing that people don't like is that it's a flatbed. However, you can get away with that. With bag making, you know, when you normally have to take the sleeve arm off.
Yeah.
Turn your bags inside out, you can still do the same top stitching as what you would do with your...
What's the benefit of having a flatbed?
They're always metal, solid, and it means that they don't jump and basically move around, because that's the worst thing that happens with quilting. Your machine moves around, so...
It comes with a massive extension table as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not £1,999 today. That would be the RRP. We can offer it as £1,799 and on 5-way split pay, two-year warranty. It's not a machine that we're focusing on today, but there have been loads of demonstrations. In fact, I think you and I have done a full hour tutorial on this, if I'm not mistaken.
Not this one.
No.
I think I did the other one, the 780.
Right, I think there is one for this. It may have been Rebecca Reed or Delphine.
Delphine's probably done it.
Yeah, there's a lot of you that have got this. I know that this machine's Delphine's got and Rebecca Reed's got as well.
Victoria Pete's got it as well.
Nice.
So.
Oh, I haven't seen Victoria Pete for ages. Have you?
No.
Have you
I've
spoken
seen
to
her on. No, I haven't really spoken to her, but
Online.
I've seen her online. I missed her at the
in
festival.
Gibraltar?
Yeah, I think so. I know she's still abroad. Okay, and then basically you give this a good press and get your, if you've got a 15-inch squared rule, you use that to basically trim it down. It should be about 14.5 inches. If it's a bit bigger, don't stress, as long as it matches up to the Irish chain one.
Will I need to trim much of this, or is it
No.
going to be pretty much too...
Dog ears off, basically, and just
Yeah.
make sure it's all squared up. So that one, that's that block done. So it's quite a simple, easy block.
Nice.
Have I got time to just talk through the other
Can
block?
you just show where it is on the quilt? Can you hold that block up
Yeah.
to where it goes? So that...
Still sewing it on that way.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So basically it's that.
Oh, nice. It looks lovely, doesn't it?
It's nice colours, actually.
Really nice in the bumbleberry colours.
Yeah.
Do check out on that bundle. There are 10 of you who have got that one in your basket. You're getting 6.5 metres of fabric in total with your instructions in the bumbleberry kit. And that's with that lovely mottle effect in the background as well, including your binding. Do we have time, Hannah, just to talk through this block? Yeah, we can talk through the other blocks, then we'll recap the other bundles.
Okay, so first of all, you'll get your main centrepiece. Now you could actually do photographs on these or embroidered or something.
Oh, nice. Oh, well, we were talking about, you know, memory quilts.
Memory quilts, yeah.
This would be a lovely one then to still incorporate that New Year.
Yeah, because you can get that photo paper, can't you, that you print on too. Yeah. So you basically sew those to your centre block and then press your seams to the centre. Then you'll produce 2 rows with 2 little squares and a D piece in the middle. And you produce both of those. You produce 2 of those, and then you'll sew those together. I'll see. And then you repeat the same process, so you've got longer pieces here, and then just squares. And that is so simple. That's why I say start off with this one.
Yeah.
It's just straight lines, no bias edges.
Brilliant.
Yep.
It's also that layout, isn't it, that makes it look so much more complex than it is.
Yeah.
It's having, you know, the secondary patterns that come forward, and it is just about having then your contrasting pattern from your background to you. So if you are getting your pattern on its own, what would you recommend then? Choosing completely different fabrics?
Two different fabrics. I tend to like a solid in the background, but personal choice at the end of the day. If you've got a ditzy print, use a ditzy print.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely. It's gorgeous. We've loved it. Thank you ever so much.
No, it's all right.
Can I recap the blue one? Because the Liberty Emily Bell on the back wall has sold out, as predicted. There's loads of you there. If you want the last designer option, that is with Lewis and Irene Bumbleberry in this beautiful... what colourway have they called this one? It's lovely, isn't it? I never remember the colourways of it. St Ives is the colour of this one. It's beautiful. And it's their absolute sort of staple mixer sort of print, but it will work really, really well in this design, as you can see in the blocks that Becky's doing. So you've got, how many metres? 2 metres of your Lewis and Irene. And then you've also got 4.5 metres of your background fabric. In total, 6.5 metres, and your instructions for £74.99. Fantastic price. We also have some solid bundles available. Now, they have been really popular because we're talking new year, new hobbies, and just making it accessible for everybody to be able to start and enjoy a quilt kit at $58.99. That is amazing. It is a big quilt, remember. It's 72 inches square. It's a big look. You've got full instructions with photographs as well. You've also got all of the fabric that you need for the top and the binding for $58.99. This would be a nice one again. Incorporate some lovely bright, colourful thread for your quilting, or some fancy ruler work, as we said. In the background, it would look really cool. Love that. And then my personal favourite of the solids is the sage green. I think these 2 colours with the natural seeded cotton look really nice. I think that's going to look amazing. Well, we saw a little sneak peek of it on our YouTube channel when Baffert actually did make a block from this colourway when it was launched. It was back on the 30th of the 11th, 2022. It's still on YouTube. Remember, you can watch everything back on YouTube forever. That's the thing, isn't it? We're talking about technology a lot, but that's great things, is that you can watch everything back forever without having to tape it and then someone record over it on the cassette tapes. We've got so many, you know, VHS videos that my mum's just moved house, and we've got all these videos of everything, and half of them I know are going to be recorded over. Yeah. We're like, right, we need to try and find someone that's got a VHS player that we can watch them all back. That's with your sage green, your natural seeded cotton, and your Cosy Night Quilt instructions. Pattern's available on its own. It's also available as a digital download if you would prefer. They're both underneath us on the website. Here's your graphics for your pattern on its own. It's QRB 952. Full instructions, cutting diagram. And it's such a timeless design, Becky, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Classic, traditional elements to it. Lovely if you want to do it in 2 colourways that are going to look really nice.
You can do it in feminine or male.
Yeah.
Can't you? So.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a really nice pattern to have in your stash.
Yeah.
Just £9.99. If you want it now. This is what's great, isn't it? I am that person that, like, right, I really want to do it, and I want to do it now. If you're thinking this afternoon, I've got to be free time, and I really want to have a go, then this is your option to hit purchase on the web, and it will be instantly sent to your account on the Sewing Street website. So if you click my account, it will stay there as well forever. So you don't need to quickly download it or print it out. It will stay there, which means you can access it wherever you are as well. If you go into a quilt class or a workshop or something, you can get it on your tablet or your laptop or your phone even. Just £9.99, and you don't need any templates with this one, do you? So you don't need to print anything off. £9.99 for your digital download option. Fabulous. When are you back with us?
March.
March! Oh my gosh,
End
it
of
seems
March.
ages away, but you know what? It will come round like that.
It will do,
It will
yeah.
come round like that. Follow Becky on social media, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, you're on the lot.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to seeing you, what's it called, Book Talk?
Book Talk.
Yeah, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to have a look. It's been so lovely to see
No, thank you for having me.
No, we've loved it. Well done, everybody who's managed to get one of Buffer's kits today, and we'll look forward to seeing her in March. Now, don't go anywhere, because Janet Clare is eagerly waiting in the wings with a massive quilt behind her and some really lovely project bags as well. Lots coming your way. Stay where you are. We're back right after this.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches, and much, much more. Search Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street, and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Chain piecing is a method where you can sew lots of pieces of fabric together all in one go. It saves time and it saves fabric, and is a little bit more accurate too. So when you want to sew chain piecing, I'm going to sew 2 squares of fabric together. They're only little, so I'm not pinning them. So just put the foot down, and I'm going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end of the first one, and pop the next set underneath. I like to leave a little gap because it makes it easier to cut. Stop just a couple of stitches before the end, and then pop the next ones underneath. If you leave a couple of stitches, those stitches will then stitch almost into the air and you can cut them off. But it means that you're not stopping and starting, you're not wasting thread, and you can have a nice accurate group of patches. Also, if you're doing this like a production line, it means that you've got them all joined together. So once it's finished, all of your pieces are now joined together into one long line, which you then just cut apart and you've joined them all. Now, if you're wanting to sew at an angle, maybe you're sewing half square triangles and you need to sew either side of a drawn line. So I'm going to position my foot, so I've got the 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can do the same thing. I'm going to sew 1/4 inch outside. Just stop a couple of stitches before the end, and then you can pop the next one in. I'm going to line up those lines and then stitch across, and you can stitch the next one in. So it's really easy. Just carry on stitching all the way along. You could stitch along the line, or you can stitch either side, depending on what you're doing. But it does mean that they're all joined together in one nice long line in exactly the same way. And it's quicker and easier too.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Hello, welcome back. We're having a lovely day today.
We are. It's so nice when the studio's full, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it has been jam-packed today. And, yeah, you've been awake since silly o'clock this morning.
Stupid o'clock, but that's fine. It's
Made
only
it to
once a month.
lunchtime. I even
Only
treated
once a
myself
month.
to a little donut then in the break. Thought I've made it to 12 o'clock. I'm having a sugary donut.
I know,
It's lovely.
the time flies though, doesn't it?
And it wasn't stale. It was
Good.
really nice.
Of course. They wouldn't have left them there if they were bad.
Janet does know we've discussed that. You know about my donut story.
We do know about the donuts.
Okay. It's the first time I've seen these project
the little
bags.
project bags.
They are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And we've also got a brand new colourway. The Bloomin' Lovely collection.
You like that one, don't you?
I do. I really like that. And I know that this is, you know, going against the grain to what you do, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. It's
love
very
it.
unusual for me. But Moda don't send you colour trends or anything. And so when you've got an idea that you think will work in fabric, you send it into them and see what they say. And I thought they'd say, just get your blue paint out again. But they didn't. And I was able to paint all these pink and lilac flowers.
Oh, they are gorgeous.
Lots
Now,
of
in your
watercolour.
kit, you get the charm squares, you get the 5-inch.
Get the 5-inch charm square, that's the whole collection. So these are the cap sets. These are what the reps take round to the shop. So you have got at least one 5-inch square of every single one of those prints.
Beautiful.
At least one. So you've got the dark rich browns and the like the mauvey lilacs and the pale pinks and then a little bit of green just to sort of lift it.
They're really lovely bags. Anybody who is, you know, joining us thinking new year, new hobby, then this would be a lovely transition for a quilter to go into bag making, or vice versa.
Yes.
A bag maker to have a go
So
at piecing.
A bit of piecing. And they're really, really simple to make. There's something Mary Poppinsy about the handles. I like the handles.
I love that. Well, that was my first question. I said, have you sourced these handles for us? Because we're going to struggle to find anything
You are
like
going to
this.
struggle to find
So
them.
yes, you get
And
them in the kits.
I like that they open really wide. You can get a lot in there.
Do you do knitting?
I
or
do a lot
crochet?
of knitting.
These would be good for knitting.
And
yeah.
I've got embroidery and we're just saying new year, new hobbies.
Yeah.
And you said, oh, you're going to start a new hobby. And I don't need a new hobby. But I do have lots and lots of project bags and zip pouches.
Yeah.
And I have, when I'm going away, like I did yesterday, just before I came up here, I just grabbed one.
Yeah,
And I've got everything that I need
Yeah.
in there.
Yeah.
And it's just really convenient. It keeps it all nice and neat together.
Like you say, it has got a really good sort of opening.
It's really
hasn't
good
it?
opening.
Yeah.
You get a lot in there, and it's just a nice thing to have. Like, it's very aesthetically pleasing to have all your, rather than in a plastic bag.
Oh, absolutely.
Everything's nice.
A lot of people are going to ask you about this if they see you out and about
Oh,
in
yes,
shops
what
and
are you
that. It's
doing?
really
Yes.
nice. So within here, you're getting your 5-inch charm squares. You're getting those gorgeous handles
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
And I also get my lining
You get
fabric.
your lining fabric, so you've got everything that you need to make it, and the pattern is obviously in there
Brilliant.
as well. Full colour. Lots and lots of instructions, lots of diagrams, and it's very, very simple. They're a variation on a flying geese, and I've done it so that there's no waste, because you know how I feel about waste. I say it every time I'm here.
So you're
Don't waste your beautiful fabric.
Which is a really simple block again for anyone who's learning to quilt. This is a brilliant one to have
It's
that
really
piecing.
useful. It's very simple. You're not cutting things accurately. You are stitching on a drawn line, so it's really, really simple.
There are a lot of people who love quilting and probably have lots of projects or flimsies.
Yeah,
and,
yeah.
You know, it's sometimes you want to take your quilting and use it
Yes.
for useful projects, you know, a bag that
Exactly.
you are going to be able to take out and about.
Yeah.
And
You
have as a
don't-
project bag.
Yeah, exactly. You don't always want to make a big quilt.
No, yeah, absolutely.
So they're really nice. They're a good use of your charms. You could make them out of scraps.
Yeah.
And as I say, they're a useful size. And they don't have to be a project bag. You can easily take them out and about with you if you wanted to.
You get your handles, your blooming lovely charm pack. In fact, do you know what? That might be one of the only ways of getting the blooming lovely charm pack now. We haven't got any. We haven't got
it
any
might
on its
be.
own now.
It
And I
might
know Moda don't tend to reprint.
They won't reprint.
They won't?
They don't no, they don't. It's so rare. Like I could
Okay.
name 2 collections that it's happened, and they're not mine.
Right.
And they don't reprint because they've got such a tight printing schedule at the mill.
Yeah, well,
Like,
and
there's
you're-
no room to.
No,
put it
and you're
in.
moving on. You're
always
actually...
moving on.
How far in advance do you design?
Oh, I'm about 2 years ahead.
I mean, how, like you said, it's not fashion-led, it's not trend-led. So you are designing what you love, you're drawing, and
Yes.
doing it. So it's not thinking, okay, 2 years, what are people going to be
No,
looking
you can't think like that, and it's not fashion. And the quilting, I mean, there are trends in the fashion, in the patchwork industry, but you can't have all of your designers designing to the trends.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the quilts take a long time to make. You live with them for forever, hopefully. So you don't want all your trendy, every collection to be trendy colours.
Yes.
You want a good variety of things. So I have, my next deadline is the 1st of June, and that's for finished artwork. So I need to be thinking about a theme and starting a sketchbook pretty soon.
Yeah. I mean, it's full on, isn't it? You're always looking ahead. So, I mean, having Janet here is amazing because quite often we'll look at a collection, we'll say, oh, this is gorgeous. But I'll never forget, you said to me that this is, the inspiration was seeing a chocolate Labrador on a walk with the most gorgeous lilac collar on.
Yeah.
And you were saying, gosh, that is such a gorgeous
Cool
combination.
colour combination. Honestly, thank you, Muffin.
Muffin.
Thank you, Muffin.
Does Muffin understand? Does
Muffin
Muffin
was
know?
told. I don't think its owner even really knew what a fabric collection, you know, what the fabric
what that
collection was.
means.
But I mean, Muffin herself just didn't care, to be quite honest. She couldn't care less.
Oh, Muffin. Now,
Muffin.
just so you know, there are now less than 10 of this brand new colourway remaining. There's over 20 of you who've got this colourway in your basket. We've got other ones, don't worry. But if you want the blooming lovely, nothing else quite like this. And we do love it, don't we? It is blooming lovely. You've got your 5-inch squares, your calico for your lining, and even your really lovely handles as well, and a project bag, which I think you're going to really enjoy using. Front and back with the patchwork.
Completely, yeah, and fully lined. And
Simple
nice, easy to make.
construction,
Very
yeah.
easy to make.
Brilliant.
Yep.
Right, you get your instructions in there as well. We also have, what was that, sorry? Bon voyage.
Bon voyage. That's what my demo is in.
Oh, fantastic.
By the way.
Do you remember, you know, each of the, because obviously you do a lot of collections.
Yes.
When you see these kits and you see these, does it take you back to that moment when you were designing?
It does. And when the collection's brand new, you kind of still quite critical of it. You think, oh, I could have done that, I could have done that. And then when it's been around for a little while, you start to get a bit of separation. Think, oh no, actually it is nice. I do like it. I do really like it. So this one was all about travel and real rose tinted travel. So all the best bits.
Yeah.
All the best bits. So that this is like city blocks and then forest and boundary markers and all the like bridleways and footpaths and map markings, and really my favourite colour palette, and then a bit of sort of rosy, reddy, pinky colour just to bring it up. And then these stamps, like the stamps.
Yeah, postcards, stamps.
And
so in a 5-inch charm pack, do I get each of these prints?
you get at least one of all of them, and then some of them you get a second one, because there is the same number of pre-cut squares in the charm pack.
Right.
And of course a different number of fabric and colourways in each of the collections. They're all slightly different sizes.
They're lovely, aren't they? And I do love the maps. I love the,
Just that little bit of soft, sort of orangey, reddy, pinky, rosy coloured. It's really nice. So this is a good one.
This
you
is a
could
good
take
one,
this,
yeah.
you could have this and take it on your travels
Yeah,
with you.
yeah, projects for on the move.
Just keep it stocked with whatever you need.
Well, we all have multiple projects on the go.
Yes,
And sometimes
yes.
you do just like those little handy ones that you can have in the car that you're waiting
Pick it
for an
up.
appointment and you can just
pick
do,
it up.
maybe it's your EPP
Yeah.
bag or, you know, like you say, your
Exactly.
embroidery.
Yeah, just keep it going. And also you can get cheap and cheerful scissors that are perfectly sharp and keep the tools that you need. So literally, as I was leaving yesterday, I just reached into the basket, grabbed one. It turned out to be a pair of pink socks.
Yeah.
Which I'd forgotten all about.
love that.
And you move the needle forward. But I had everything in there. I had a piece of paper, I had a pen, I had the pattern, I had the scissors, like little pair of scissors. So I could sit down in the hotel yesterday and have what I need without thinking, oh, I can't do it anyway because I've forgotten the needle or I've left the pattern somewhere.
I do
Everything
like the
was
idea
in the bag.
of having a few of these, and then it's like the lucky dip of, right,
Yeah,
I'm taking
which
that
one?
one, I'm doing it, whatever's in the bag, I'm
Just move
going to
it
carry on.
forward.
Yes. £32.50 for your kit, and you get your pattern, you get the lovely handles, you get your lining, and you get the 5-inch squares, which again, the Bon Voyage range, I don't think we've got the 5-inch squares available anymore. Gorgeous bag. She says, I've gone for the Bon Voyage. I love the prints. And I got some of the Longshore fabrics too.
Oh, nice. Thank you very much.
This one, I don't think I've got one of these made up, have I? Of the
No,
the Bon Voyage.
no, we haven't got Bon Voyage made.
Send us pictures once you've made them.
When you've got them. And if you've made my things, please send photos in, because it's so useful for us and everyone else to see what you've made and how you use the fabric. It's really nice to see.
Absolutely. The Flying Geese units are all explained completely, so if I have very little patchwork experience,
It's all
fine.
there. It's all there, and it'll tell you. And also, I've got a little demo ready, and it'll show you how you don't have any waste.
I'll show you the other colourway, which is Bluebell, and then we'll jump into the demo. Now, you do get these gorgeous handles. You get the fabrics. You also get the calico as well, or is this like a natural seed cotton?
Yes, it's
really
like
lovely.
a calico.
Yeah, it's really nice. So you are getting a full kit with Bluebell. I know on the photograph is slightly different. I think it just shows you a picture of instructions on the web. Don't panic. You do get a full kit. You get the 5-inch charm pack, your lining, and those gorgeous handles with your pattern. £32.50. Bluebell's got green.
I know, it's got a really, really soft green.
Oh, I
and then
love
it's got this sort of jadey colour, a little writing, some abstract, tiny little ditsies.
This is a new collection to me as well. I love
Oh, you
it.
haven't seen Bluebell?
No.
So I did some cyanotypes. I met a lady, her name is Dr. Kathy Corbishley-Michelle, and she does very serious cyanotypes. She's developed her own technique, and her quilts that she's made with her cyanotype fabric are in permanent collections. They're on display in museums in London.
Wow.
Anyway, I twisted her arm. She doesn't teach it. And I twisted her arm, and we swapped a day in each other's studio.
Yeah.
And I had a day learning how to do the cyanotypes.
And so is that how
It's
is
like
it? Like
photography. It's like
yeah.
a photography. So you have light-sensitive
Wow.
paper, and the area that you cover up stays like this white. So I was pressing flowers and leaves, and she helped me so much. And this print is named after her. This one's called Corbishley.
And then to transfer that onto fabric, again, this is where we must down to Moda.
Moda are amazing. So I came in with the cyanotypes and an idea and some drawings and the colour palette, and then they put it all together. They're so clever. But yeah, that was a fun day.
I said, oh no, it was this Susan. Susan said, oh no, fell into my basket. It's been an expensive morning, but I love Janet's projects.
Thank you.
Oh, honestly, we've been filled with inspiration. But look, not everybody is committing today to doing a full, huge quilt. No. That is absolutely fine. We've got something for everybody.
Yeah.
Just, you'll get this completed as well in a weekend.
It will be completed, and it will be useful, and it might get you the bug. It might give you the quilting bug, who knows?
Absolutely.
And there's no waste. So you make it and then it's all done, it's all used up. You're not thinking, what do I do with that scrap? What do I do with this? It's all used up.
Yeah, amazing. £32.50. That reminds me when you just said about another bug. I was talking to my daughter saying, right, you need to have vitamin C. Let's talk about this so you don't get any bugs or anything. And then hours later, she says to me in bed, you must have been thinking about it. She went, Mummy, I won't eat bugs at nursery. Don't worry, Mummy, I won't eat bugs at nursery. And it must have been, like, it was hours later.
Hours and hours later.
Thinking about it. Mummy, don't worry, I won't eat bugs at nursery.
Oh, bless her. So she doesn't have to eat her vegetables because she won't eat the bugs.
Yeah, she's probably thinking, I don't want to eat
She's a genius. Henry woke me up, our youngest. He woke me up one day saying that he had a caterpillar on his pillow. And I went, no, no, darling, you're just dreaming. Anyway, he put his little nightlight on and he went, no, it's there. And he brought it in with him. The little monkey had brought it in with him, and then like 1 o'clock in the morning decided it was getting quite annoying. So I was going, no, you're just dreaming.
Oh, that is brilliant.
And the eldest one used to only like to sleep with a cold pillow, so he used to wake me up and I had to turn his pillow over constantly. I was so grateful when he worked out how to do it himself. I was like, just do that. Don't need Mummy, just do that.
Oh, I can see that. I like a cold pillow too. Now, this one again, we do not have in stock available on its own. Definitely get your 5-inch charm squares in this kit. Everybody who's got them in the basket already, well done. The Bloomin' Lovely looks like that could be a sellout any second now. They are really limited on stock, as is the Bon Voyage. This one, we have also less than 20 of the Bluebell kits, and it's the first time I've seen this lovely fabric. Project bag, very useful with your machine piecing. Bit of hand sewing in there as well.
Bit of hand sewing if you want to. So, can I have the samples? Thank you. Right, so with the hand sewing, with the lining, I have actually hand sewn this final seam here, and you can see the lining fabric just poking through, and it's completely flat and neat inside. But I like hand sewing. If you don't want to hand sew, that one's hand sewn as well. This one, you can see I've just put the 2 pieces together and sewn. So I've got a seam inside, but it's still fully lined, and it's still nice and neat. It's just that you haven't done the hand sewing.
No, it looks lovely.
It's just another little detail. A little bit of time, and it's not much sewing. And you can leave as much open as you like.
Lovely.
And they're all slightly different sizes, and they're all using, do you know why? Because it's slightly different 1/4-inch seams.
Crazy, isn't it? What a difference it can make.
It is. So you just need to be consistent. Don't chop and change. Like, try and keep on the same machine or the same quilting foot or whatever. And then it doesn't matter what size it comes out. Just try and be consistent.
Brilliant.
But I was obviously zooming through that one, and it's a little tiny bit smaller.
£32.50 for your project bag kit in Bluebell. Comes with those really lovely handles. They're so nice.
I really like them, and they're like, I mean, they're plastic, but they've got like an amber type old-fashioned feel to them, and they're a nice shape. And they do go over your arm if you want to.
Yeah, they're really
big
nice.
enough.
Love those. Oh my goodness, the bag is beautiful, Janet Clare. I remember my youngest daughter would wake up and tell me that she had to go to the toilet when she was 4.
Yeah, they think that you, I don't know, do they think you don't sleep?
I don't need to know this. It's fine.
I don't need to know.
Bruce wishes someone would turn his pillow over for him now.
Oh, Bruce.
It's like, oh, I'd love to, have someone that would turn my
pillow.
Turn
his pillow over, bless. He's been poorly as well. I needed somebody to give him a cold pillow. Oh.
Right, is it time? Sorry, I keep getting told off for laughing at Bruce being poorly, so I can't laugh.
We're not laughing at him being poorly. We're laughing because he didn't have a pillow turner over.
Now, it is time. There are so many people who've got this in their basket. It is a big project. Now, this is, I say that, there are 2 options.
2 options.
And you kitted both of them.
We've kitted both. They're both useful sizes.
Okay.
And the size of the block is the same for both quilts.
Right. So this is the 80-inch.
80-inch.
Big quilt. Curved piecing.
Curved piecing.
Okay.
I know people are terrified about curved piecing.
Yeah.
I was listening in the green room, and Becky said something about if you always stick at beginner level. Like, at what point do you decide you're not a beginner anymore? anymore. And curved piecing is one of those things that I avoided for years because it seems like that's just not me. You have to be really accurate. Well, actually you don't. If you want to learn how to curved piece, seriously, this is a really easy curve to do because it's quite shallow.
Yeah.
Also, it's quite a good size. And the other very important thing, I don't know whether the camera will zoom in, but can you see that I haven't made the edges line up?
Yeah.
Which means you've got a lot of leeway.
Okay.
Because if you did it so that curve there started there and then had to meet that one, you've got a very, very tight, a lot of fabric sitting in there, which can get screwed up and not lay properly.
Yeah.
And it makes it much harder. So you've got a lot of leeway. And honestly, if you're beginner and you want to learn curved piecing, this isn't a bad place to start.
You don't have to end it at that match, but it doesn't need to match the next petal on purpose. It's got that.
It's got that offset, so it's quite striking. It's quite bold.
Yes.
And there's big pieces.
Now, am I making the colourway on the wall? Is this the same?
Yes, it's exactly the
Amazing.
same. Yes. Eventually, you get to the point where the samples match the kit exactly. Yes, they do. So you've got, I mean, just yards and yards and yards.
And is this the Bluebell collection again?
This is Bluebell.
Oh, I love it.
So that's a little tossed sprig. Beautiful. Then you've got that with all the leaves and things like that. Now it's digitally printed, so it's actually really fine and lovely.
Super soft, isn't it?
It is very, very soft. There you go.
Was it the digital printing that we were talking about last time that you said this is a new thing for your fabric?
Yes, it is, because I used to do screen printing and the technology has advanced so much. And what happened with the screen printing is that there would be only so many screens that you can print for fabric. So you'll get to like 17 shades of blue and they go, well, you're not getting any more. But with digitally printing, it's literally infinite, which means that the drawings really match, really match. And you're not worrying about seeing, you know, the stencils overlapping and the screens and everything. You can get really, really subtle colour variations.
Now, with the curved piecing, am I working from templates? Yeah, they're included.
You've got templates. They're full size, so you can cut those out, or you can photocopy them for your own use, or cut them onto some perspex or whatever you like. And again, I've done it so that they are zero waste. I'll have time to demo, hopefully, and I can show you that. But again, there's no waste, and if you are a beginner, you use the leftovers to practice on.
Okay, fantastic.
And you can make something really nice.
When we had this last time, by the way, the 80-inch was the most popular. We have a 60-inch as well, but it's a really great size. And the quilting is beautiful. We had a chat in the break about sending your quilts off to be long-armed. And Stuart Hillard actually said something interesting last time I was on air, and he said, I don't think that you've cheated by going and getting it quilted. When you spend all that time and that money on the front of your quilt, you want something that you're going to have forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
And it's a professional service. Like, you don't think, oh, I shan't pay for a picture framer. Or something. It's a completely professional service.
It
takes them. You literally turn in with your flimsy and your backing fabric, and they will have the wadding there, and you choose your pantograph. That's a computerized design, and then it comes back and it's a quilt. It comes back and it's a quilt.
Wow.
So it's another expense. But it is worth every penny because you get such a professional finish. And I don't know about you, but if you're making an 80 by 80-inch quilt, I've got a sewing studio. I actually have to move all the furniture. I'd have to wash all the floors. And then I've only barely got room to layer everything up. And you have to do it in one hit because you've got people coming in and trying to use the space. Got to keep the dog off it, the cat off it. So actually, it's a professional service. You're supporting another business person.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you get such a beautiful
But projects
product.
like this, I think, it's worth bearing in mind.
Yes, definitely.
Now, this is the pattern that you get included, all of the amazing fabric. It comes, obviously, in your lovely Janet Clare Hope Anchors the Soul
Hope
bag.
Anchors the Soul bag. Now,
and lots of people make different things from the bag.
Oh, they do. Look, I've got, you went, I don't think you were here. So we've got new bags, which says Hope, Joy, Love. and they're like a reddy sort of colour.
Will I get this one or will I get a new bag?
The petals in that one.
Okay.
So I have made a little
Pom-poms.
cushion with pom-poms and a little zipper pouch. But I started, I mean, Tessa was saying, this is a great idea, Janet, but it'll take us about 20 years to make a quilt. Yes. But I started putting little borders round the blocks, so eventually, in about 10 years, if you buy enough kits, we'll have...
we'll have all of them as central blocks. And those are nice cushions.
Lots of cushions or things.
Fantastic.
It is cotton. I did put the bag through the washing machine and it was absolutely fine. The colours didn't run or anything like that. So you can see it as just fabric.
It's attention to detail, isn't it, like that? You've got your lovely tote bag included. But the fabric, I mean, you are getting... oodles and oodles and oodles.
Oodles and oodles.
The background
Beautiful
one
fabric
as well, which is so soft. Now, the one that's on your screen is the one that's on the wall. We've also put it on 3-way split pay today as well. So fingers crossed, that's a great way of making the most of the interest-free split payments. Now, we also have the next size down, which are the same fabrics again.
Exactly the same fabrics again, but all you're making is less flowers.
Okay.
You're making less.
So this
flowers.
ends up 60 inch.
60 inch. It's exactly the same size of the curved piecing, but you're just making like a little section of it.
Okay.
It tells you what here, the blocks and the fabric requirements are here. So you can see this one, you're making 8.
Fantastic. Still a good size. Still a very good size.
It's a nice size. And if you are thinking, I'm going to encourage myself to learn curved piecing, maybe the small size is the one that you want to go for, and then you've got the technique down.
And maybe a little bit more manageable to quilt
on your domestic machine.
I know a lot of people, maybe yesterday, was it the Moxie on yesterday? It was the Long On Quilting show yesterday, wasn't it? But all these different blues and this lovely jade, like you say, green.
Nice, soft colour palette.
Nice one for spring, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely. And again, classic enough. It'll go with lots of things. So there you go.
Conquer your fear of curved piecing. We will have a little bit of a demo as well, don't worry. Now, the instructions are available today on their own. You get your pattern, the physical only, with Janet Clare, so you get them home for £9.99. Now, in my pattern, can I make either size if I'm getting the pattern?
All the maths is there, the templates are the same, and it shows you the layout and exactly what to cut. We've got a good cutting list.
Lovely.
And also, I meant to show you, where have I put it? Where have I put it? Talk amongst yourself. They don't have to be flowers.
Oh.
You can do different layouts with them. Just by rotating the blocks. And there are some that you can use with the leftovers as well.
So can I do that with my kits?
You can do that with your kits. It tells you what you can do and how, it's just how you arrange the curves.
Is this going to be part of the pattern? Is this a page in the pattern or not?
I think this is a separate thing.
Okay, but yeah.
I think it's a separate thing.
Have a play around with your orientation of your curves.
Absolutely. This will be on my website, or there'll be a link to it somewhere.
Oh, fantastic.
Definitely. If there isn't, I'll get himself to sort it.
Brilliant, brilliant. You'll find it on the website.
Shouting at me saying it is there already.
I mean, look at this. This is
But
brilliant.
there's loads
To be able to then know exactly once you've got the pattern and you
Yeah.
understand that shape.
Shape. I think that's what you can do with the leftovers. These are the ideas for the leftovers.
Wow.
So there's very, very, I know I'd blow my own trumpet, but it's really good value. And we do try and think, if you're buying that amount of fabric, then you want to use the vast majority of it in the project.
Absolutely. The larger quilt kit is in your graphics. That's your 80-inch. Now, do we want to do a demo on the project bag, or should we do the little demo on the Petal whilst we're talking about it? Can we do Petal first?
Petal first. Okay.
Do we dare to talk about curved piecing on the telly?
I know,
live on the telly, you are the
piecing on
bravest woman
television
ever.
is
Yes.
just a bit daunting. Everything can be unpicked.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter.
No, this is not a test. It's not going into it. Exactly.
It's only sewing. It doesn't matter. Right, so these are all my leftovers, which you can make.
Gosh.
Now, I've got a little sheet. So if you're making by the 80 by 80, you can make an X just with the excess that you've got left over. I'll show you how you get your leftovers. You can make 112 4.5-inch blocks with your leftovers. And if you make the 60-inch, you get 64 free blocks.
Wow.
And the free blocks look like that when they're finished. And this is how you are going to learn how to do your curved piecing. You are going to practice on your leftovers. The geometry is not perfect for them, but it's good enough for you to learn how to do those, matching those two curved seams that go in completely opposite directions.
Okay, it's all in the instructions of
It's
what to
all
cut.
in the instructions what to cut. So
And your templates are there as well.
So these are some of the things that I've made with my leftovers.
Okay.
And this is what you're going to do first. If you don't want to use your leftovers, don't worry about it. If you want to jump straight in, it's entirely up to you. But you know me by now. I do not like seeing that amount of fabric just sitting in my scrap bin.
Oh, gosh, no.
And if you deal with them now, then it's all just part of the process. Right, so basically, you're going to start with 2 squares. This is how you get the leftovers. You're starting with squares, and you're going to have a pie and a crust, okay? So your pie is always the pretty fabric, and your crust...
Do you know Tony, by the way?
Tony, yes.
Tony says the layouts are all in the pattern.
Right, thank you, Tony. I'll read the pattern one day. Chief of everything. There you go.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
Get that layout
Tony.
sheet.
And your pie crust is the background fabric, which is this blue.
I love it. Pie and crust.
The pie and crust.
There's your different layouts.
It's all in there. Well, thank you, Tony. I just laminated me one. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take your crust and you're just going to draw around it. And then you can cut that out.
Now, would you do this with scissors or a little rotary cutter?
I'm just scissors. I'm scissors. I mean, you could do it with a rotary cutter. I'm just not brave enough. I think if you put the template onto stencil plastic, it would be easier and safer, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because the rotary cutter, I'd be worrying about my fingers. Right, so basically you're going to do this for the crust.
Do you starch your fabrics at all?
I don't with curved piecing because actually you want it to stretch. It might get you out of a little sticky situation if it stretches. Right, so that is the crust. I need the crust. But look, I've got a leftover pie. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm going to keep that to one side. And then you're going to do the same with the other one. And you're going to keep the pie of that bit, which we need to trace. And then what we're going to do is, how are we doing for time? We're doing okay. The time vanishes in this place, honestly. When you're prepping your demos, you think, oh, I haven't got enough. And then before you know it, it's like 22. Right, so this time we're keeping the pie. And you can prep all this. This is a nice thing to do in front of the telly because you can get all these bits on a tray and just sit there with the family or just take yourself to a sewing room and be very busy on your own, whatever you want to do, a bit of both. But what you want to do is be aware that these are all very sort of stretchy.
Yeah, don't be, Stuart was saying,
throwing
don't be
them
doing
around.
a Morris dance.
No, don't be throwing
Waving
them
around.
around. Right, so they are, can you see how different they are?
Yes, that does not look like that
It doesn't look like it's going to fit. So
I
that's,
cut it wrong.
Yeah, so that's the pie and the crust, and that's the one that goes in the quilt. But what we're going to do first is, I've got so much mess here now. We are going to make some, that's what we're going to be making in the end.
Okay.
That's what we're going for. But all of these are really good practice pieces. Now you can see the geometry. What I mean is, I'm not very good at maths, but you can see how off that geometry is for the leftovers.
But it will still fit.
It still fits, and you've got more trimming to do. But what it does is it makes you practice the curve.
Yeah.
So what you're going to do is you're going to fold one in half, and I'm going to put that pretty sides together. I'm just going to score it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold the other one in the opposite direction, and then I will have a mountain and a valley. And then when you put them, so that's a mountain fold and that's a valley fold. And then when I put them together, they will align, but also that they'll sort of hug each other.
Okay, and they'll nestle
They'll
in.
nestle in. And then
Pins are going to be your friends.
Pins are going to be your friend. I've tried it with clips. I haven't tried it with glue.
I've seen people who've done the Soline, you know, temporary glue pens.
Yeah. And then what we're going to do is now, with this real one, these ends you've got to make match. With this one, we're going to have two. We're not going to worry about the ends matching because, as I said, the geometry is all wrong. I find that if you fold it over your finger, it's sort of the curves will sort of behave. You let them curve, it sort of helps. So you're just going to pin those around. And I'm going to do the real one as well, just to show you the difference, and then we'll do some sewing. And you want a nice small stitch length, and you want to have a nice 1/4 inch seam set up, and you want to take your time, and you don't want to be on live television.
Quite often though, a lot of people get scared. You're not going to be on live television at home, you know, well, maybe you are. Maybe you are. But a lot of people get scared of doing it because they've never been shown how to do it properly.
And if you've dress made, it's just setting a sleeve in. And actually, if it goes wrong, I mean, it goes wrong, doesn't it? I mean, it's not really any great drama. It feels very slow setting this up, but you will need to take your time and set it up properly. Right, so that's the scrap one, and we're going to sew scrap ones until you're confident enough, and I'll do exactly the same.
And they're not going to go to waste. You will use those ones. You'll just, like you say, trim them down to a smaller size, and you'll use them in a different project. You can use them up in a different project. But make them now, because the amount of times that you say, oh, you know, when you make the half square triangle with that folded back, the square method, and you say, oh, I'll do that one day.
Do that one day.
But actually, if you do it, I think you did this with the Bloomin' Lovely quilt, that you actually made 2 quilts at the same time.
At the exact same time. Because you do it now, it's all sort of active. As soon as it gets in a bag or a box or a pile, it's sort of out of sight, out of mind.
Especially with bias edges.
Oh, yeah, you don't want them hanging around. Right, so I've done the same. I've matched the centres. Now, with this, the real one, can you see how off it looks? You have to match those ends because you want them to fit together properly. So you are going to have to spend your time. And it's these ends that will be the ones that want to misbehave, I find. So you want those to be well secured and ready to behave themselves. And as I say, the quilting is very forgiving. You don't have to be millimetre perfect. So you can stretch things and shuffle things around a bit. No one needs to know, really, at all. And it's only sewing. But as I say, this is what I've got to align now. Can you see how different it was with that? It was very, very forgiving. But this, I need to align it. So again, you're going to break it down into little sections. And I feel all fingers and thumbsy like it's never going to work. But you just take your time and it will settle. It will settle.
And do you sew with all of these pins in?
Yeah, you have to stop all the time. I don't sew over pins.
Right.
I have to stop all the time. I'm not a very technical person. I'm a bit clumsy, and I think it's just be like me. I'd snap something. And also, I think you don't really want to be quilting and piecing in a mad, frenzied rush all the time. Like, you can be really calm and considered, can't you? You don't have to rush around.
Yeah, if you feel like you're in a bit of a rush, then don't start.
If you're not in the mood,
do another project.
Yeah, if you're not in the mood, just don't do this. Just take your time. And folding over will really help. Now, I know this is taking a while, but it's useful to see that what you've got to manage.
Because I watched that and thought, that's not going to fit.
It doesn't. It feels like it doesn't fit because they're completely different shapes. Right, now then, I'm going to do my practice one first because it will be a little bit forgiving and it just gives you the idea.
Now, do I need to change my stitch length, or is there anything that you would do differently with your machine piecing on curves?
You do want a small stitch length because it's like when you set in a sleeve, it gives you a smaller, a smoother sort of seam if you're setting in a shoulder.
So this one's gone down to a 1.8.
1.8. Now, my machine at home, if I'm piecing, and it knows I'm piecing, does 1.8. Anyway, so you can see I've got that end there, which is going to be slightly annoying, but we're not going to worry about it. I'm going to try and get to the end. I'm going to get it so that the needle is in the fabric, and then I'm just very slowly going to work my way around. And what you're going to try not to do is to sew a pleat in, like a gathering. So you want to just make sure that you're not actively sewing over the pleat. Can you see? I just need to keep rearranging things.
So you stop, reposition, keep the needle down.
All I've got to do is keep the bit under that presser foot nice and organised, and then don't worry about anything further ahead. I'm going nice and slow. I can probably go a tiny bit faster. You will get your eye in and it becomes easier. There you go. It feels like I'm going so slow.
No, I'm really pleased that it's good to be able to see exactly what you're doing.
Just take your time, smooth it out, make it work. And again, this is the practice one, so you know that you can be, you know, it doesn't matter. If it goes wrong, it goes wrong. I think we're so used to seeing the finished result, and like I do a lot of step outs for the demos because there's lots of stages, and sometimes it's useful just to see it in real time at real speed. And we're not racing through, and you may see it not go very well either, which might be very encouraging for you.
No, it's something that not many people would dare to try and do on the telly, so it's good to actually jot this date
I may
down.
regret it, I tell you. I may have to have a lie down before I go on the motorway.
Your iron's going to be your friend in this as well.
Your iron's going to be a friend, so you're going to try and sort of set everything right, and then the seam is going to go to the thrust. It's all right. That's all right, isn't it?
It's like, you know what you're doing, Janet Clare.
It's almost like I know what I do. So you would give that a press, and then you're going to trim that up to this size, and that is just your leftovers. So if you're a beginner, that's good practice, and then you have to do exactly the same with the real piece.
My director Bruce has said, you know what, that's not as intimidating as I thought it was going to be.
Oh, well done, Bruce.
And Bruce saying that,
Good, thank you, Bruce. See, he's paying attention.
Yes, he is.
That's good. Has he had a donut? Have we all had donuts?
Yes.
Good.
Kat will be able to tell us. Kat, how long have those donuts been sitting there? A couple of days?
If it's more than that, don't tell her the truth.
Because
she's eaten one.
She looks at me with a shaky head like they've been there a while.
No.
I went to the end of the pack, the one that was most in the cellophane. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine.
We didn't have any sell-by dates or best before, did we?
I
used to sniff things.
Exactly. I am that person that go, it's fine, it's in the fridge. I do just, now they've stopped putting dates on milk, haven't they, some places?
Oh, have they?
You just have to smell it.
You just know, don't you? You know yourself. And you know how sensitive you are yourself to things like that as well. Like, my husband's got cast iron constitution. He just eats things you think, oh, I wouldn't have touched that. But he's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think some of us have got hardened stomachs to it. So you got round that curve?
I got round that curve. There's a tiny, tiny little thing there, but it's going to
smooth out with the iron.
Smooth out with the iron. There you go. Not perfect, but when it's in a quilt, you won't know.
Oh, and absolutely, your iron will smooth
just smooth
a lot of
that
those out.
No problem at all. So there's your leftover, and there's your real one. You've got no waste, and you've just seen, it doesn't take long. Get yourself set up and be in a nice, calm state of mind, and you can do it. But you get a decent amount with the leftovers, which are awkward shapes. You're not going to cut a square out of those or anything. So use them up if you want to, or don't. It's entirely up to you.
That is amazing. As I say, jot down today's date for anybody who wants a little bit of courage to be able to do it, and some more tips on how to do the curve piecing. The big quilt kit, the big quilt kit is the 80 by 80, which is on your screen. It's the one that's behind us. It's the most popular one at the moment. Remember, you've got the different layouts included in your pattern as well. Thank you, Tony. Included in your pattern if you do want to do slightly different orientation.
There's lots of things you can do. And don't forget, you know, once you've got the pattern, you can make use the same templates and make it look completely different.
Oh, I love a versatile pattern like that. Now, the next size down is your 60 by 60 inch. Same collection of fabrics, the beautiful Bluebell range that's behind us in the quilt there. Just slightly smaller in size. So if you want something that is, you know, less daunting to quilt yourself, or if you're thinking, right, this is, by the time I've finished these petals, I will absolutely have conquered my fear.
You will have conquered.
Of curved piecing.
There's nothing to fear, just go slow and steady.
Pattern is available on its own. You don't need to choose today what size you're making. Both of the calculations for the 60-inch and also the 80-inch are there on your pattern. And yeah, it will tell you how much background fabric you need, how much binding you need, how much backing you need for both sizes. £9.99 today for your pattern on its own. So the bags now. There's only 2 colourways remaining.
Okay, wow.
We've got the Bloomy Lovely sold out. We've got the Bon Voyage.
Oh, you've got Bon Voyage left.
Single figures.
Fabric out again.
Single figures.
Lovely.
We might not have time to do a demo today, but have you done the demo before?
The demo I have done before. I don't know when it was.
No,
but basically,
it's on our YouTube channel.
You've got flying geese, and then if you make a double seam, you've got 3 half square triangles.
Fabulous.
So it's very simple, again, very beginner friendly. A nice project to zone out and just do a bit of mindfulness.
And you can make these lovely project bags that are useful. I mean, you're going to be able to take this out on the go with you. Janet has hers all filled up, ready with a project on the go.
All the projects on the go.
Grab and go.
Yeah. Get a needle in there, get some thread in there, get scissors in there, and then you literally can just pick up anything. Go.
On the website image of Bluebell kit, it's not quite clear. It's just the instructions, but don't panic. You get full
everything.
Kit in Bluebell, including your handles, your 5-inch charm squares, your lining fabric, and you also get your instructions as well. Now they're the fabrics that you get. All of the colours you get within your charm squares, in your 5-inch squares. I love a charm square. I think they're such a versatile.
They're good size. They're really good size.
And to be able to get all of those gorgeous prints.
Yeah,
as
the
well.
whole collection as it's designed. So you've got your lights and darks, you've got the spread that it all works together, and you don't have to think about anything. It's all done.
Love it. Now, also, just a quick recap before we hand over to Hobby Maker. Anybody who missed out on the first out, watch it back, because this is one of my favourite quilts.
Oh, thank you.
I love the sentiments behind it, especially starting a new year. It looks, you know, like a very classic, traditional colourway. I love the courthouse steps, but as you look close, it's about adding in those little moments that you want to savour. It becomes very, very personal, and you can personalise it, whatever words you want in the centre of the blocks, with your own glimmers.
The little glimmers.
Love this. Honestly, I learn something new every time, and you said
good.
And I will always, I always talk about your flimsies.
Yes, I know. I remember that. You did. You got that in. You remembered muffin. It's very good.
Absolutely. I love it. I love when Janet's here. We always learn so much, don't we? Morning all. A fab morning with you all, lovely ladies, and Bruce.
Oh, Bruce. Well done, Bruce.
I will be getting some projects started this afternoon. Thank you,
Good.
says Kate.
Lovely.
Oh, thank you for your company today. It's been amazing. £124.99, 2-way split pay, and that is for your beautiful Good Tidings quilt kit. Now, tomorrow on Sew Street, bright and early tomorrow morning, John Scott will be back. Oh, I had a lovely coffee with him last week. We were always passing ships here, and it was so nice to actually sit and have some lunch with him. So, yeah, John is going to be back with you at 8 a.m. with Sewing Room Tools, and he's going to be joined by Hells from the Crafty Witches at 9 o'clock. Kerry's going to be here with some crocheting from Toft at 10. Hell's back at 11 with more spring showers. And then we also have 12 o'clock. Kerry Lord going to be here again with our crochet projects. Very excited. Thank you ever so much.
It's been lovely to see you. It will be in February in birthday week.
Oh.
I was just chatting to Ian. We have to come up with something exciting.
Oh,
well, it's a big celebration, isn't it? 5.
Yes, 5 years. Oh, we look forward to seeing you then.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Back.
Hobby Maker about to hand over. Do make sure you stay tuned for more crafting, or we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning with John Scott at 8 o'clock. Bye.